very ably set the stage, engaged us, and gave us a brief snippet of what we'll be expecting throughout the day. But before we get into all of that, I please ask all of you to be upstanding for the national anthem, the East Africa anthem, and a word of prayer. Asante. Okay. Shall we remain standing? Let's just have our seats. When he comes in, we shall stand for that. I've told them to just take the seats. One, two. Okay, as we wait, we were working the room, getting our expectations known. I think I can stop somewhere here on this side. It was a bit cold. You aren't looking at me. Like, asifike hapa amefika. Your name, please, and expectation.
My name is Evan Sijaka. I'm from Strathmore University and an intern at TV47. My expectation here is I want to learn and understand the media dynamics, especially now that the media is actually shifting to the digital era, and how you can apply the media contract and ethics when reporting to the digital landscape and digital audiences. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Greet Mr. Njoka when you go back. I will stop here. Name, please, and expectation.
My name is Evan Steady. I work with the Media Council of Kenya. And my expectation today is one to network, but also just have an understanding of where we are headed, especially considering the digital transformations that are there and how we can interlink that to media sustainability. Thanks.
So there's the sense in the room that digital is here to stay. You'll call it transformation, you might call it disruption, but it's doing something. So how do we use it as a tool to enable our progress and not to distract the craft? And then I'm here, my lady. Your name and expectation, please.
My name is Elsie Nyangor, an intern at Radio Mini. My expectation, I've seen the theme, public interest in the era of technology. I'd like to be informed about how to protect public interest, especially as a new journalist learning from the seasoned people in the room. I've seen a lot of big names. I'm really excited. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Let me come to this particular part, because when you talk about seasoned, there's a bit of experience in the room as well. A lot to harvest from in terms of knowledge. Your name, my good sir, and your expectation for the day.
Thank you very much. My name is Andy Kagwa from the Standard Group. When she talked about the seasoned journalist, I thought she was referring to me. But I'm glad to be here. I like the theme, public interest in the era of technology. For some of us who have been in the newsroom, we have seen how technology has developed from the typewriter to what we are using today, and the many tools that are there today that you can use to tell our stories in a better way and to convey information in the best way possible. So for me, why I'm here is that we need to bridge that gap. You see, we have the young and the old how can we assist the young people? That bridge we must bridge that gap between the young and the old. So for me, I'm here to learn also a few things for those who are in the tech world. I'm sure there are very many people in the media industry who are in the tech world. So I'm here also to learn what they are doing, because learning is a continuous process. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for them. Stop. We can do better. There was breakfast for someone who hasn't had. There's actually breakfast to my left, some tea and snacks. So when I ask for applause, I want good applause, like for guys who have had breakfast. So could we please have a round of applause for that, please? Yeah, there you go. But also, out of curiosity, were you actually in the newsroom when they were using typewriters?
Actually, I remember even when I was doing my training at KIMC many years ago, there was a room for typewriters. We did there was a typing class at KIMC. So that's where we started, some of us at KIMC. So when I later on went to the Nation Media Group, there was a corner there were some typewriters, and also even at the Standard Group. So I have seen that transformation. So when the computers came and the sub-editors were being taught to use the computers, tulikuwa tunakimbia, tunasema hii technology namna gani. So we have seen it all happening, and it's exciting. And technology is here to help us to do our trade in a better way. Thank you.
Wow. We talk about public interest in the era of technology. There's a guy who used a typewriter and can now do a script on a mobile phone. If that's not an evolution of technology, I really don't know what is. But it's interesting because I'm sure when the typewriter was there and now we're introducing computers, people are asking, what's going to happen to the craft of journalism? We'll be wiped out because of this thing. And I think it's now the same conversation coming full circle with AI. Because now it's here. And photography as well, yeah? From Kodak to digital cameras to phones. Citizen journalism has taken its own, road right there, and people can actually report breaking news before the quote-unquote reporter comes to break the news. So what does that mean? I think that's a man with experience in terms of evolving with the times. Typewriter. Mina kuona kando. That's a conversation we need to have. Let me stop right here. There's a man who has some very elegant glasses, and I could see them from the front. I was wondering how I'd get here. This is my excuse. Your name, please, and expectation for the day.
Thank you very much, sir. Praise God, everybody. Good morning. My name is Vincent. I'm from Nuru TV. I'm a TV producer. Well, I have come to learn a lot that is taking place in the media industry. Having been a TV producer for 6 years, I say I need to learn a lot. So in this media summit, I think there's so many I'm going to get so that at least I can proceed along. God bless.
But before you say, just for you, in those 6 years, what's the biggest change you've seen, whether it's technology-wise, as far as producing TV is concerned?
Well, there's a change because, let me say that, the way I've come to get it, when I was coming in, it was a bit challenge because you were having a lot of, a lot of machines that for you to make a TV program to go on air, it was like you have to take like around 3 to 4 hours to make your program go on air. But currently, you can even take around 30 minutes and you just do everything wise. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. A round of applause for him as well. So you can see for a production that would take 3 hours and a team, it's now half an hour with one man or woman to get the job done. So those are some of the things we're experiencing as far as tech is concerned. Okay, my co-MC is back.
Sorry, administrative announcement. Now, the CS is around. The arrangement is that he will come using this door. He will take about 7 minutes to look at the stall exhibition. Exhibition stall. Okay, exhibition. Aone kidogo kazi ile watu wanafanya sekta mbalimbali alafu aje. Now, obviously during this, he will make his presentation, then the launch. So ni sawa sawa. So the waziri sio mtupatie tu muda kidogo, samahani, aje. Na wale ambao hamjui kupata publicity ya bure, mimi nimeshaenda nimepiga naye picha akishuka kwa gari, sasa naenda kuweka kwa Facebook. Niko na waziri. Mkaenga hapa karibu hii ndio umeweza huko na huko. Unaweza pata picha na waziri. Sawa sawa. So more just hold on for a few minutes.
Some things you have to plan and you might attend. Unfortunately for us, mtaona tukipanga hapo mbele, but such is life events. So as I can see here, there are those who are in front of the cameras as the audience. I don't know if this is now behind the scene, because there are some people who are right behind the cameras, but we still want to hear from them as well, because they're members of the Fourth Estate. Your name, please, and your expectation for the summit today.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mwangi Matangani. I'm an intern at Citizen TV. And I'm glad to be here, hoping to gain a lot from all the experienced journalists and media practitioners in the house, in terms of technology as well. As many have stated, there have been a lot of changes in technology. So, yeah, I'm hoping to learn a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. I want to steer the discussion slightly in a different direction, because we've already acknowledged the fact that tech is here and tech is here to stay. Is it helping the craft? You've seen the effects it's had in newsrooms, both positive and negative. And as it stands, there's more and more incorporation of technology in the newsroom and the news business as a whole. Is it harming or helping the industry, and how do we prepare ourselves, Kevins?
Jeff Mazumeni put on the spot. Not really good, but it's okay. For me, what I remember when I used to work at Nation Media Group was there was so much of physical distribution, right? Probably reflecting a little bit when I used to be in advertising, there's so much of physical invoice distribution and delivery. Considering right now when it comes to how technology has enabled trends is invoice generated online, they're generated, or rather they're templates that are used to generate invoices. And what do? Just send it automatically to a client. So no any physical touches and all that stuff. Then also probably when I look at how the trends of media, content and communications have changed is you are able to work across the globe without necessarily meeting your boss. So, I mean, that's complete disruption, either no need at times of capital for you to set up that. All you need is the mindset, the credibility, and the authenticness in doing work. So probably that's also how I see how media trends have changed and how probably tech has enabled us to work both locally, regionally, and globally without any complexities. Thank you.
A round of applause for him. And here I was saying he has nothing to add to the conversation. I want to stop here as well because it is a critical issue. Some people have called tech, it's almost the barbarian at the gate. Newsrooms are waiting to figure out, are we going to make it to the next quarter? Are there layoffs coming? And everybody is blaming tech. But senior management is saying there's a lot of opportunity. We need to use more of technology to make our business more efficient. What's your take on what's happening so far? Your name and take as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victor Ngaruya from the Nation Media Group. And about technology, a lot of caution needs to be taken, especially in false information. For example, we did see a picture which tended to depict the president in a coffin, which was not ethical at all. So there is a lot of caution needed in terms of that. But then technology is also going to elevate how we produce our content, we produce the news, so we need to learn on ways in which we can incorporate it, but still be cautious about its dangers.
So the element of putting guardrails around the use of technology is important, because at the end of the day, yes, it will make the publishing of truth very efficient, but also the spreading of lies and misinformation just as efficient. So the question is, what guardrails do we put so that we don't stifle this technology, but make sure you use it for maximum impact? I'll stop here as well, because I need some views from these very busy ladies and gentlemen. And I can see the more I stop here, the furious, she's typing even more furiously. I'm busy, you need to go. No, I'm not going. I'm stopping here. Your name, please, and expectation for the day, and then I'll go to tech on his side.
Do I need to stand up? Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Fatma Sanbur. I work for an organization called Internews Network. It's a media development organization and a very close collaborator and friend to Media Council of Kenya. So we are honored to be here today. For me, I'm really keen on the launch of the Code of Conduct, because as Internews, we've been part of reviewing this document, and we are super excited to know that it's finally here, and it was gazetted yesterday. So I'm really happy that this is, being celebrated today. But also, I'm curious and interested in the first panel discussion about what happened last year. So that was the catching point for me for, coming here today. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Fatma. You can continue now with the email. You can respond to the others. They'll find you well. They shall find you well right here. Kevin, let me come to you on the same issue as well, because I want you to speak to technology. She's very excited for the milestone we're having in terms of the code of conduct we're putting in place, but it's also cognizant of how times have changed and how AI is also a very real reality. What's your take on technology and the news business?
Thank you, Jeff. My name is Kevin Mabonga from Katiba Institute. Katiba Institute is an institution that was set up to ensure that the Constitution is implemented. We just try, through our work, we try to ensure that the Constitution is respected and implemented. Today I'm excited to be here, mostly, before I say about the technology, mostly about the media's accountability role and the issue of national values, because our work revolves around the Constitution. So in terms of technology, and it coincides with the launch of a new code of conduct, what has changed over time? With the revision of the conduct, it means that something has changed, and that's technology that has changed. But the main values remain the same. So I'll be looking forward to see how technology has disrupted, but again, the main values remain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we can all rise to our feet as we welcome our chief guest. Yes, you can also give a round of applause. Honorable William Kabogo Gitao, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy. I'd also like to call on stage at this particular point in time Ms. Viola Ochola, Ms. Quintia Mbori, Mr. Eric Odwor, Ms. Zubeida Kananu, Ms. Jane Kamau, Dr. James Njogu, Mr. Oscar Otieno, Ms. Agnes Kaleche, and Mr. Demas Kiprono. As we are all at our feet, let's have the national anthem play, as well as the East African anthem, and stay on our feet for our word of prayer. Asante.
Yetu. Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
I'd like to call upon Maureen Moody to come to the front for a word of prayer.
Let's believe and pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning. We want to thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for enabling us to meet for this occasion. We thank you for the annual summit, an occasion that is very important for the media industry. As you gather in our presence, Father, we pray for wisdom. We pray for clarity for everything we're going to discuss. Father, may it be blessed of you and for the betterment of the industry. In Jesus' name, we pray and believe.
Thank you so much. You may all have your seats. If I could request the tech team to have our goose mics working now. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the annual Media Summit 2025. I'll be your MC for the day. My name is Jeff Mote. We've interacted, we've engaged, we've set the context in terms of the expectations we have today as we discuss the theme of public interest in the era of technology, media accountability, and national values. And when you think about it, what a time it's been from the last time we convened for the annual Media Summit. From the youth protests we had in Kenya, the global question on AI, the newsroom, where it stands at this particular point in time, there's no doubt that media and the news is really at the center of power, technology, public interest. So when you look at the room, you do know we're here to reflect, but also to respond to the issues of the day and on how to move forward. Because all of these dynamics don't happen in a vacuum. The aim of the media is also to make sure that national values are upheld. Where's the place of human dignity? Are we highlighting good governance or lack of it? As merchants of truth, it's upon us to make sure that we tell the story as is and hold ourselves to the highest standards as far as that's concerned. And those are the questions we'll be asking from the keynotes that are brought in place and also engaging in the panel discussions that we have throughout the day. So quick housekeeping for those of us who will be sharing this conversation far and wide. For those who are not in the room, it is being live streamed. But if you get a gem that you really want to share on your Instagram, your TikTok, that you want to put out there, the hashtag that we're using is Annual Media Summit KE 2025. Once again, the hashtag that we're using is Annual Media Summit KE 2025. And there's so many issues we'll be discussing there and also marking some amazing milestones. Because right here, we'll also get to hear, as far as the status of media report is concerned, what does the data actually say? As Victor very ably set the context, are people still reading newspapers? Are they buying hard copy? Are they getting alternative sources of news? What are the numbers? What's the research saying? That's what we're going to be looking at. But also, we'll be launching our code of conduct for media practice. Where does it stand now? How do you operate moving forward? So these are amazing milestones that we'll be marking right here as we get into that. And as I look around the room, I can see very many people who are poised with expectation, but also who have a lot to offer. So before you even start clapping for the people who give their keynotes here and the panelists, I want you to clap for yourselves. And by that, I was getting how generous people are. Because if you're giving yourself a half-hearted clap, na makofi ni yako, how do you clap for the people who are on stage? So we'll do that another one. So please clap for yourselves. There you go. Nice. If you won't love yourself, who will? Surely. Having set the context for what we're discussing this particular morning and throughout the day, I'd like to call upon our first speaker. Our keynote will be by Ms. Viola Ochola, Director in charge of Access to Information at the Commission on Administrative Justice. A round of applause for her as she comes to the podium.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy, all CEOs and executive directors present, all distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Viola Ochola. I'm the Director in charge of Access to Information at the Office of the Ombudsman, otherwise known as the Commission on Administrative Justice. I will be reading the keynote speech on behalf of my CEO, Madam Mercy Wambua, who was unable to be here today, but will be represented by myself. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to have this opportunity to make this keynote address during the annual media summit with the theme, Public Interest in the Era of Technology, Media Accountability and National Values. This year's theme is crucial to not only the media fraternity, but also to the Commission on Administrative Justice, the institution charged with the oversight and enforcement of Article 35 of the Constitution and the Access to Information Act. This is due to the opportunities, disruptions, and adjustments that technology has occasioned in the information space. Moreover, the Commission recognizes the integral role of the media in the realization of the fundamental right to access information as an important pillar for the implementation of values and principles of good governance in our Constitution under Article 10 and Article 232. These provide for transparency and provision to the public of timely and accurate information. The media plays a pivotal role in disseminating information, raising awareness and educating citizens, thereby influencing their perceptions and shaping their views and attitudes towards topical issues, particularly on governance. Further, the media acts as a watchdog and platform for democratic discourse, which is crucial for holding the government accountable to the people. As you're all aware, the Commission has a twin mandate. First, the Commission enforces administrative justice in the public sector by redressing maladministration, which ensures that public officers conduct themselves in the manner expected of them. Second, it enforces and oversees the implementation of the Access to Information Act 2016, which allows Kenyans to access information held by the government and some private entities. Access to information enhances public participation in governance and also addresses the culture of secrecy, which usually breeds impunity, inefficiency, and corruption in government. Access to information equips citizens with the requisite knowledge about government policies, procedures, and decisions, thereby enabling them to have meaningful participation in matters that concern them. In addition, informed citizens are able to scrutinize the actions and decisions of duty bearers, thereby promoting the principles of transparency, accountability, and responsiveness. This ultimately engenders open government, efficient delivery of services, and the rule of law. Ladies and gentlemen, the digital age has provided tremendous opportunities for the information ecosystem, as it is relatively easy to access, publish, and exchange news and information, hence renewing democratic practices and expanding the public sphere for debating national issues. The proliferation of digital media platforms has significantly transformed the media landscape by enabling rapid dissemination of information, increasing public engagement, and provided a platform for diverse voices to freely express their opinions on contemporary issues. Despite the opportunities that technology offers, it has also presented challenges such as the spread of misinformation, disinformation, online harassment, and attacks on journalists. These changes require journalists to be dynamic in the way that they obtain and utilize information, tailored for the diverse audiences. In this context, access to information offers journalists an opportunity to give facts and solid truths. It further provides an avenue for robust fact-checking mechanisms in adherence to journalistic standards, which is crucial for maintaining the integrity and accuracy of the information they share. Freedom of speech and the media and an atmosphere of transparency and access to quality information are interlinked because they are essential to development. It is for this reason that the Commission is keen to work with the media to ensure that the information that is accessed is accurate and authentic. Ladies and gentlemen, whereas the Commission is mandated to enforce the Access to Information Act, the success in the implementation of the law depends on how well critical stakeholders marshal their energies to make access to information a reality. Media plays a critical role in the promotion of good governance and is thus a critical stakeholder in the implementation process. To this end, the Commission entered into a partnership with the Media Council of Kenya to make the engagement with the media more structured. The partnership gave birth to the Journalist's Handbook on Access to Information in Kenya, which provides a guide for journalists on how to best deploy and use access to information law in the execution of their varied roles. Flowing from this partnership, the Commission has trained over 300 journalists drawn from different media houses and regions on the requirement of the Access to Information Act. The handbook addresses some salient issues in journalism like information source constraints, proactive disclosure of information, and reliability of information. The handbook particularly elaborates how access to information can lend credibility to investigative journalism, which has routinely exposed various fraudulent activities and ills in the society. Access to information was central in the investigative piece aired last week on 7th May 2025, titled ET302 Crash, Uncovering the Compensation Fraud, where illegalities and irregularities in the compensation process for the air crash victims were highlighted. Pieces of investigative journalism, such as the Blood Parliament, have also used emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence in recreating the events of 25th June 2024, exposing excessive force and illegal actions by the police in handling the protesters. Journalists can utilize opportunities under access to information to legitimately acquire government documents in order to make their stories more credible and ensure a properly informed and empowered citizenry. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on this year's theme and in view of the challenges experienced in the information landscape, like the entrenched culture of secrecy and poor records management, it is important that public institutions embrace innovative approaches, emerging technologies, and leverage on community networks to enhance information sharing for effective citizen participation in governance and development. Additionally, the Commission makes the following recommendations to support the mainstreaming of access to information and public participation in the public sector. Prioritization by the Ministry of ICDE in the passing of the National Access to Information Policy, which is intended to ensure a uniform government approach on information disclosures. Investment in technological support for public institutions to enhance access to information. Development of standards of digitization of public records. In conclusion, the pivotal role of the fourth estate in initiating and stimulating public debate on governance issues must be protected. In order for the media to sustain the current momentum, they need to be allowed access to critical information held by the state and the private sector. The media is therefore called upon to utilize the right of access to information to obtain crucial facts that would propel their stories beyond mere sensationalism to in-depth, analytical, and impactful reporting. This will not only enhance the confidence levels of citizens on the quality of journalism, but also make significant contribution to engendering a greater degree of accountability for decisions relating to development and governance. As such, the Commission implores the media fraternity to embrace the Access to Information Act, familiarize themselves with the framework thereof, to ensure information held by public entities and relevant private bodies is accessed and properly disseminated to the public to inform important discourse on the country's development agenda. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Another round of applause for Ms. Viola, please. Speaking to the issue of accountability and, of course, keeping the standards of journalism where they should be. I'd like to call upon our second speaker, Ms. Quinta Mbori, who's the Executive Director at the Association of Media Women in Kenya. A warm round of applause for her as well.
Thank you very much. The Cabinet Secretary for ICT, the CEO of Media Council of Kenya, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, and all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Quinta Mbori, and I bring you warm greetings from the Association of Media Women in Kenya, AMWIK, which is the National Association for all women in the media across all the 47 counties in this country. Indeed, it is an honor to address you today at this significant gathering. Our theme, Public Interest in the Era of Technology, Media, Accountability, and National Values, could not be more timely. As we stand at the intersection of rapid technological advancement and evolving societal expectations, the media's role in upholding public interest has never been more critical. But first and foremost, allow me to commend the Media Council of Kenya for spearheading the new Code of Conduct for Media Practice 2025, which will be launched today. And we'd like to thank Honorable CS William Kabogo for its gazettement. We believe that this is a step forward in strengthening professionalism, accountability, and enhancing press freedom, and guiding the media to adapt to a changing environment. About a week ago, we gathered here. We gathered to commemorate World Press Freedom Day, reflecting on the crucial role of AI in our work, and launching the 2024 Media Environment Report by the Media Council of Kenya. The report highlights trends including rising digital harassment, declining public interest, and precarious employment conditions in the media sector. The meeting's clarion call was for greater unity and concerted efforts among industry players. Today, I reiterate that I wish for us to stand together and ensure a thriving, profitable, and secure environment where we can operate effectively. While the theme rightly emphasizes media accountability to the public, I know there will be great outcomes from the summit on how we can achieve that. However, allow me to pause and ask, are we accountable to the welfare of our journalists? The professionals tasked with holding power to account often work in environments where their rights, safety, and dignity are overlooked. From physical attacks and digital harassment to systematic iniquities and mental health neglect, our journalists are navigating in a landscape where their well-being is rarely prioritized. And if the media is the mirror reflecting society's truths, who ensures that those holding the mirror are not wrecked in the process? True media accountability cannot exist without parallel structures that protect, empower, and invest in journalists. Let's challenge ourselves to build systems where accountability flows both ways, from the media to the public, and the industry to its own. Today, I wish to draw your attention to pressing issues that demand our collective resolve, and that is the safety of journalists, mental health in the media sector, the challenges faced by media, the scourge of sexual harassment, as well as the urgent need for research-based interventions. Behind the bylines and broadcasts, many journalists grapple with unseen battles, stress, anxiety, and trauma. The demanding nature of our profession, compounded by exposure of distressing events, has taken a toll on mental well-being. A healthy journalist is not just a productive one, but a more effective storyteller. As we move on to the theme of the day, community media as serves as the heartbeat of marginalized voices, providing critical information and fostering local dialogue. However, these vital platforms risk being left behind in the digital evolution. While urban media outlets harness cutting-edge technologies such as AI and data analytics, many community stations struggle with basic challenges such as unreliable internet access. A 2023 report by the Communications Authority of Kenya highlighted that only 22% of rural media houses had adopted digital tools, exacerbating the gap between urban and rural narratives. To bridge this divide, we must invest in infrastructure and capacity building for community media and forge partnerships with technology providers to offer affordable solutions. I know this sounds like a cliche, I'm about to finish, but sexual harassment remains a dark stain on our industry, particularly for women journalists who often face exploitation in silence. A 2024 survey by AMWIK uncovered that 56% of female journalists had experienced harassment, with 60% of these incidents involving superiors. Alarmingly, only 80% of cases went unreported due to fear of retaliation or disbelief. This culture of impunity must end. We need zero tolerance policies backed by transparent reporting mechanisms, mandatory training for managers on gender-sensitive leadership, and the establishment of independent bodies for investigative complaints. The media cannot credibly advocate for justice in society if it fails to uphold it within its ranks. To address these challenges effectively, we must move beyond stories and embrace evidence-based solutions. We must prioritize funding for research into emerging issues such as AI, ethics, and disinformation, create platforms for sharing findings across the sector, and translate data into actionable policies. As I wind up, as we prepare to celebrate the outstanding achievements of journalists at tomorrow's AJEA Awards Gala, let's remember that true excellence is measured not only by the stories we tell, but by the environment in which we tell these stories. It is by our commitment to safeguarding our colleagues, amplifying marginalized voices, rooting out injustice, and grounding our work in facts and empathy. The challenges we face are daunting, but they are not insurmountable. Together, we can build a media landscape that is resilient, equitable, and worthy of the public's trust. Let this summit be the moment we move from dialogue to action for the sake of our profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Quinta. Just making sure that even as the media shines a spotlight on what's happening in society, it's important that society also shines a spotlight on the media and their environment and how they're practicing their craft. Next up, I'd like to call upon Mr. Eric Oduor, Secretary General, the Kenya Union of Journalists. Round of applause for him as he comes on stage.
Thank you. Honorable William Kabogo, the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of ICT and the Digital Economy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today we gather here at the annual Media Summit to reflect on the state of the media as we mark this year's World Press Freedom Day. It is a day that we look at the milestones the fourth estate has made over the past 1 year and not forgetting the challenges that we face. The theme of this year, public interest in the era of technology and media accountability and national values, read together with this year's World Press Freedom Day theme, reporting to the brave new world the impact of artificial intelligence on press freedom and media, sits well with what is happening in our newsrooms today. Technology improved the speed and efficiency necessary for the changing environment at the workplace. As a country, we must also move with speed to put in place policies and legislation to harness benefits brought about by AI and other emerging technology. Kenya is home to fine journalists We have traversed this country and beyond, telling our stories to keep our people informed. In addition, our media has remained bold and steadfast to hold power to account. That goes very well with the theme of this year's annual media summit. In most cases, journalists have found themselves in the receiving end as they carry out their duties, with telling the truth being their only crime. While the adversarial relationship between authorities and the media is expected, however, we asked that harassment, intimidation, and attacks on journalists should not happen. We know that accountability is a very difficult and challenging topic, especially for those in privileged positions, but that should not subject our journalists to harassment and intimidation. This important role of holding power to account should not subject these men and women of the Fourth Estate to any harassment, attack, or harm. We know, if you look at the trend in East Africa, and speaking as the president of Federation of Eastern Africa Journalists, we've seen a worrying trend in the region where journalists are attacked, media houses are threatened, and in some cases, the media houses are actually shut down. In Kenya, for example, we know very well that the British Broadcasting Corporation, the BBC, has been under pressure over a bold piece of journalism titled Blood Parliament that detailed police brutality against young protesters last year. We must encourage this good and bold piece of journalism so that we can hold those in position of privileges to account. No country can thrive without free, independent, and a vibrant media. As we continue to celebrate this year's World Press Freedom Day, which will come to a culmination towards the end of this month in Morocco as Africa, let us pay attention to the welfare of journalists as a critical subject to ensure that there is fair pay and better terms and conditions of service so that we can also respect the rights of the journalist. Journalists must live with dignity where their pay is sufficient to foot their bills. Media cannot be free if we turn a blind eye to the welfare of journalists and media workers. If you ask me, and given the power, I would have amended today's theme or the hashtag to read, "No fair pay, no work," so that we can give justice to men and women who toil every day to tell our stories. Even as we say that, the media, on the other hand, must also adhere to the true calling, which means adhering to the truth. We have to respect our professional code of ethics and remain bold in our work to have an impact to the society. We know that already we've got a new code of conduct, which has been gazetted, and obviously once we conclude the process, we will have a comprehensive code of conduct that all of us must adhere to do our work. As I conclude, I must say that next year we are going to have Africa Media Convention. Kenya has been shortlisted as a finalist to host Africa Media Convention that brings the whole continent together so that we can have all these discussions as Africa, tell our African story, and also look at how we have developed as Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all the best in the deliberations and tomorrow's gala night. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eric Odor, and I think this is an apt time to remind you of the correct hashtag, because he came with his. But the one that we're using officially is the Annual Media Summit KE 2025. You can quote him as well there, because people need to know, of course, it's a recurrent theme that we've been talking about, not only in this particular plenary that we have, but around newsrooms, the welfare of journalists, the environment that they're working in. But the hashtag is Annual Media Summit KE 2025. Let's move on to our next speaker. Let's call upon Ms. Zubeida Kananu, President of the Kenya Editors Guild, to give her keynote as well. A round of applause for her as she comes on stage.
Bwana Waziri, na si umetrend. Nafikiria umenishinda.
You know, I've been trending as a meme since 2017. But wewe umetrend siku ngapi sai? How does it feel to be a meme? Uko sawa? Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Is it still morning? Yes, it is. Good morning. Happy anniversary, happy World Press Freedom Day, happy, what else? Birthday. Yes, there are several people celebrating their birthdays today. Happy birthday to all of you. Nafurahi sana kuwaona. My name is Zubeida Kananu, the president of Kenya Editors Guild. And as we focus on this year's theme, allow me to take you down memory lane. Are you ready for this? When I joined the newsroom a couple of years ago, msianze kuhesabu miaka, we couldn't be allowed into edit suits without time codes. You had to sit down, preview all the footage from DV tapes and Betacams, write down time codes for every clip you wanted to use, script to picture, voice the story, and insert clips, captions, and graphics in real time. If you messed up, you had to repeat the entire process. It was tedious, technical, and demanding. I know that sounds like Greek to many of you today, but it tells you just how fast the media world is evolving. Back then, we were operating between analog and digital. Today, we are talking about artificial intelligence. We are now in an era where AI can transcribe, caption, generate graphics, research, edit, and proofread, just in a matter of seconds. I've personally witnessed digital employees hosting shows and commercials. I've also seen AI used to curate content for various age groups in newsrooms, particularly in China, and an AI-powered radio station running over 1,000 frequencies, all operated at the touch of a button. I've seen AI used to preserve history and retell stories from the past. These aren't far-off dreams. They are happening now. Some African countries have already begun integrating AI into their newsrooms. In Kenya, conversations have started, but we must move with speed. As the Kenya Editors Guild, we are committed to working with stakeholders to build capacity for editors and reporters, create platforms for these conversations, and partner with academia to research the status of AI in our newsrooms, the challenges, possible solutions, and progress in policy formulation. We are also exploring ways AI can generate revenue to sustain journalism. In recent weeks, through the Media Council of Kenya, we've reviewed the current code of conduct, which now sets standards for the ethical use of emerging technologies and AI. We acknowledge you, sir, and we appreciate you for gazetting this updated code, a significant step toward anchoring responsible innovation within our media landscape. We now appeal to the ministry to support full implementation of these standards. Instead of clamping down on digital platforms, we also urge the government to enforce existing laws, address gaps, and create a safe space online without violating constitutional rights. We are also open to partnering with government and tech firms to develop homegrown AI solutions that serve the unique needs of our media. Connectivity remains a major barrier. We appeal to the government to boost network access, making it affordable and reliable for all, and to offer tax incentives, especially for media houses, to adopt new technologies in their operations. We also submitted a sector working group report with specific recommendations on AI to the ministry, and we hope it will be implemented in full. We mark this year's World Press Freedom Day just hours after High Court Judge Bahati Momuye issued orders stopping the Communication Authority of Kenya, CA, the Attorney General, the Cabinet Secretary, Safaricom, and Airtel from interfering with internet access until a case filed by 7 organizations is heard and determined. This ruling comes amid fears of internet disruptions and threat to digital freedoms. Just recently, CA threatened to revoke the broadcast licenses of the Standard Group PLC over a debt. There have been allegations of threats to shut down media houses. The BBC was barred from privately screening its Blood Parliament documentary. These actions point to a disturbing pattern, an erosion of press freedom, and an attempt to intimidate and silence the media. Our ranking on the RSF World Press Freedom Index has dropped from position 102 in 2024 to 117 in 2025. That sharp decline reflects the harsh reality on the ground. The threats to media independence are real, growing, and are urgent. Let us be clear, journalism is not a crime. The press is a pillar of democracy and must be allowed to operate freely. I urge the government to uphold its constitutional duty to protect journalists, not punish them for doing their work. Looking ahead, we are proud, as SG said, to announce that Kenya will be bidding to host next year's Africa Media Convention at the end of this month. We thank the Ministry of ICT for its commitment to support this effort. We also appeal to the Cabinet Secretary to end the long wait for the establishment of the MCK board. A functioning board is essential to safeguarding the independence and integrity of the media. To the nominees of this year's Annual Journalism Excellence Awards, AJEA, congratulations. Your work is proof that powerful, ethical, and impactful journalism still thrives. I urge you to continue embracing technology responsibly, use AI for fact-checking, story enhancement, and audience engagement, but always with a critical eye. AI is powerful, but it's also not perfect. To academia, we call on you to continuously review journalism curricula to ensure students are not only skilled in storytelling, but also tech-savvy, ethically grounded, and prepared for the newsroom of tomorrow. Already, many Kenyans are using AI to promote businesses, produce music, innovate in health, and much more. The media must not be left behind. Let us recommit today to protect press freedom, embracing innovation responsibly, and ensuring that the future of journalism in Kenya is not only brave, but also bold, ethical, and free. Asanteni sana and enjoy your day.
Another round of applause for Zubeida, please. Speaking to the issues of our current realities, a slight drop in terms of where we were as far as the Press Freedom Index is concerned, but also acknowledging the work that the Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy has done in terms of impact as far as journalism is also concerned. And a clarion call to academia to make sure that the graduates being churned out to the marketplace are also experiencing a market-fit curriculum while in class. So they get out and are ready to work. Something interesting she pointed out was how she started off in the newsroom using DV tapes. I'll tell you, there's a gentleman in this very room who wrote a story on a typewriter. So that's just context of how far the evolution has come. But the reason I really want to thank Zubeida for her address is because, you know, at times they say the media says the things society can't say. And I was really wondering, how will I tell CS about this meme? Na nisimwage unga. Because you know, it's a very tricky balance. Because that one is not, hata siku mwaga unga. Hapo umebomoa posho meal. You have nothing left as far as the job is concerned. So thank you for that adequate segue. And if we are asked, it was Zubeida, not the MC. Not the MC at all. Thank you so much for that. I'll call upon our next speaker, Ms. Jane Kamau, who's the Deputy Director, Knowledge Management at the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. A round of applause for her, please. You know, you can also continue just clapping for her until she gets here. So she either walks faster or you clap longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable William Kabogo, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy. Allow me to write on the protocols already established. My name is Jane Kamau. I serve as a Deputy Director, Information and Knowledge Management at the Commission. And I'm honored to stand before you this morning on behalf of the Commission Secretary and the Chief Executive Officer of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, Dr. Daniel Mutegi Giti. Dr. Giti conveys his warm greetings and sincere regrets for being unable to join us in person due to unavoidable obligations. It is, however, my privilege to deliver his keynote remarks at this important media summit. Ladies and gentlemen, the media is not simply a tool of information. It is the heartbeat of our modern society. It reflects our collective identity, steers national discourse, and shapes public opinion. I wonder how the world would be without the media. I think we would be in the dark. In Kenya, the media has been instrumental in deepening our democracy, fostering civic engagement, exposing injustices, educating citizens, and amplifying the voices of the marginalized. Yet, with this immense power of the media comes responsibility. As the Commission entrusted with advancing national cohesion, combating discrimination, and nurturing peaceful coexistence, the NCIC recognizes that a free, ethical, and accountable media industry is indispensable towards achieving our mandate. Distinguished guests, we are firmly entrenched in the digital age, a time marked by the rapid and borderless flow of information, where anyone with a smartphone can influence national and global conversations. This digital revolution brings remarkable opportunities, greater inclusivity in storytelling, rapid dissemination of information, innovative content formats, and the empowerment of previously unheard voices. But these opportunities are shadowed by serious challenges, including fake news, hate speech, and incitement, thereby jeopardizing the very fabric of our society. Ladies and gentlemen, in this dynamic environment, media accountability is not a professional standard. It is a civic imperative. This year's theme of the annual Media Summit, Public Interest in the Era of Technology, Media Accountability, and National Values, could not be more timely or more urgent. At its core, public interest demands that the media serve all Kenyans, not just political or corporate needs or interests, but the people themselves, including Wanjiku herself. Our Constitution, Article 10 on national values and principles of governance, together with our shared national aspirations, require a media sector that upholds human dignity, fosters unity, and champions responsible communication. These values are not abstract. They are the underpinnings of our national cohesion. Upholding them requires a shared vision and collective action from every sector represented here today. At NCIC, we remain resolute in monitoring and responding to hate speech, whether online or on mainstream media outlets. We are committed to facilitating multi-stakeholder dialogues, such as this summit, to bridge divides and set shared standards. Promoting peace journalism and narratives that celebrate Kenya's diversity remains our top priority. To deepen our impacts, we are ready to collaborate with regulators, media houses, and digital platforms to foster safe and inclusive online spaces. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree that Kenya's nation building centers on how we as Kenyans use or utilize our communication tools. Are we going to use our communication tools to amplify division, or are we going to use our communication tools to foster dialogue? Are we going to chase sensationalization or pursue substance and truth? Let us embrace media accountability, not as a restriction, but as a guiding compass leading us towards justice, peace, and shared prosperity. Let us commit to our national values, not just in policy, but in every headline. As I conclude, I leave you with the enduring words of a South African journalist, Nat Nakasa, who said, "I may shut my mouth, but I will not lie. In the spirit of truth, integrity, and nationhood, let us build a media culture that serves and protects." I thank you.
As they say, I want to request, given the time we are pressed, and Waziri has to leave for some other function, I want to request the CEO of the Media Council, Bwana MBS, to manage the remaining session so that we can move. So Bwana Omoyo, karibu sana. I know the remaining guys are largely your fellow CEOs. Okay, so we, well.
Let's let it flow. Don't blame me. I'm okay.
Okay, so then let's follow the program.
Okay, back to regular programming, as we say in our trade. I'd like to call upon Dr. James Njogu, Acting Secretary General and Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, for his remarks as well. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage.
Thank you very much. I will try to be very short, so no worry. I will keep to my 2 minutes. Our chief guests, Honorable William Kabogo Gitao, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy. Keynote speakers with me here, the panelists seated there and here, and all participants. So I'm from the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, and the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO is aligned with the mandate of UNESCO, which is peace, sustainable development, and intellectual collaboration. We align with that mandate through 5 UNESCO programs: UNESCO Education, Natural Science, Social and Human Sciences, Culture, and the 5th is Communication and Information. It is under Communication and Information that we participate in this very important conference. So I am greatly honored to join you today at the annual Media Summit 2025, and I honestly take this opportunity to thank the Media Council, Bwana Omoyo, for organizing this, and the various partners who are here today. The Kenya National Commission for UNESCO is cognizant cognizant of the key role Media Council of Kenya plays to promote press freedom, empowering the media to serve as a watchdog for good governance, justice, and the rule of law. Our chief guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here under the auspice of this year's theme, which has been mentioned severally, public interest in the era of technology, media accountability, and national values. This carries a lot of weight. We are reminded of the vital importance to have this timely conversation. We certainly live in an era that we need to balance the need to uphold our national values, while also allowing the media to report freely on crucial matters that affect the public. The media landscape certainly is changing rapidly, and it is not just in Kenya, but globally. Issues that are addressed even during the General Conference of UNESCO. The media, or the digital innovation and emerging tools like generative AI are shaping how content is created, shared, and consumed. These tools serve as enabler and also as disruptors. Hence why the summit is timely. It comes at the crucial juncture for the Kenya media as it navigates fast digital transition and growing misinformation as a side effect which is negative. Also, the public issue comes in, public trust issues and integrity. The effect of AI, social media, citizen journalism has challenged traditional media, and this calls for renewed focus on ethics, accountability, and putting the public interest first. We have witnessed how powerful the digital platform have become in influencing public discourse in Kenya and certainly globally. Our very own Gen Zs have redefined what public participation looks like. What happened in the village barasas, social halls, is now happening in this social media. This shows how technology can be harnessed as a force for good, helping to mobilize citizens, inform and influence public policy. But again, digital platforms are a double-edged sword. We have also seen the flip side, where these platforms are misused to push misinformation campaigns that manipulate public opinion, fuel online hate, and violate the rights to access accurate information. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, our solution do not revolve around more regulations, but better conversation and multi-stakeholder approach between the government, media, civil society, and even the tech companies. Amidst the chaos of misinformation, the fourth estate must uphold the highest standard of integrity in reporting, particularly on issues as critical as matters of public interest. Journalists have a big role to play in protecting the public from misinformation. Journalists also hold the crucial task of educating the public on fundamental strategies for combating this crisis and supporting those most affected by it, as well as helping them identify misleading information and guiding them to where they can find accurate and trustworthy information. As I conclude, the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, aligned with the global tenets, we fully support collaborative initiatives that promote press freedom, access to factual information, and media innovation that aligns with UNESCO global standards and Kenya national development priorities. This aligns with the UNESCO key mandate in promotion of peace, sustainable development, and intellectual collaborations. Once again, I take this opportunity to appreciate the Media Council of Kenya for organizing this summit that will spark discussions, not only influence policy, but also support a renewed commitment to media professionalism and democratic accountability. Together, let us work tirelessly to promote powerful, independent, and sustainable media landscape that serves the public good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Njogu. Very quickly, I'd like to call upon Mr. Oscar Otieno, who's the Deputy Data Commissioner at the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Round of applause for him as he comes on stage.
Thank you, MC, to the Cabinet Secretary, Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy, CEOs present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. Thank you so much. I've been introduced. My name is Oscar Otieno, Deputy Data Commissioner at the Office of the Data Protection Commission. We are glad to be here this morning. Maybe briefly, as an Office of the Data Protection Commission, we are there to regulate the processing of personal data. As you've heard from some keynote speakers, Zubeida and the rest, almost every day we do churn out a lot of personal information, and we do this and put them in the social media and all that. Basically, there are entities that do collect our personal data and process them and use them in a manner that they maybe is not compliant with the law, in a manner that does not observe your rights. So as an Office of the Data Protection Commission, we are there to regulate this processing of these personal data. So with me, this morning, I have a small speech from the office. It's about 2 minutes just to bring context on this annual media summit. It is both a privilege and solemn responsibility to address you this day, an event that honors outstanding journalism, while also reminding us of our role in shaping the soul of this nation. The theme before us this year, public interest in the era of technology, media accountability, and national values, is both powerful and urgent. Technology has changed everything. The speed of news, the reach of stories, and the expectations placed on media professionals. But while our tools have evolved, our core duties remain unchanged: to serve for public interest. We now operate in a world where a single tweet or post or reporting can ignite public discourse or destroy reputations, morals, and a nation. And as gatekeepers of information, we must ask ourselves, are we publishing because it's true or because it trends? Are we informing or simply amplifying the noise? Ladies and gentlemen, in this age of algorithms, we must fight for accuracy over attention and truth over traffic. But there's another layer to this conversation, and that's the layer of data that I was introducing. So in this digital era, data is power. And with that power comes a new responsibility to protect the privacy, dignity, and security of the people we report on. Ladies and gentlemen, we must no longer ask only questions that, is it true? We must now ask questions such as, is it ethical? Is it necessary? And does it serve the public interest? Or simply is a public curiosity? The Kenya's Data Protection Act provides a legal framework, but our editorial conscience must go further. It's important to note that the misuse of data is not just a legal risk, it is a moral breach. Let us challenge ourselves. We are training our teams on data. Are we training our teams on data protection? Are we treating information as a public trust and not a private asset? And are we balancing press freedom vis-a-vis the rights to privacy? Media accountability today is not just getting the story right. It is about getting the ethics right. We must not allow the speed of digital publishing to outrun our judgment. We must not allow access to data silence our humanity. Our Constitution speaks of integrity, inclusivity, human dignity. These are not abstract ideas. They must shape our editorial decision every single day. Ideally, excellence in journalism is not just about what we publish, it's about what we protect. The lives, the truths, and the values behind every story about our country and the people. I think later, tomorrow we'll be honoring journalists who have gone above and beyond. Journalists and media professionals who have demonstrated courage, credibility, and commitment to the public good. We'll celebrate you all. But let us also recommit to being guardians of truth, custodians of data, and champions of national values. We congratulate those awardees for tomorrow, and may your light continue to shine, not just in the newsrooms and our offices, but across this nation we are all proud to serve. Thank you so much, and may God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Bwana Oscar. Next up, I'd like to call upon Ms. Agnes Kaleche, the Managing Director of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, for her keynote address as well. A round of applause for her as she comes on stage.
Thank you, Geoff. I'll try to keep it at 2 minutes. Our chief guest, Honorable William Kabogo Gitau, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy, my friend and brother, Mr. David Omoyo, CEO, Media Council of Kenya, and our host today, CEO's presence, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Now, before I start my remarks, allow me to recognize the presence of one of our media owners, who is the Vice Chair, Mr. Ken Garuya. Please stand up and wave to the crowd. Thank you. At this point, I want to thank Media Council for organizing this summit. David Omoyo and team, you guys rock. My name is Agnes Kaleche Nguna, the Managing Director and CEO of your national broadcaster, KBC. But honestly, I'm just a Kenyan who loves a good story, whether it's over a cup of chai or reading trending stories on X. Today's summit is about public interest in the era of technology, media accountability, and national values. It's about the stories we tell, the trust we build, and the Kenya we love. So let's dive in. I want you to picture this. You are scrolling on X, and you see a story about a boda boda rider in Kisumu who's teaching children to read during his breaks. The story has thousands of likes and comments like, "This is Kenya," and a retweet from someone in Mombasa saying, "We need this in every county." That is just not news. It's a story that sparks pride and unity and reminds us of our values. But how do we keep these stories shining amidst fake news and clickbaits? That is now our challenge as media. Technology has changed that game. My grandmother in Kitui, years back, used to wait for KBC 7 p.m. news to know what's happening in the country. Now my nephew gets the scoop from TikTok before I even take my morning coffee. At KBC, we are using apps, live streams, and X to share stories from Wajir to Webuye. In the recent past, we have amplified a community call for flood relief, connecting them to get help fast. That's technology serving the public, amplifying voices, building Kenya. And you, the audience, are co-creators. tweeting about, let's say, potholes in Buruburu, or sharing stories of building schools in Garissa. That's public interest in action. Now, I want us to keep it 100%. Technology is very tricky. It spreads lies faster than a matatu on Mombasa Road. A fake video, like last month of our politicians, went viral. It stirred chaos until we debunked it. And technology companies are repurposing our stories without paying, starving quality journalism. Accountability in this case is our answer and our promise. We are training journalists to spot fakes and saying, call us out. And I challenge every media house presence here. Make accountability as Kenyan as Ugali. It's how our audiences earn our trust. Now let's quickly talk about national values: unity, integrity, patriotism. These are not just in our words in our constitution. They are our superpower. When we cheer Eliud Kipchoge or Faith Kipyegon smashing world records, that's patriotism. When a journalist exposes a shady deal, that's integrity. And when we come together as Kenyans to build a market after a fire, that is unity. At KBC, we are telling these stories to remind us of who we are: creative, resilient, and unstoppable, and truly Kenyan. But values don't just happen, they are built. Technology helps, but it can also tear us apart if we are not careful. Misinformation can fuel divisions, erode integrity, and weaken our unity. That's why we need a media that's not just tech-savvy, but value-driven and tells stories that inspire trust and togetherness. So how do we make this happen? It starts with all of us here. My colleagues in government, defend press freedom. Private sector, invest in quality journalism, not just flashy ads. Civil society and academia, partner with us to fight misinformation with facts. Kenyans, please engage us, share stories, but question us, keep us in check. To every media house present here, let's share best practices, embrace ethical tech, make accountability your brand. Let us build a media that feels like home. At KBC, we are dreaming big, a media where tech stories make us laugh, cry, and think of stories of Harambee. That is the future we are building. Innovative, accountable, and rooted in values that make us Kenyans. Let's make this summit a spark of media revolution. That's one that serves the public, scream Kenyans' values, and make you say, that is my story. At KBC, we are all in, ready to inform, entertain, and unite. Thank you, and let's keep the Kenyan spirit blazing.
Thank you so much for that, Kelechi. Another round of applause for her. Her parting shot being, we keep the Kenya spirit blazing. And that really is the theme, because even as we look at public interest in the era of technology, there's that last part where you're talking about national values. And that really is the Kenyan spirit right there. I'll call upon Mr. Demas Kiprono, Chairperson of the Media Complaints Commission, for his keynote address as well. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Cabinet Secretary, William Kabogo, CEO, Media Council of Kenya, distinguished guests, Director, media practitioners, and esteemed colleagues. The Media Complaints Commission is a statutory body mandated to adjudicate and mediate media complaints. We receive complaints from members of the public, the state, corporate entities, including other media houses against journalists and media entities. And as such, we are the ones charged with interpreting and enforcing the code of conduct. And for this, we thank the Cabinet Secretary and the Media Council for ensuring that we have updated the code. Thank you very much. It is an honor to address you today at this pivotal summit, where we reflect on the critical role of a free, responsible, and ethical media in strengthening our democracy while upholding national values. Kenya's media landscape is vibrant and influential, shaping public discourse, holding power to account, and empowering citizens. Yet, with this influence comes great responsibility. The Media Complaints Commission exists to ensure that this power is exercised with integrity, guided by the Code of Conduct on the Practice of Journalism and anchored in Article 34 of the Constitution, as well as Article 10 on national values. In a dynamic democracy like ours, media regulation is not about stifling freedom, but about safeguarding truth, fairness, and national cohesion. We intervene where reporting risks harming individuals or society, but not to punish, but to correct, educate, and uphold professionalism. We have built the law on various issues, including protection of children, content of headlines, etc. Today, as misinformation spreads faster than facts, assisted by artificial intelligence and social media, which polarizes and threatens social unity, our role is more vital than ever. We call on the media to self-regulate diligently, to prioritize accuracy over speed, and always ask, does this story uphold national and public interests while respecting dignity and national values? The Commission remains committed to fair, impartial, and constructive regulation, one that protects both freedom of expression and free and independent media and the rights of citizens. Together, let us ensure Kenya's media remains a beacon of trust and democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. At this particular point in time, we'll have a brief switch before I call our CEO for his keynote address, because it'll be packed with information and we'll need to see that information on the screens. I'd like to ask all of us to please come to the front and occupy the front row of seats so that you'll be able to see what's being beamed on the screen as he does his presentation. As you take your seats in the audience, I'll call upon our CEO, Mr. David Omoyo, Chief Executive Officer of the Media Council of Kenya, to get ready to give his speech. I'll also call upon our tech team to take a podium up on stage for him to give his address as well.
Our CS, CEOs, editors, journalists, and everybody who believes in press freedom and responsible media, good morning. If you believe in those, then you are in the right place, where we celebrate World Press Freedom Day, and also freedom of the media, but also accountability and responsibility. Before I move to performing the constitutional mandate, Waziri, the law requires us as the Media Council to once every year release a report on the public perception on the media. What do Kenyans think the media are, which is the report we're doing today. But also comment about the theme for this year. It's press freedom, it's accountability, and it's national values, a combination of those and responsibility. As Waziri will come later to launch the Code of Ethics, I'll also comment about it that I thank the stakeholders. We've had a marathon time. We have had a lot of start, stop in reviewing the Code of Ethics. Until I think in the past 90 days, we realized, we said we will stop at the finishing line. The code has taken a bit of time to reflect about new technologies, artificial intelligence, national values, and of course, child protection, with a little beef up on matters gambling and all that. And I believe that we are all, as Kenyan population increases, more media outlets increase, we are going to be reflecting and seeing how best to perform our work in the media. For now, ladies and gentlemen, straight into it. I want to get into the discussion about the state of the media in Kenya. I can bet that this may not work, and we have to let someone guide us. We did this survey as a disclaimer that we usually have at least one external research agency, and then we mirror it with our internal research unit. We did a computer-assisted survey. We had targeted 3,600 respondents. We got a little more, and we covered all the 47 counties. We had 3,714 respondents to the questions, where is the general source of information for Kenya? Television remains the leading, social media, and then radio. You will notice that in this year, television has done a lot of catch-up, but social media seems to be outdoing radio. The people who have not lost friends, family, colleagues, and of course the standard village gossips who spread a lot of news around. 11% is very good for the people who move from place to place, spreading information and mostly misinformation. Newspapers are at 5%, bloggers and magazines. The main source of information, social media. Then of course television and radio. So just not confuse that this is the people consume information from this, but the main source primarily, where do you immediately get news from, is social media. That seems to be at 37%, almost approaching half of Kenyans will initially get news on social media before they go to radio or TV. So kama wewe bado ingia kwa mitandao and you have information to spread, please find your way there. But TV is still good, and of course radio 25%. There is a very important thing to note here. In a typical day, do you watch TV? Yes, 63%. A very high number of Kenyans, 37, do not watch TV. It is an extremely high number, and it has been going high. And I believe even you, when you talk to a few people, you hear people saying, mimi niliwachana na TV. Have you heard that on the streets? So, moving that, it's a matter for introspection. Why is such a high number of people saying TV hatutaki? Remember, you notice that TVs are predominant. It's available now, last mile connectivity and all that. TV sets are high. But now, many people, 37, say they do not watch TV. Then those who watch, of course, they do 1 to 2 hours. And as usual, those in the media know, TV is a night medium. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., isn't it? That's when we have 60% of the people watching it. And that's between 1 to 2 hours or 3 to 4 hours. So 7 to 10 p.m. is about 3 hours. So if you combine 34 and 26, that is about 60%, which you're seeing there's a 7 to 10 p.m. In a typical day, you listen to radio? Yes. Still 57. no 43. Consistently, we are getting an increasing number of Kenyans who are keeping off mainstream media. We will get to that. And inversely, unlike TV, radio is a morning medium, isn't it? It's a mix of Good Morning Kenya, Patanisho, and what wengine, you know what you listen to in the morning, isn't it? And people is 1 to 2 hours. Is that the duration of the traffic jam from Rongai to Nairobi? Sababu radio watu wasikizi nyumbani ni kwa gari. And then 7 to 10 p.m. then later on people. But so radio is a morning medium, while TV is an evening medium. On a typical day, this is not in the absolute 100. The people who know statistics know what this means. But so in a typical day, people are told to give a list of what TV do you watch in a day. Citizen TV, 75% of Kenyans at least interact with Citizen TV. 31% NTV, 28% K24, na kuna kamoja kamekuja kanaitwa TV Magharibi. 11% watch our KBC TV. You will notice that the TV viewership is fairly distributed, but we have people who lead. But the most notable improvement is KTN Home from last year, which has fairly come up, but we'll come to that. Most watched TV station, we have Citizen, then Inoro, then K24, NTV, and Ramogi up there. And I think the other slide there was it's last year's. So Citizen TV has an increment. I think we have missed a slide there that shows that was 2023, this is 2024. So we are 53% up from 35 last year. And you notice now NTV is noticing a drop here, but it was doing very well the other time. So there are those numbers up and down and all that. As usual, we have the commitment that the guys who get interested in this, I know we have many people here interested, we avail the raw data for free to the media partners to keep digesting, because data you can query what you want. So usually the media houses that we work with, they can access the raw data and the questionnaires to find out, because there are deeper questions. This is about 10 slides only. There are deeper questions. We went deep into this. Radio Citizen, followed by Jampo, Radio Maisha, then Milele, then Classic 105, then Inoro. I'm just mentioning for you to notice that radio is principally a Swahili medium. Number 1, 2, 3, 4 will be Swahili, isn't it? Then wala watu wa Kizungu, 12%. And then after Kizungu, we go vernacular. Because then after that, you notice about from classic and Kiss and Hot, then we go vernacular. So if you're doing radio in a lot of English, unless you're targeting a very specific audience, maybe you need to find out what to do. And we also note that Radio Citizen has improved a bit from last year. And Radio Jambo, ideally the order has remained from last year, just an improvement of the percentages. Rank your most listened. What we do here is that now we convert them to absolute 100. Most listened. Give us one. In the other case, people tell us, kwa hizi ni gani unasikiza, so people could be. So in absolute 100, we are here. Others is a collection of very many. And those who will want to interrogate the deeper data, they will see who makes the others. Then we have Classic, then Jambo, Inoro in that order. So to assure, because that others is a very reasonable one, and it's not possible to convert it into a rate card, we will avail guys that to waone mahali wanapatikana so that they can get a rate card, of course. But you notice others last year were 11%, so this year the others have reduced to 9%, so the numbers remain largely that way. It's just that classic has gone up when we ask people to identify one. Newspapers, same story. Nation 34, now 35. Standard was 20 last year, now 21. Taifa Leo, the Star, and the same. Ideally, the same ranking, just that my gov has dropped from 3% to 1%. Na kuna others. Citizen Weekly has dropped from 9% to 3%. Websites, Tuko, Citizen Digital, Mpasho, Standard, and Nation in that others. The elephant has appeared now, and Phoenix News. I have to warn you that we have, because of this big crisis of disinformation and fake news, we have a lot of fake versions of websites that move around. You get a Citizen logo, the website you click in kupeleka mahali wanauza vitu zingine and all that, or they spread fake news with a strange logo and all that. But this is we try to do to make sure that this is the accurate one now. I believe everybody can see. WhatsApp and Facebook. I want to bet that since you came here, at least half of you have gone to their WhatsApp. Unless simu haina moto ama data ilikatika. We still have a quarrel with one of our telco service providers who give us unlimited internet. And then they tell us you have used 75% of your unlimited internet. So tunashinda umetumia aje. So kama data ijakuishia, I believe everybody has engaged with one of those. TikTok remains, and YouTube has fallen a bit. Instagram too, but ideally WhatsApp and Facebook are the same, and you will notice that mostly when people see news, even on Facebook or website, what unaweza forward kwa WhatsApp, everybody looks for that icon pale. Na hii article, kwa nini, I know we do some bulletin out, people are saying, find a way of forwarding. The time spent. Now, two critical questions, which is the constitutional questions. Trust in media. If you add some trust and a lot of trust, we retain 74%, which is a slight improvement from the last year. No trust at all has gone down from 9% to 5%, so there is improving trust in the media. Generally, people trust TV, radio, and social media, and all those going down. The most trusted media outlets, you can see them, RMS, then KBC, and the rest. People are concerned about misinformation, inadequate coverage of important issues, gaming and gambling, and bias in the media. Of course, freedom of the media is celebrated, and quick dissemination of information. Critical question. This year we focused on this question as a new one because of what is happening. And 73% of Kenyans think the media covers government unfairly. Yes, 73%. You can see the distribution and all that. So we do not have a lot of in-between, but we have the breakdown and all that. So it's a matter for discussion. Why do we have the high number who think that government is not being covered fairly? And you see that it's an average thing. It's either male or female, urban, rural, or peri-urban. There is a general feeling that almost 3 out of 4 Kenyans think the media, government is not being covered fairly. Some other to discuss, and I know we're going to spend the day discussing and dissecting this. AI, numbers like last year, people are not aware of AI. We need to have a lot of information. Unfortunately, even the users in the newsrooms, our journalists, are not aware of AI. So Waziri, I know we launched the national AI strategy to turn the first illiterate ni hawa. That is the State of the Media Report 2024. As you digest it, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take the pleasure from the MC that I invite our CS, Honorable William Kabogo, to come give us his remarks, open the media summit, and launch the code of ethics so that we can declare the summit officially open. Karibu sana Waziri. Makofi jamani. He will reserve the right kama ataongea wale watu walikuwa na mchora ama hataongea, he reserves that right.
Mabibi na mabana, hamjambo. Itifaki zote zikiheshimika. Ni Brenda alisema nilitrend mbaya. Na wakati tulikuwa tumeketi hapa, nimeangalia suruali za wenzangu, kama kuna moja imeguza kiatu nikapata hakuna. Lakini wa Kenya hivyo ndivyo walivyo. The beauty is I truly enjoy it. And this is how you should be, just simple and don't worry about too many things that people say. And if you worry, then you will have a problem in life by carrying everything that you feel and see at heart. Politicians have a story to tell, but this I will say another day. This morning I was having a courtesy call with the British High Commissioner, and he asked me, you know, William, soon we'll have elections. What is going to happen to the media fraternity and reporting? And you know, Kenya has cycles of situations in electioneering period. And what I said is, we have to be responsible. And I sometimes want to say, it's important to report things responsibly. When I was engaged in this job that I like, do you know this job is interesting? You could live here and go out and find that your car is gone, as it used to happen during Moi's time. You would be fired on radio, mostly KBC. Utoke nje, ukifika hapo unapata gari haiko na imeenda. Unauliza dereva ameenda wapi, ati hapana, recalled. So we have come a long way. I think it was Brenda who was saying how far we have come. Nimesikia huyo ndugu yangu anaitwa president. There is a time in Kenya you would never have been referred to as president. Sijameni tumetoka mbali sana. But if you ask me to say one or two things and sit down, this space, we don't have to have rules. And I thank I appreciate those who have thanked us for doing the gazettement of the code. That's what was expected of us. government is completely committed to the rule of law, constitutionalism. And believe you me or not, that we are committed. I have also seen that government is not, people believe government is not very fairly reported, which is fine for me, because that's what we try and say all the time. But if I was to say simply, we just need to be able to create, and this is what I told the UK High Commissioner, is that we have to agree how we deal in this space, as opposed to expecting government to make laws on everything. And I told the commissioner that I'm told that UK doesn't have a constitution, but they are okay. So if we can agree as users of this space how to conduct business and ourselves, then this space will be fine. But from a politician's perspective, I would want to have journalists with me who cover me and make my story look good. You also know that you will have reporters or agents who make sure that everything they report about you is negative. And these are the rules of this game. But it's our space. So if you tell me to say two things, I would say, let's be responsible. And I want to tell you what happened to me when I was one week in this job. I visited KBC. And as I was exiting, there were these guys with cameras on stands. Hebu wewe bwana, situkuuliza maswali kadhaa. Umekuja hapa namna gani? Said, I've come to here to see KBC and understand how they're operating. I know that things are very tight for them, and we have a plan. And truly, believe me, we have a plan to reorganize KBC to make it an international standard broadcasting corporation. And that will happen. If I keep my job, it will happen. So, MD, I'm sure you know that we have a plan. So as I was speaking to this journalist, one of them said, Sasa wewe, what are you going to do about social media na vile kuna mambo mingi na nini? And without thinking much about that question, I said, look, we have to be responsible. No, inasemekana wewe unaweza zima radio. I said, inasemekana wapi? Huku tu mtaani kwa social media na wapi? And I said to him, you know, government has capacity to switch off. But we do not have the intention to ever switch off anyone, because there's freedom of expression. There's freedom. It's enshrined in our Constitution. And I gave an example of how you can switch off a radio or a TV. And I gave the example of Rwanda during the genocide, where a radio was used to propagate hate and cause thousands of people to be killed. But that evening, when I opened my TV as usual, Kabogo threatens. Je, huo nungwana? You understand what I'm saying? So we have to understand how to play and be fair and just. It's important to report fairly and accurately. I don't want to say much off the cuff, but I have a lot to say if you ask me. But the trending, I enjoyed. That was good. That was very good. And I've been looking today as I sit here, and nothing is happening. So one of them, I think, said, we are under attack from DDOs. And then the reply said, Mambia Kaboko apigie Soipan to bring KDF. Space is very good. So anyway, I appreciate Media Council for inviting me to this very important occasion. Let me begin by commending the Media Council of Kenya for convening this important summit and for your unwavering commitment to professionalism and ethical journalism in our nation. This year's theme, Public Interest in the Era of Technology, Media Accountability and National Values, could not be more timely. We are living in a digital age where the speed and scale of information dissemination are unprecedented. Technology has become both a powerful tool and a destructive force too. On one hand, we celebrate how it has democratized access to information, amplified voices, and transformed storytelling. On the other hand, we face the harsh reality of misinformation, hate speech, disinformation, and eroding public trust. In this era, the role of media is not just to inform, it is to uphold truth, reinforce national values, and defend the public interest. The media must not only reflect who we are as a society, but also help shape who we aspire to be in the future. Our Constitution outlines national values like integrity, patriotism, human dignity, and social justice. This must remain in the compass that guides both traditional and digital media. When these values are undermined, whether by sensationalism, propaganda, or unchecked digital content, our unity and democracy are put at risk. As a government, we are taking deliberate steps to support this sector. We are finalizing our national digital content policy, expanding digital literacy efforts, and investing in infrastructure for public and community media. But we cannot do this alone. I call upon journalists, editors, tech platforms, bloggers, and influencers. Let us work together to build a media ecosystem that serves the public good. Truthfully, respectably, and ethically. Let us be accountable to the people we serve, and let us never forget that in every broadcast, headline, or tweet lies the power to either build or break. I've just mentioned one of those things, and I remember calling a CEO the other day, talking about certain headlines. And you know, government has a long arm, they say. And I used to say so also myself. And you get to a situation where you hear someone sits somewhere in Korogosho, Kilimani, or somewhere in Bondo, decides the headline for today, writes it and sends it to the editor. And the editor is supposed to find information to fit that headline. Je, huo ungwana? Simunijibu lakini jameni. Je, huo ungwana? Report as it is. Kama saa hii jioni utakuja kuona wale wamenibandika ati Kaboko alisema. Ni sawa tu, but you know, before they would ask you for a video to prove what you said. You know, like when we were campaigning, sometimes I was accused of having said some things about ladies. There's never been a video. And people would always ask for videos those days. But today with AI, my friend, video itapatikana. video itapatikana. Na hakuna kitu inauzika haraka kama fake news. Inauzika haraka sana. But we have a country to protect. This is our home. Hatuna nyingine. Lazima tutafute njia ya kuishi at this media platform, which is very important on informing Kenyans. Na hii kitu watu wakikamata wale wa siasa, hii tumepatiwa hapa na CEO sahi. Utaona watu watahama radios fulani, watahama TV fulani, wakielekea Royal Media, because that's where they get the people. Au sio namna hiyo? Nirudi kwa hii maneno niwache story mingi. So let us be accountable to the people we serve. And let us never forget that in every broadcast headline or tweet lies the power to either build or break. Together, let us safeguard the future of our media and through it, the future of our country. Asanteni sana, mubarikiwe. Wale wenye kamera, tutatafuta siku nyingine majaliwa, Mungu akipenda, ya hiyo maswali mumeniwekea, kwa sababu najua mumeweka maswali sana. Leo ni siku ya Media Council, na tuwapongeze kwa makofi, kazi mzuri wanafanya. And government is not in bed with the Media Council, if I may use that language, because it's commonly referred to, meaning that we do things that are there just to help government. Criticize government and criticize government responsibly. Let us report things as they are. I was looking at newspapers and news the day the president of Finland visited His Excellency the President, and a question was asked about abductions. And the president said, kila hatua itachukuliwa kwa wale ambao, those who abducted people will be brought to book. And I imagine that was the right thing to say. But the twist of these things don't make our country look good. It's unfortunate that those things did actually happen. But it will be important for it to be a learning lesson so that these things never ever happen again in a modern society. So let's find a synergy where they, us, and everyone should be able to work together to make our country, Kenya, a better place for our children. Asanteni.
Thank you so much for that, CS Kabogo. But at this time, we will be formally launching and unveiling the Code of Conduct for Media Practice. Hours and hours, months and months, years and years of blood, sweat, and tears put into this. And the moment has come. New regulations, of course, cognizant of the evolution as far as technology and the practice and the business of news and media is concerned. Gazetted yesterday and fresh off of that into our annual media summit and the unveiling of this code of conduct. So our photographers, we shall be taking your cue. And for those who have been photographed, you know, when you're on the other side, you never usually know. If you can't see the camera person can't see you. That's the rule of photography. Also, rule number 2, please smile. This is it's a great unveiling, so please let us have that moment captured as well as we smile and take a photo and formally unveil the Code of Conduct for Media Practice. There we go. Fantastic stuff. Congratulations. And a bright future ahead for the media. Taking our cue from our photographers. If we are picture perfect. Tuko sawa? Fantastic, we're good. We can have our seats. as we do that, sorry, 1 second, we have a token of appreciation. The rest of us can have our seats, but the CEO and CS Kabogo will remain. There's a token of appreciation. The rest of us can have our seats. A token of appreciation from the Media Council of Kenya, presented to CS Kabogo, and as he has that, I'm sure some of us are taking bets on what the headline will be from all he has said today. There we go. Thank you so much. Round of applause for CS Kabogo as he takes his seat. Asante sana. And of course, as I was saying, I think bets are now officially on what the headline will be. From all that he has said right here on stage, you wait and see how that plays out. That brings us to our first break as far as the summit is concerned. We'll take a quick 10-minute break. When we come back, we reconvene for our first panel discussion. And please, let's keep it 10 minutes because we are really overrun on time. So 10 minutes break, let's stretch our legs, get some tea and refreshments, come back right here, discuss media framing of public interest issues, comparing media narratives of invasion of the National Assembly in Kenya and the Capitol building invasion that happened in the United States of America. We take a short break, 12:18. We are back here at 1:30 for this particular discussion. It will be moderated by Dr. Dennis Galava. So 10 minutes break, back at 12:30 for our first panel discussion. Irungu ni mbona?
how to utilize technology, that now we're talking about artificial intelligence, generated images and voices, and how to make sure that we stick to the ethics of journalism, the privacies and all that, as you utilize technology and all that. And then we move down into now other platforms, because the previous code was principally print.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oriented. Now this code encompasses the ethics to follow on any platform. Either you're doing your work online, you're doing a little podcast, you're doing the normal print, you're doing digital distribution. As long as you fall into the category of professional media, how then to work within the code's rules. So really, number one, this code ideally opened and all platforms for distribution of media content. And number two, it opened as to reflect about with technology-assisted journalism, AI, image modifications, voice modifications, and all that. How then do you get to do that while remaining ethical? And ideally, noticing that now journalists and media houses are moving into spaces occupied by many others who are not professionals. How then can someone distinguish that this is a professional journalistic work by checking the pillars of ethics in media practice?
Okay, so if the last time you did this was in 2012, why now?
Ideally, the code of conduct, they call it subsidiary legislation. They're supposed to be updated every 10 years. It's assumed that after 10 years, a lot has changed. And, so that 10 years for us was 2022. It's not a good time to start changing regulations for media around an election time and all that. So you finish that, then you settle down and proceed. So ideally, the law requires that you relook at your regulations and all that in 10 years, not necessarily to change anything, but to update, and adapt them to changing realities. So really, and the truth of the matter is that around 2021, we started these discussions at a very open level. So there's been a bit of start-stop approach to really, and also there must be a bit of, let's say, stakeholder consultation, little budget and involvement of people to make sure that then we gather what is the ground really, what has changed, so that we can adapt the conduct to that. So I think we are within time. We just needed to get the election and the transitions over. Then you start this process. Some processes, especially if you want to bring in new regulations for operations of media, it's not advisable to do them when the media is preparing for a general election. So that's why we stopped and saying that after the election and the transition is over, then you can move and get this done.
And maybe the feeling that, you see, we have seen KTN having wrangles with the government, we've seen the government saying, you're media, we had the BBC thing. What about the feelings that you are launching this at the time when journalists are in kind of like a scuffle with the government?
No, I need to put the record straight that this code has input from media. We do not have exclusive government addition. It's actually the media sector, the editors, the journalists, the associations and all that who did the very last code of this. We started with the Attorney General's office to do the normal typesetting and gave to the CS to gazette. So this is not a government developed code. We put the old code back to the media sector. We worked around it, and the entire media sector, we had KUJ, we had the Editors Guild, media owners, digital broadcasters. We are the ones who handed the final document to the CS saying, we think this document has been updated. So anything that has been done is for typesetting, font and all that. We do not have, this is not a government-imposed code on the media. It is a media sector developed code. And then, to make a statutory instrument legal, it has to be gazetted. So it's the media sector that developed this code and handed it to CS to gazette. So they have, each of the critical people you see have a copy of the code. The draft one, the second draft, third draft and all that. We do not have any editing done from government. Yes, that is an assurance that this is a media sector code. So government was part of, I think we had, even meetings with 30 people, we had 1 or 2 government representatives. And critical media sector groups were part of this from the very beginning. They gave us oral and written submissions. We had civil society involvement, and they can confirm, all of them, that the final document that was handed over to the Ministry for Gazettement is what has been gazetted. There has been no addition, no interference and all that.
Yes, yes.
With the growing concern in media bias and political influence,
Yes.
what is the council doing to restore editorial independence?
Editorial, remember, like this is a code of ethics, isn't it? Ethics and conduct is a very internal, it's an integral, it's not a set of rules and regulations to follow. It's about you being ethical and understanding the impact of what you do and all that. And we have to accept that when people talk about issues of media bias and stuff like that, it's about when you consistently, people listen to their leaders. When leaders go consistently to communities and speak about media this and media that, the people in the communities tend to believe that. And so when we go around doing a survey, because our survey literally went to every village, people will try to immediately mirror what the local politicians said. So ideally, it's about more training and more sessions like this today to tell the journalists and media that be accountable. The consumers of the media have certain feelings. And you can see when we grade now what where people trust one media house against another and all that, is an opportunity for the media to reflect and ask, why do we have people having this bias or love towards one media against another? Because you can't prescribe these rules and walk around like a chief trying to impose them. It's getting the journalists and the media owners and the editors and all that to reflect and find out, by us conducting ourselves this way, this is the percentage of trust. By one media house doing this, they've seen the readership or the listenership going up. It's really, what we do is provide a mirror, really, that what you're doing, someone is watching, and the behavior of the consumers of this media, therefore, should be able to tell you what they think about what you do. Yeah. But so mostly, in very practical case, we do a lot of training, a lot of round tables and other opportunities really for the media to reflect and look at themselves in the mirror, peer review, listen to yourselves. We publish the weekly Media Observer magazine that allows, it's really a report of our monitoring of the media in the previous week. It really is an opportunity for the media to see what do independent people feel, what is peer review, and what do the public for who we work think and feel about us. Yeah.
Any additional remarks?
I think whatever happens, even if you have misgivings about media, we can always improve the standards. One should never think about trying to have a country without media, because the media is a pillar, not just of democracy, but a pillar and a livelihood of the nation. So under any circumstances, worst case scenario, we should talking about how to improve the standards in the media by capacity building and all that, but not threatening the media and the journalists. And especially when you see many people up and down really attacking and threatening journalists, the media is like the mouth of a human being. If you have an empty stomach, the mouth will speak and say, we have an empty stomach. You don't therefore beat the mouth. You go to the stomach and see where the problem is. So the media is simply a reflection of what is happening, and anybody attacking the media is running away from reality, because the media is simply amplifying what the rest of the country feels. Asante sana.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, man.
Ladies Water Authority, the Kenya Ports Authority, Brook East Africa, the Katiba Institute, the Aga Khan University Graduate School of Media and Communications, the Retirement Benefits Authority, the Public Relations Society of Kenya, Transparency International, the Kenya Commercial Bank, the Journalists for Human Rights, JHR, the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, the Collaboration for Women in Development, and the Bandari Maritime Academy. Could we please have a round of applause for our sponsors? Yes, they're the ones who have given us this amazing venue, the tea that we're having, and made this particular event possible. And also, as we get into our first panel discussion, just a quick announcement. If you look at our program, we should have one panel discussion and then a lunch break. We are postponing our lunch break because of being overrun in time. So we'll finish this first panel discussion, jump right into the next one here, have the breakaway in the next room happening concurrently, then the last panel discussion here, panel discussion 4, and then we break for lunch as we leave. So once again, no lunch break after panel discussion 1. We'll have panel discussion 1 here. There's someone looking at me saying, no lunch. We can have some more tea and chicken wings as we move through. So first panel discussion happens here. For the breakaway, they'll go to the breakaway room and you continue with another panel discussion here. And finally, panel discussion 4 comes, we conclude and go for lunch. So having dispensed with that housekeeping, I think it's time to get into our first panel discussion. This shall be led by Dr. Dennis Galava, faculty member of the Aga Khan University's Graduate School of Media and Communications. The panel discussion is media framing of public interest issues. They're comparing the media narratives of the invasion of the National Assembly and the Capitol building. Huge stories that got a lot of media attention, both internationally and in the domestic news cycles. Let's unpack that and really dive into those particular issues. Dr. Dennis Galava, are you here? A round of applause for Dr. as he comes on stage. You shall be sitting right there, on our extreme right. Also on the panel, our CEO of the Media Council, Mr. David Omoyo. Round of applause for him as he comes on stage as well. Young Mothomi, are you present? Managing Editor, Royal Media Services. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage. Mr. Owino Opondo, Lead Consultant and Head of Content at Medlegis Consult Africa. Round of applause as he comes on stage. We also have Mr. Irongo Houghton, Executive Director, Amnesty International Kenya. Round of applause for him as he comes on stage. So having fully constituted our panel, let me wait for Mr. Irongo to have his seat. So even as we do this, Mr. Leo, I'll call upon you quickly for some guidance right here, if you could come very quickly. So just making sure we have fully constituted our panel and making sure that it's fully inclusive and representative. Don't forget, even as you do this, just a bit of housekeeping on this. Remember, you can tweet, you can post on X. Yeah, you can see those who are still using Twitter, or LinkedIn, or your TikTok. Annual Media Summit KE 2025 is the hashtag that we're using. And I can bet there'll be very many gems that you'll be posting and quotes from this particular discussion that you're about to get deep into. The media framing of public interest issues. And of course, for very many of us, issue number 1 was a lived reality. You're watching it in the news, but this was happening to you, whether you're in Nairobi or wherever you are. It wasn't really a far-lived experience. This was happening in your immediate circles. So give us just 2 minutes as we get ready to start this particular discussion. As Leo finalizes on that side, I think I can hand it over to Daktari Dennis Galava just to set context of the discussion as we get into it. Daktari, over to you.
Thank you. So good afternoon. We are going to have a short clip which is going to anchor our panel discussion. We are going to look at the accountability paradox in Kenyan media. And the question that will be guiding our conversation today is, if the media's role is to speak truth to power, who speaks truth to the media? So, Leo, you can play for us the clip.
I'm here to address you. You must go. Ruto must go. Kwapa na hatuendi. Kwapa tunalala huku na hatuendi.
We can't let it pass. We want to reject it completely, and that's why we are here. It's our duty to protest against the bill.
Thank you. We have watched and listened. Before we come to the panel, I would like to hear from the crowd. How was media coverage of the finance bill protest? Was the media responsible, fair, and was it in the national interest? In 1 minute, from you as journalists, we have heard what Kenyans said about media coverage of national issues. Who will want to hazard a guess? Perhaps, Jamila, you are in the hot seat. 15 seconds. Was the media fair and responsible?
Thank you, Dr. Galava. Yes, I was on the hot seat. We were behind the scenes when this was going on. I think we did our duty as media because we could not ignore what was happening. For one, I don't think you had seen protests of that scale over the finance bill, not even anything else, ever. And the fact that it was being led by young people who had used social media to mobilize, who had used the social media also to try and educate the people on what was in the finance bill. So we could not ignore what was happening. I think it reached levels that none of us expected, especially after the breach of Parliament. But we had to show it, and we had to do it as media. Because after it happened, there were some changes. The finance bill was scrapped by the president. There were other promises that were made, some kept, some not. But in my opinion, we did what we had to do. And the clip you've shown actually was aired by the Wall Street Journal and Reuters, so it just wasn't local. So the story was big enough to warrant local and international coverage. So we did our duty. Thank you.
Thank you. From the plenary,
Were you guys as journalists, were you responsible? Are you this quiet in your newsrooms? Is it guilt keeping you silent? Guys, a quick one.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to speak. My name is Ian Macharia, alumni at Daystar. Yes, I think the media was responsible in the coverage of Reject the Finance Bill movement and notion. Personally, I did a documented, executed coverage and broadcast of all the musicians that actually did pieces on the whole protest. And I think the media was not salacious at all in making sure that the whole situation was purely demystified so that the globe could take the situation as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. So the conversation around media coverage and the issue of ethical coverage or responsible journalism is an never-ending topic, and it always comes to the fore during moments of national tension, and always journalists have a very righteous view of their professional role. The argument has remained, we did our job. To the government and other stakeholders, the question always arises, how far and how much is the responsibility? What's the accountability aspect of journalists? This morning, we listened to Omoyo give us the latest ratings of the public perception of the media. They said 73% say we are unfair to the government. What that means can be decoded into many issues. But for the purpose of this panel, we want to look at the sub-tensions, the issues that frame the relationship between the state and the media. And we are looking at the delicate line. What's the public interest? What's the national interest? This panel comprises journalists, media regulators, and also, I could easily say, as a collective, these are progressive human rights and accountability champions here. So I will be flashing back with a few questions, and towards the end, we'll ask 2 questions from the plenary. I'll start now with our friend Houghton. He's a friend of journalists. He writes, but he's big in human rights. I want to ask Irungu, if the media is the people's watchdog, who feeds it? And who decides if the media should bite?
Thank you very much, Dennis. Thank you very much, Dennis. And just to acknowledge and perhaps embarrass him a little bit, Dennis is the reason that I have a column within the Standard, because he caught me one day several years back, I think 7 years back, and I was on the beach and I was not taking life too seriously, and he said, could you write weekly? And 7 years on, I'm still doing it. So I'm also a volunteer journalist. To answer the question, I think, the press is fed by many different sources. I think financially, we tend to think about funding first, but I think the more interesting conversation is, where do the narratives come from? Where do the stories of courage, where do the stories of human interest come from? And primarily that comes from the public, and particularly the more active and vocal parts of the public. So I think the role of the press is to continue to nurture people's voice and agency so that they can, in turn, provide material for publication. In the context of the, the storming of the Capitol and our own Parliament, I think one of the things that I really was happy to see was that the press did not just go beyond the orgy of violence. They actually began to get into the individuals, the different tensions within the society, and really give a sense of a complex situation. Because I think one of the things that media, particularly news media, breaking news media, is you have to very quickly frame a situation, and it's easier to frame it on very simplistic messaging. What is more interesting, I think, for us as human beings is to understand the complexities of a moment, the dilemmas that people have as they're engaging. And I always like to see those, partly this is my human rights background, but I always like to see those counterfactual, situations where, the man bites the dog, right? So a police officer who actually did not use their means of violence, their weapons, to hurt people, but actually de-escalated situations. I think that's been really important. I love to see the coverage of flags, bottles of water, and in some cases Bibles, and the Constitution that was used by the protesters, because I think ultimately what we had framed in that moment is really three paths for the country. The first was a constitutional path, where everybody works within the Constitution. The second one is an authoritarian path, where the state uses its means of coercion to brutalize and to harm people expressing legitimate concern. And the third one is anarchy, when ordinary citizens decide that if you're going to break the law, then let's have an equal playing field, and let's all break the law.
Thanks, Irungu. I'll come to Omoyo. You have been in the newsroom. You have been in that newsroom or media leadership. Now you sit on the other side as regulator. When you look at the media in Kenya, especially how we cover national crisis, what do you see? And what does it tell you about the state of journalism in Kenya, away from the report you launched today?
Thank you. I think the biggest challenge, I would say, is that journalism has the tendency to quickly withdraw and live in a bubble. That means that, and I will contextualize, like, in the invasion of Capitol Hill, those who don't know Capitol Hill, January 6, I think 2021, when the Trump supporters allegedly invaded Capitol Hill, there were very serious injuries. 174 police officers died. Within 36 hours, 5 people were dead. No, 74 police were injured. Then within 36 hours, 5 people were dead. Within 4 months, several police officers committed suicide. Those who got into parliament really desecrated very parliamentary stuff and all that. We never saw that. You will never see that. But ideally, there was no censorship on the reporting of the invasion. When you come to reporting of our parliament, I think an excellent, good job was done until some other levels where I thought we moved into a bubble. I'm trying to contextualize this. I know we've had these discussions with Jamila and Linus there about at some point it's a security operation, we have evacuations going on, and the media was saying you can see MPs there escaping by ambulances. Or you can see there is a safe house, there's an underground bunker, let's rush down and see how it's going and all that. Or there is a special safe house for the speaker on the 17th floor is going there. That was extremely unprofessional. It isn't. So I think we forget that, and because of certain, I think we haven't done certain additional training and exposure to let people understand that at some point, it's not the excitement of the activities. There are certain national security things that you don't go, like all of us know that when the Bunge Tower was being built, it got stalled for about 3 hours, for 3 years, and nobody knew. It's until the invasion, then we know that they were working around safety and evacuation measures and all that, isn't it? But now then the attack happens and we expose all that. If you go and click and see what the January 6th did, they did not get into certain matters that are very protected. So I think that bubble of that freedom is absolute in principle, but there are certain levels where a certain trigger comes in. What is this you're showing? It's exciting and all that, because we seem to have mistaken public interest, what is interesting to the public. So as long as something excites the public, just put it in, expose people and all that and all that. So in principle, I would say that, and it just is about observation and listening and all that, that a few times there's a requirement to step back and say, this looks quite juicy and interesting, but what is its impact therefore in the community and all that? I think that is one thing that we miss many times. Where very interesting story. It's not censorship. It's a personal reflection about who watches this and all that. I was having a chat with the chair of ESCC, Dr. Oginde, last week, generally about media coverage. And there's a time we took him with senior producers to Naivasha about 3 years ago. And he was reminding me that he spoke to some senior breakfast show producer about the content, because he said that I can't listen with family certain contents on our media and all that. And that person told him that even me, when I am off duty, I can't listen to my show. That means when someone else is sitting in for me, I make sure that at home we cannot listen to the show I host. That bubble we switch on to when we are on air or holding a mic and all that is something, and it's not, you can't do that via laws and instructions. It's an ethical reflection about, think about the consumers and the impact thereof. I think having been that side and this side, I think that's one of the challenges we keep to know. And as you saw here, I forgot about what Kenyans think about viewers, the increasing number of people on the streets. You say, mimi sisikizangi TV tena, hiyo mambo siangaliangi tena. I just want to sleep well and all that, isn't it? So it's not a censorship matter really. It's about what do we glorify and how do we shape national conversations, not hiding the truth, but making sure that we have critical conversations. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Young, you were in the bubble. This was a live event. What were the dilemmas, the tensions you had? Was the truth coverage more important than the responsibility for national stability?
Thank you, Galava. What I would say is that truth, of course, is very, very key. Okay, we have a responsibility because we are citizens of this country. This is where we live, and we should really care about this country. But we should not run away from the truth. There are times that we should hold back, but we should not lie. We should not do things that will affect the trust and the credibility, or even ruin or affect the security of this country. But as journalists, we should prioritize issues that are of public importance. Our work is because of the good of the public. And we don't tell stories that people want to hear. That is not what public interest is. But these are matters that we think are for the common good of the society. In the prevailing circumstances regarding the finance bill protests, I think we did a wonderful job considering even the environment that we were operating under. We showed the protests and reported as they were. The issues that were being raised, I think we addressed them quite well. There could have been a few challenges where we could have done better. Some, Omoyo has mentioned here, there were also issues of fake news that I think we could have done better. But all in all, I think we did a great job amidst a very difficult environment of covering the protest itself, and also being targeted so that we could not get the message out there as journalists, and also the equipment that journalists used.
Thank you, Jan. Mariam, you have been in the newsroom. You are now building the capacity of journalists across the region. What do you tell your trainees when they look at this media coverage of the finance bill protests? What do you tell them about balancing ethos of good journalism and the national interest?
Thank you, Galava. I think you got my name wrongly. It's Fatma Sanbur.
I've called you
Apologies, and
Thank you.
I totally understand, because this was a total, and I'm looking at the MC, a total ambush, but I totally understand. It's quite ironical, because in the morning when the MC asked me what my expectations are for this meeting, I told him actually what made me come today was this particular panel discussion. Because I looked at the panelists and I saw Kaikai, Ageo, Omoyo, and the rest. I'm like, I have to attend this one. I didn't know I would end up in the panel. So I work for an organization called Internews Network. It's a media development organization. And globally, we support fact-based reporting. We do a lot of trainings. We are known by our trainings, and we've trained so many of the people in this room. But one thing that really is keen or is passionate to us is about independence of the media, media freedom, and access to information. Allow me to say this before I answer to your question. I totally, and this is my personal view, I totally feel that the media did its best last year. I don't think we've ever been in a situation like that. The magnitude of the event was huge, and I could actually relate to how media was struggling to cover that event. So I think they did the best that they could. As we speak now, I feel the media is grappling with a lot of challenges. You can see the restrictive environment they're working under, the economical challenges, and also the emergence of AI. So we are supposed to be the best and work within the premises of, being professional enough. But then we are also being faced by all these challenges. So what do we expect of the media, honestly? In terms of our trainings and capacity building, we do emphasize on objectivity, accuracy, doing a lot of research before putting across your content. But then how many newsrooms can actually afford to pay for a proper, well-investigated, investigative reporting? How many currently, to be honest? It takes a lot of time. It takes, good investment in terms of money, human resource, and time. So for me, I feel newsrooms can actually do better. But then we keep saying they can do better in terms of accurate reporting, investigative reporting, and so on. But are there resources for all this? So we try as much as we can to, give examples in the continent of journalists who are trying to, do good reporting, public interest stories. South Africa has good examples. Kenya, we are also doing very well in terms of, putting the audience first in terms of our journalistic work or craft. And I must say, I was really impressed yesterday to see that one of our veterans, Pamela Sitoni, was actually appointed as a public editor. It's a really interesting role. If you look at her JD, it's actually putting importance to the audience. And this is something that is happening for the first time in our newsrooms. So I feel it is something that can be copied by most of the organizations or media institutions, because I feel the audience are now the ones shaping our content, shaping our editorial policies, shaping how we do the narrative. So for me, I looked at this topic and I was like, I think the media tried, and we can definitely support them in terms of doing better in the future, especially as we are heading to 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. Owino Pondo. Good. You were in the newsroom in the glory years of Kenyan journalism, when money was not a problem, social media was a non-issue, and some of the best journalists here passed through your hands at the National Media Lab. Now, when you sit back as a consultant in legislative affairs and other public key issues, what do you see as a media struggling to balance public interest versus partisan interest?
Well, thank you, Dr. Galava. It's my pleasure meeting you here. This was going to be an interesting one. How do the media balance between public interest and own interest? I start from this point that as practitioners of the alphabet soup, we journalists must, first of all, begin by identifying concepts and defining them. We begin by asking what is public interest and what interests the public. We start from that point. We might be using a phrase without defining it, and that's very dangerous. What is public interest? Many times when you walk in newsrooms, we journalists find it very difficult to find this. We mistake public interest largely with what interests the public. And I'll give quick examples. That Kenyans needed a finance bill that was reflective of the aspirations of the public, that was reflective of the general hardship of the economy, was a matter of public interest, isn't it? But that a young man stood in the plenary to say, Mr. Speaker, here I am, was a matter that interests the public. Are you seeing the two different things? In short, would the story have been told without so much bravado inside the chamber? The question is again asked, how would the public know that young people got into the plenary, isn't it? The question then is, young people who were in the plenary were not lawmakers, right? So when the media, when the bill was stood still, would they therefore make the law? I'm giving these tough examples and we know the difference. Galava, I must put it to this audience that is very, very difficult for us. So we as journalists must have all be very, very clear about what is it that you want to drive as public interest. Now, along the line, there is also now the question of immediacy. It will be in the social media anyway, you must show us. So must we move very, very fast. But my position is always that as we show these things, we must always get whatever we got from the field to respond to the public anger, to respond to the public, what the public wants to understand, to know. So that even as we do all these stories about what was at hand, we needed to step back also and have like continuous reminders of the provisions of the document that Kenyans felt was wrong, isn't it? So this thing is going on every now and then as we bring people to our studios to talk. Can we have a constant reminder of what it is that Kenyans are fighting against through the young people? So yes, it was work well done, but the media needed to have the constant reminders, even if they sounded repetitive, which would be in form of what were these preponderant provisions in the proposed law that Kenyans were against, and therefore that the young people are representing all of us in opposing, all right? So we needed a constant reminder even as we did, but we did extremely well against all odds because just like it happened when there was an attack on the Capitol, all those journalists were risking their lives when most of us were sitting at home. They could have been killed in the process of getting these stories. So they did a very commendable job. But we must always develop this thing of constant reminders on what we are fighting about. Back to you, Dennis.
Thanks, Owino. Irungu, I want us to go a little bit global by juxtaposing narratives. The US media coverage of the attack on Capitol Hill was about attack on democracy. In Kenya, the framing remained protests. Was that construction a narrative helpful to the national concerns that embedded the campaign? Or was it emblematic of the identity crisis in the media, speaking as a human rights and an accountability champion? Thank you.
No, great question. I mean, I think the context was similar, but also quite dissimilar, right? So in the context of the US case, the Capitol back in January 6, 2021, this was really an example of, I guess, what you'd call post-election violence, right? Trump had lost the election. He was trying to stop the swearing in of Biden, and that was the context for this. So the country had gone to the polls. It had, depending on which part of the American political spectrum you sit on, it had essentially established who was going to run the country for the next 5 years, and the incumbent then tried to steal that victory. Right? That was the context. In the context of Kenya, there was a real it wasn't an electoral context. It was really a conversation around, I think, public participation and the sanctity of public participation. So I think the grievance that a lot of the young people who came out in the streets were that we spoke. Thousands of memoranda were generated. You told us to speak out on what we wanted in the bill. We did it, you ignored us, and you proceeded to vote against our wishes. And therefore, you have invalidated or desecrated the responsibility that we gave you as politicians. And that I think, was the tension. Now, the first thing about, I guess, media and framing is there are interests involved. And I think in the context of the United States, the interests that were involved in framing this, from anything from a rally to a protest to an insurrection, and they even used the word domestic terrorism, as I was reminded yesterday, to the, that's the interest that essentially prevailed around the Capitol Hill moment. In the Kenyan context, it is the Gen Z that prevailed. They were able to frame this essentially as a legitimate expression of Article 1, even where it could be argued that they had challenged Article 93 of the Constitution, which says there is a National Assembly. So I think that's the challenge. But I think language is really important. And even those phrases of, was it a rally? Was it a protest? Was it riot? Was it insurrection? Was it an expression of Article 37 of the Constitution, the right to assembly? These are all played out in the public eye, and the media, therefore, has to be very clear which of the language that they want to adopt. And I think that, that's the first comment. The second one, I think, is that there's no neutrality on this. Right? I think there's something in the way that we're framing this conversation that if you censor yourself, somehow you're neutral. No, you cannot be neutral in a context where the world is shifting around you, and it's shifting on our television and radio, our television screens and our radio sets and our smartphones and computers. So I think that's one issue. I find one of the things that's missing in the media since the 25th of June has been its approach to memorializing what happened. Right? And let me just give you an example. Within hours of the end of the storming of the Capitol Hill, there were officers from the national museums, from the Smithsonian Museum, that went into the Capitol to collect memorabilia. And what they realized was actually this is history in the making. It's not just a moment, but actually there is a need to preserve this evidence for the history of the country. And I found that may not necessarily be the responsibility of the media, but I found that has been missing a bit from the way that we've dealt with June 25th. It took the BBC almost, 8 months or so, 8-9 months, to come out with a very in-depth study. 5,000 images and footage was analyzed to give us essentially one name, one police officer, and the possibility of identifying a KDF officer who were responsible for the killings. And just to mention, coming back to this issue of public interest versus the interest of the public, it is really important to recognize that I think we've now reached about 6 million people who have watched Blood Diamond in the last 2 weeks. So it is possible to do work that is in the public interest and generates and speaks to the interests of the public.
Thanks, Irungu. Moving on to the other aspect of our conversation. My own feeling is that the media, like much of Kenyans, have become or became captive of the Gen Z. I've got a feeling that our coverage, our subsequent coverage as media, and also our conversations around Gen Z as a country is operating in a vacuum where the important historical antecedents of these things having happened before has been erased. The danger you are having, or this brings, is that we are valorizing a generation, giving it a false identity that what you are doing is so unique, it has never happened before. If you do look back in the 80s, Titus Adungosi and other young people, there are young people in the 80s who are now grandparents. There are young people in the 80s who stood to power in ways that are even more teller than today. But of course, there's no digital technology to record. So we do acknowledge the role of technology in amplifying the protest. But also, I propose that we need to acknowledge the fact that we are valorizing a generation or a narrative. And when you valorize a narrative, you create so many false impressions that critical assessment of it becomes impaired and history gets distorted. So walking back to our debate here, and we're looking at the issue of the identity crisis the media is facing. If the media goes hard at government or a national issue, it's accused of endangering national security. If the media goes slow, it's complicit. If the media gets wrong, they lose. The trust is lost. So this creates an environment where the media is operating in an ultimate deficit, trust deficit. Who benefits? A divided public is easy to manipulate. A broke media or a discredited media is battling its own existential issues. So what does this portend to the national interest and stability? I'll start with the Owino Pondo. How can a media that has been castrated by its own tensions and opportunities rise to the occasion nationally?
Thank you, Doc. You put it pretty well. You're talking about a media that has been I saved the other word. A media that is likely under siege, isn't it? A media that in itself is under siege, isn't it? Yet expected by the public and the communities it serves to stand out and say the truth to power. A media in a thoroughly variegated environment where truth belongs to who is holding it. A media that is working from a point of financial inability largely. A media that is run by people who are worried more about the source of the next meal and not the quality of professional output. So there we are. I begin by what Ralph Waldo Emerson said, that for this world to be a great place, let each one of us clear their own front. It's an appeal to personal reason for being in the media at this trying moment. So first of all, I begin by challenging individual media practitioners that you must answer this important question. Are you ready for the task? All right? So there's that challenge first. There'll be a lot of efforts from individual journalists rising above this difficulty level to do outstanding work. And the best example I give around is John Alam Namu, that you start and doing it. Two, we find a media that has to then internally invest in professional understandings of bits. Because information that is not informed only inflames heat. All right? So the danger in a media under siege is that you likely churn out content that is appeasing different constituencies that make you comfortable. We must have the media that is going to afflict the sensibilities of even those who feed the same media, in the hope that you live to survive. But in all this, we need a media that is knowledgeable. We need journalists who read. We need journalists who are informed. Because then how are you going to inform these publics in a divided situation when your information is not informed? The purveyor must know as to purvey. So there must be that. There must be continuous investment by the government and institutions, including Media Council of Kenya, putting fingers on what is it that farms knowledge What is it that farms the capacity of operatives in media environments to churn out information that is informing and uplifting? I leave it there for now. Thank you.
Anselino, Young, you are leading a newsroom at a time when the audience is listless, workers across industry are listless, and the government is also listless. How do you balance the interests to ensure good journalism keep coming out? As outsiders, it's easy to poke at what media is failing. So we need to appreciate the delicate balance you make every day.
Thank you. To be able to run and sustain a media house, you need to really understand the current environment that we are operating in and see how you can be able to navigate the many, many challenges that we face and still practice good journalism. Because even maybe few people will have the courage to say, you see, even media owners are also a big threat to media freedom. And this is because of their own personal interests, because of the economic circumstances we are in, because of stick and carrot from government and state agencies. They are because of the stiff legislation that we operate under. Because we could also have very progressive legislation on paper, but when it comes to the real ground, things are different. And I think for you to run a successful media house is to understand how you will be able to navigate the economic challenges. What are new ways that you can use to fund journalism? Because for you to practice good journalism, you also need to fund it well. We have challenges of reporters and other employees who go without pay. We have difficulties in covering some of the assignments because there are some state agencies that feel that we should not cover. We are not covering it the way they should. And if we are able to understand that and also understand our audience, understand the different ways that they consume content so that we are able to, even as we produce our content, we know how the young people, their percentages and how they consume content and how they would want to receive their content so that we are not operating the way we used to operate 20 years ago and still expect good results. Then I think we will succeed.
Thank you. Building on that, Omoyo, I remember reading yesterday somewhere that running a media today, globally, but mostly in Africa, is like running a brothel. You have to keep your customers happy, being mindful of the law, but most importantly, managing the bottom line. How can media win in this broken ecosystem?
I don't know. Anyway, I think it goes back to the debate when we talk about independence of the freedom of the media. Two questions: independent from who, or free from who? Because they are good. They are words we bandy around, but you interrogate them a little bit, then you realize that it can't go easily. And secondly, we discuss about good journalism and sustainable media houses. Someone has to finance that. You can't, when you talk about, because the journalists here, they have to go home, they have bills to pay, and they have to live a life. So, and that's why you get, it's almost an idea of shifting goalposts here and there. You want government advertising, then you want to put people to count, because if you cover the government too well, then there will be no viewership or readership,
and then there will be no advertisement, and therefore you'll not be able to pay your bills and go down. Then if you really go hard on government and give us a few hard-hitting headlines, you will get more viewership, and maybe your red card will go up and all that. And then there is the elephant in the room when sometimes the government is a fairly substantive big advertise and all that. So really balancing that is a matter of, you balance is both academic, a little wisdom and all that. But I think one thing we need to crack is about who will finance credible media. Because it looks like you cover me the way you want, I will take up. Because one discussion that we never want to go to, all of us, because we are hypocrites to a fair level, it's not only government that takes out advertising from the media. We know that largest corporates, and we will not name them, they have pulled out adverts from media, and some of the corporates have put more money than government. And at any time when they felt unfairly covered, they have pulled out adverts and cancelled very big contracts. And top of my mind, I will see at least 4 corporates. So, and consistently, whenever I was a media owner, at some point you keep wondering, and why am I carrying this baggage? Silali usiku sijui headline nimba, and then kuna watu wanataka mshahara, then there is a gang of Eric Oduor who wants us to negotiate a new CBA and pay the journalists more and all that. It's really a delicate balance. So I think that commitment to public good and getting critical financiers so that you don't let any of these external financiers take too much, so it should be discussed. But think about this. I know we have a few guys from the independent commissions. When we had critical discussions, people identified political parties as a train of mobilization and listening to people's feedback and getting getting the issues heard and dealt with. And then we established the Political Parties Act, the Political Parties Fund, and there is a way now that those are financed based on a threshold. You must have a certain threshold, isn't it? So do we then want to have a way that the public finances certain media houses? And of course then you realize just the way the Political Parties Fund operates, out of the about 500 media houses, about 4 or 5 would qualify because of the threshold. Because then that then ensures that we do not have one media house, but at least 3 or 4 of them. So the whole idea is that we need to consistently start taking the burden away from the investor. The investor wants to make money, and then digitals come and all that. So we need to have certain discussions about how we get this working, and then understand that the journalists, when we were young, we were told, journalism is a calling, journalism is a religion, and all that, yes. But the landlord does not know whether it's a calling or a religion. The rent is there, and the shopping bills and the school fees is there. So I think it's a few robust discussions about what can be done is things we need to interrogate to understand. Otherwise, we like throwing words around and all that. And we have a bunch of very, very frustrated and disappointed journalists. A year ago, we did our customer satisfaction survey. And about 33% of the journalists were very angry with the Media Council. So we scored well, but so tukasema now, let's interrogate this. Wakasema kwanza tunalipo mshahara kidogo sana na Media Council itusaidie. Na mshahara yetu ina delay na Media Council. It was not about press freedom and all that. It was about now the landlord and school fees and all that, isn't it? So that is when you start realizing that even these guys who we have sent there have to go home to bills to pay. So to wrap it up is, yes, you are running this good brothel. I do not know whether by saying that you meant that journalists are the ones doing this thing. You know what you meant. But ideally, getting someone to sustainably finance. Because now, if there are no clients coming to this brothel, unafanyaje watu wako? Wanaenda freelance ama unawaambia tokeni hapa kwa barabara muone vile mtajipanga? Like some community media owners do, they tell their journalists, nimekupatia microphone, usiniombeomba pesa, go hapo kwa street utafute politicians and do that, isn't it? So if you want to sit and interrogate that, then you start, so you are the brothel owner, so your journalists wende wajipanga wangoja client, that's either readers or government, ama one ajifanye informer wa serikali to spy on the others and earn money. It's a complex thing, but ideally what we need to understand is that good journalism must be financed. The question is by who? because you're not going to get me running my hotels and I take income from my hotel, other business to come and pay. It's easier for me to shut down the media house if I am a business person and do so. Not everybody is committed to public good like we want to imagine. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Yes, good journalism requires money, requires rigor. From the anecdotes we have heard from the panel, it appears that journalists are a peculiar lot that thrives in abusive relationships. They don't want to quit, they're not being paid, they come to Media Council and elsewhere, or they go to Amnesty International to complain about poor service and everything, but they still perform their job. Good luck to them. My friend, aka Mariam, but the name is... yes.
But he's...
The unspoken tension is that for many years, the government used to be the problem to the media, to the issue of accountability, the media upholding the public good. Now you hear nuances that the biggest problem is media owners and editors, senior editors. You are into capacity building, and I believe one of the core ethos is to enhance the rigor and the quality of journalism. How can a media that is broke, yet it has a staff that is compliant to abusive environment, how can we sustain journalism in this broken ecosystem where the journalists are not happy, the audience is skeptical?
Thank you. I just wanted to also pick from the last point mentioned by the CEO, that who is going to fund good journalism. And I'm sure most of you do know of the stop work order and the USAID funding cut. USAID used to be the biggest funder or donor when it comes to independent media, media freedom, capacity building for journalists, but that money is no longer there. So it begs the question then, because if you look at the USAID funding, most of it was on the not so, most of the stories they were funding were stories that were not liked by governments. It was investigative journalism reporting, it was health reporting, looking at the big scandals we've had over the years. If you look at those stories, some of them have been funded by, external organizations. So now what are you going to do without that money? Yes, we do have other funders in the space. We have the EU, we have Norway, we have the rest. But then it also begs the question, are we now in that space where we need to now kujichunguza in terms of how do we become self-reliant in terms of, funding our own investigative stories? And I was listening to Irungu here, and he was looking at the two contexts of BBC doing the documentary, and then if this was done by a Kenyan media. And for me, I don't want to think of the worst thing that could have happened if this story was done by a Kenyan media. For example, the cost of actually using OSINT to investigate or to even look at the geo-mapping of the different locations, it's not a cheap software, if I may say. And it's not, most organizations have it, but it's also sustaining that particular tool. So for me, I look at, we could have done that story as Kenyan media, but also, do we have the resources? But what about the repercussions? Do you think those producers would have just been arrested, or would this have even meant a certain media house that carried the story would have been shut down? So there's a lot of, complexities surrounding media sustainability in Kenya as we speak, and it is a worrying trend, and we need to have those conversations right now. It's not a conversation we say we will have tomorrow. We need to start the conversation now. Who is going to fund good journalism? Who is going to continue with the capacity building of journalists to do election reporting, for example? 2027, and by all means, it's not going to be the same. We've seen the trends happening now. It's not going to be business as usual. So do we need to start preparing our media houses and our journalists now for whatever is going to come up 2026, 2027? And this one I'm saying with, in mind of, protection of journalists, not just the story. We've seen how journalists are being attacked in demos, how journalists are being trailed or trolled online. We've seen how technology-facilitated gender-based violence is being used against female journalists. So these are the issues we need to start talking about them now and finding solutions, not them just being, needs and gaps in proposals, but actually looking for solutions now. It's not a conducive environment, of course, but it's something we need to talk about and self-interrogate to see how can we fund some of these ventures by ourselves. Do newsrooms need to look at other avenues for funding stories, especially the investigative desks, the health desks, and so on? Do we need to look at internally how to make business that can fund these desks and sustain them? That is the other question, sustaining these desks. So for me, it's a lot of conversations that should happen, but also, do we have the funds? Do we have the time? Do we have the expertise? I look in this room and I'm really, I don't know how I found myself in the midst of all these experts, but I'm looking at the expertise we have in the civic and the media space. We can definitely get the solutions. We do just need to bring our heads together and we will definitely get the solution. It doesn't have to be millions of funding like the USG funds, but it can be something that we do on a smaller scale that can have good impact. I read a story a couple of days ago about how journalists in the counties are not doing so well, and this one is really affecting the quality of journalism that comes from the counties. It's a bit sad to hear a journalist selling their story to maybe a politician or being told to kill a story and being given money to kill a good story that would have actually helped the community. It's a bit sad. Do we need to have those conversations with government officials in terms of allowing journalists to do the story that they need to do for the public good? It's not a conversation we need to have among journalists ourselves. We need to involve other stakeholders and government as well. We are doing stories on misuse of public funds in the national, arena, but in the counties it's even worse. So for me, I feel some of these discussions should also be taken down to the counties and to the grassroots levels. I second what my brother here said in terms of you cannot please everyone. So we usually tell our friends that, you be you cannot please everyone, be yourself. So for the media, sometimes we try to, do the public good, we try to, be safe in the same environment, but at some point I think we need to say you cannot please everyone and go hard. So that's my takeaway.
Thank you. You raised very good issues around integrity. I'll come back to them for Owino and Young, but now I'll go to Irungu. We know that the consensus is that a strong media that's accountable to the public and also to the national interest is important. When you look at the Kenyan media today, going into the next election as the biggest milestone, or given the obtaining political crisis, what worries you, what excites you in 2 minutes?
No, great. First of all, let me just say that, over the last year, probably personally, I've handled or supported or edited from within the Amnesty or the NGO community over 100 op-eds, 30 statements. I've been writing this down, thinking about them, and about 200 media appearances. So for those of you who may be despairing about the power of media, please just take it from us that you are so valuable in terms of not just, as you've mentioned, Galava, being a precondition for a democratic and open society, but to be honest, I actually feel that you are as important for national stability and national sovereignty. Right? Let me just create this a little bit, and I'll try and do this within a minute or two. If there had not been the kind of coverage that we had seen during those 3 months last year, I think we would have lost a lot more lives. The representation of the protests as essentially primarily peaceful was very important, because I think if that had not been communicated in the way it was, then you would have seen much more excessive and unlawful use of force by the police and the military. Your presence restrained violence in the streets. I mean, it can't be said in any other way. The first protester to die died not in daylight. He died in the darkness, and that was Rex Masai. And many of the journalists had returned to file their stories, right? The demands of the movement would not have been clear to many if you had not interviewed many of those young people, some of them the daughters and sons of parliamentarians who themselves were voting in parliament, some of them the daughters and sons of very senior police commanders who are managing the operations. So it was very important that that voice, that collective sense of what was happening was understood. The third area really has been around creating spaces for dialogue. So another journalist would say, when we stop talking, we begin to look for things to hit each other with. And I think that's a very true, so I've watched, for example, many of you host discussions between some of the leaderless movement to just get them to essentially flesh out what are their thoughts, what is their theory of change, what is their vision for Kenya, how do they get there without breaking too much of, I guess, our buildings and in a sense also leading to situations that are highly conflictual. As Amnesty International, we used your media for protest monitoring. If you had not been in the streets, we would not be able to tell you that 65 people died last year or 89 people were enforcibly disappeared. So I think this is really important. If you don't think it's important, think back at the time in the 1980s when many of us used to have to tune in to the BBC to hear what was happening in Kenya, right? Because there was no coverage by the older version of KBC. The other thing that happened during that period was there were a lot of rumors and disinformation. In fact, I would argue probably that there was more disinformation, misinformation in that period than there is currently, because at least now you have a variety of sources. Then, essentially, you were resting on the gossip and the communication that was around us. So I think I wanted to end up on a more positive spin. And therefore, turning to the future, I think there are probably 2 or 3 things that we should encourage each of us to do. First of all, to keep reminding Kenya that we're in a season, not in a permanent state of conflict and, tension, right? People need to see this in a broader historical context. You cannot understand, I often say to people, when you look at Hanifa, Khalid, Makore, and Morara, you have to be able to see Wangari Maathai, Jimorengo, Khalid, and Kivuta Kibwana, right? Because you will understand this in a historical context, and this is a path that we're taking. The second thing that I think is really important is not to over-editorialize for the purpose of entertainment. I think this is the point about, piquing interest in the public, but doing it in a way in which actually your editorial headlines have no resemblance to the text that follows underneath, right? And then the very last one, I think, is that we have to look for ways of building closer relationships between a sector that has historically been open to the media, and that is the non-governmental organizations, or what we call now public benefits organizations, but actually is in the same boat as the media houses. The 90% cut in US aid, the 40% cut in French aid, the 25% cut in Danish and Dutch aid is impacting on us as well. So we have to find sustainable economic models for the work that we need to do.
Thank you. Thanks, Irungu. To Owino, then Young. The issue was raised a few minutes ago of journalists in the counties having difficulty. I'll not want to go to the economic situation, but I want us to look at the consequence of that. What's the damage to the profession and also to media study, to society, when journalists become merchants?
Good. Journalism in the counties.
Even national.
Even national.
Yeah, when journalists become merchants.
Yeah, the whole country are counties though. Okay, fine. Journalists outside the headquarters, Doc, if we took it that way. Looking at journalism outside the media headquarters is a big challenge. I talk with experience because I was once a bureau chief and I was also a DIO. So on the civil service and on the private sector. Journalists working outside the headquarters of their media houses are serving under very extreme difficulties. But let me call this a spade and not a fact of production. I'll be very candid. One is that the problem is the employers, number one. How do employers enable journalists who are mashinani, all right? This is someone who is likely paid very poorly, does not have means of transport. Even airtime is a problem, isn't it? They are not properly facilitated by employers to perform well. Two, for a long time, journalists were mashinani. It became like a purgatory for those who are not ready for the task. So either you are doing badly or you are dumped in the purgatory, or it was a beginning point for learners. So you're starting the ropes, earning the ropes of writing. You must start at mashinani. And it grew people. I'm glad that Pamela Sitoni is now coming. She started off mashinani. She was a correspondent in Kisumu. So it's a great thing. But then I'm talking about existential realities about how they operate. If we moved away from the employers, the biggest enemy of journalists mashinani are the county governments. One, because the governors have employed journalists to be in charge of the so-called media desks. Some of these journalists left newsrooms with not so good experiences. So when they go down and get some iota of comfort, you driven small cars, branded county government. Some of us have been there, and power is good, isn't it? Because all your life you've been walking around, and then now you're given a position, you are a county communications somebody. Now, they become the first enemy of colleagues. And I train journalists mashinani. This is the complaint I get. And I've shared this with my friend Odur, KUJ. The biggest enemy of journalists outside there are the so-called communication directors who are employed by county governments. All right? It's like it's our time to shine. Sasa mutadu, simungojie kwanza. And they even block journalists from accessing governors and from accessing the county governments. Number two, and not in any order of priority, is that there seems to be some kind of collective amnesia and collective laziness resident in mashinani. That journalists who are out there say, sisi tumebwagwa hapa, sisi wacha to relax. We can only get stories from government. So their main story sources are those kama MP hajaongea, MCA, and the governor and the CECs. What am I talking about? The journalism at mashinani must be restarted in a manner of people knowing that they are at the same level with whoever is wherever, isn't it? So there's this psychological contentment in people who are there that our level only reaches here. The journalists out there must think beyond the government mouthpieces. There are lots of features that would actually generate even attract readership. And there must be a lot of what you'd call journalistic enterprise coming from down there, where journalists think beyond just quoting and parroting government officials and county officials. There is so much. And I like what colleague had said here, that perhaps we need to start now shifting our focus from our comfort in Nairobi to rescuing journalism in the mashinani. And that is why governors can do what they want, because no journalist can take a story that is tough against them. Sasa kesho atapataji lift, So, and again, we need to have very, very strong journalism associations, mashinani, that are liaising with what you call civil society organizations and like-minded outfits that can help them to empower them, not just in training, but also in terms of scholarships and opportunities for growth. There is a lot of journalistic wealth in the poverty that is journalism in the villages. All we need is to continuously interact with them, excite them to think beyond the official dome, and let them know that they are so important. By the way, you will be seeing, judging from the quality of journalism we are seeing in this country, the better quality journalism is now coming from community radios. by the way. Journalism is shifting very fast to the villages. And so I think we need to put our focus there and empower journalists who are based in the mashinani to, one, have the mental comfort that they are just as good as Dennis Galava in Nairobi, they're just as good as Owino Pondo here, isn't it? But we need to give them also facilities and opportunities for growth. Finally, it begins with the mind. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you. Maybe Young, to take you aside a little bit. You run the biggest ecosystem of national stations, radio stations. What are you seeing trying to combine those disparate, separate narratives from different regions into coherent whole? What are the new things you are seeing in terms of accountability and responsibility of journalism?
Okay, thank you. Maybe I will take it from where you left first. Yeah, it's we have a huge network of correspondents because of the number of stations that we have. And you know, yes, it's true that we have a problem. And even as editors and managers have contributed to it, first of all, we have made it look like the journalism in mashinani look like it is like a lower level of journalism. And then in Nairobi here, that is where we have a high level of journalism. Even in recruitment, how some of those correspondents have been recruited, how they have been deployed. There is no proper brief. They have been recruited via phone. They have not been given any equipment. They have just been left to run the show. They have also not been managed properly. Most of us have left them to manage themselves. They are the ones who will tell you how they want to conduct themselves. They are, even if they are in a certain county and there are two of them, they act like the bureau chiefs. They are not accountable to anyone. Whatever they give you, you just air it. When it comes to their pay again, there is disparity. For me, I know we have correspondents who are even paid better than staff here in Nairobi. And if you tell them to take up jobs in Nairobi, they will not even be willing because they know the cost of living in Nairobi is actually higher. But we should also ask ourselves, how much pay is enough? I know everyone deserves a better pay. Even if your salary is increased, you will still want some more. Even the editors, the senior editors, and the directors, they still want some more. It is never enough. But this issue of lack of integrity, it's also a matter of the heart, because you have seen presidents who are corrupt. It is not because they are poorly paid. We have very good correspondents, very good reporters they are not well paid, they are poorly paid, but they uphold ethics and integrity. Whereas there are editors who are paid much, much better. They do not uphold the same standards. So I know improving their standards and ensuring that their working conditions is good, even whatever they receive is good and it helps them, but it goes beyond what they are paid.
Thank you. Thank you. Fatuma, back to you. Listening to Owino and Young, should you close shop for our media as an accountable public entity, or should you not despair as a parting shot?
I think the reaction from everyone answers your question. I think we are resilient, if I may say. We've been through the worst. There was the digital migration, there was COVID, there was the 2022 elections, then last year's events. I think we are resilient enough. No need to close shop. We are still needed in the space very much. We still need to keep the government in check. We need to hold people accountable. We owe the public the accurate information that they need to, make decisions about their lives, to hold powers to account, but also to speak truth to power. So we shouldn't at all close shop. We are resilient. We just are going through a tumultuous time, and we will see things through. But we have to come together and make it happen. We can't let journalists struggle on their own. They need us. We need them. So tutapambana mpaka mwisho.
Thank you. Now, David, as a parting shot, you sit in a place where journalists accuse you of stepping on them. I've been also in government place also where people accuse you of not doing enough to control the media. You are damned if you do, more damned if you don't. How can the media navigate this accountability puzzle to inform the government, to enable for the government not to accuse it of being irresponsible? How can we do responsible journalism? How can we do accountable journalism without the fear of being accused of bias? Given where you sit, you get the flack from both sides.
Well, those are many questions. Well, in a good match, there are not many people who love the referee. So the players is the media on one side and government on one side. So those two teams will not love the referee. We do not mind. We don't want these guys to close, because if they close, then we also close. So they say everybody gets selfish over time. Then the media council will have nothing to do if there is no media. So we need guys sustaining and all that. But secondly is that I keep saying that there is no press freedom if you don't give people the freedom to annoy you. And so if you are a country, as we are, which moves around and keeps shouting that we respect press freedom and stuff like that, and the second you're annoyed, you say, na tutawazima and all that, you can't speak press freedom and you're very annoyed and all that from the same mouth. That is not so. I think by doing their job, the media should just do their job. They say the universal journalism principle: seek the truth and report it, do no harm. We mostly forget the do no harm part, that the second, the interview, that maybe by reporting these, who do we harm and all that. From time to time, you have an obligation to harm, especially those in authority, so that you can make them uncomfortable, do a few things. But a few times we have lost certain filters that then let us eventually harm people who shouldn't be harmed. Maybe the young, vulnerable people, exposing people, or unnecessary details and all that. And therefore, after we have done that, we don't need to mind government. Government is me and you. The people in government today, they're out, tomorrow they're others and all that. So if we say that we do our job without, so that government does not get angry, we will get very tired. Just make sure that we do our job and protect public interest. The people in government can get happy or not happy, but most is that we need to get media there. If you get bothered about how to please those in government, utachoka na what, they will get more angry by the day. And you will notice always, they will get more angry by the people who are ideally on their side when you attempt to change. But when they know that someone does their job and sticks to their lane, wanazoea huyo. So I will not advise media to get into the business of making government not angry. I think the media has a job to make government very angry. Please keep doing that. But make sure you do it so well, because then if you lose certain filters, then the angry people will get a reason to say, this is not journalism, it is malice. And that now that's where you get exposed. And finally, I spoke not to some people yesterday because I was told about government shutting down media. I think it is a threat to press freedom, SG and Madam President here, if we harass and close media because of their work-bold journalism. But if some media house forgot to pay Kenya Power na wakakuja wakakata stima kwa post, tusiseme threat to press media pia.
ama umesahau kulipa tax ya KRA na KRA wamekuja because they also close because now we are getting people where you have not paid Kenya Power kikata stima wanasema serikali imetuma Kenya Power ituzime because of our coverage. You don't pay people, you don't pay taxes for 1.5 years, they come and clamp your accounts and say, hii serikali haitaki kazi ya media and all that. So there are those matters that let's also be, and what that helps, there's folklore that's, so that when you come out and say the media freedom is under threat, people realize it really under threat. But if you say we're under threat and they say no, hawajalipa Power miezi 8 na Power imekata. Si hata Kongo wanakata tu, sisemangi kwamba mnao government serikali inanitafuta. You realize that you need to pay. Because that way we are able to isolate issues. Otherwise, if we jumble everything up and say we are media, we shouldn't pay for power, we shouldn't pay our workers, we shouldn't remit taxes, and all that, then you realize that we are exposing ourselves. And wherever you come out to raise general and really critical issues, people say, we know these complainers. Sasa pengine ni Kenya Power wasahau kulipa, ama wakasahau kulipa maji, ama wakasahau kulipa. Kuna watu tena wanamwaganga uchafu kwa geti ya watu wakikosa kulipa environment fee. But ideally is that isolation. So, but finally, the media should not get into the business of policing government. Make sure you highlight government miscoming, but be accurate, be fair, and give them a right to respond. Thank you.
Thanks, David. The consensus from this panel is that the media ecosystem is fragile, but the men and women in the newsroom are resilient enough. At the end of the day, journalism is a contact sport. You can spectate, but you have to feel the punch. If the punch is professional, you'll score a point. So that brings us to the end of our panel. Thank you all. Back to you, Bonamsi.
One, two. Another round of applause for them, tafadhali. You may actually have your seats. Thank you so much for that. An amazing panel discussion there. You may have your seats, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Even the lady who came to watch the news and became the news. Very fluid event, this one. Thank you so much for that, and thank you for the robust discussion you've had there. That brings us to the end of the first panel discussion. Like we said, we're going to have them back to back. What we'll do at this particular point is have our breakaway panel discussion going on in the room next to this one. So you shall exit out, first left. That's where we're having our breakaway room. That will be panel 2. So the breakaway room next to this is panel 2. The discussion, examining how technology is transforming journalism and its implications for press freedom, public trust, and media regulation. That will be led by Mr. Abraham Marita, Project Director, Internews. In that particular room will be Mr. James Wamathai, the Director for Partnerships at the Bloggers Association of Kenya, Mr. Francis Mureithi, Digital Editor, Radio Africa Group, Ms. Rosemary Mwangi, Assistant Manager, Broadcasting Content, Monitoring and Innovation at the Communications Authority of Kenya, and Ms. Jacinta Kiragori, General Manager, TV Production and Programming at the Standard Group PLC. So for that panel and that moderator, we shall all rise to our feet and go to the next room, exit on my right, which would be your left, down to our immediate left for that particular panel discussion. For those remaining here, panel 3's discussion, safeguarding public interest, leadership, integrity, and media freedom in the digital age. So that discussion is happening here. That discussion will be led by Ms. Christine Ngoko. Is she here? Christine? There she is. You can come to the front for this particular discussion. Also on the panel, Mr. Stephen Karuga, Corporate Affairs and Communications, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. You can come to the front. Ms. Jedida Warohio, Director at the Witness Protection Agency. Come to the front, please. Mr. Julius Otieno, Secretary General, Kenya Parliamentary Journalists Association. Come to the front. Ms. Patricia Joseph, Programs Manager, Katiba Institute. Can also come to the front. And Mr. Gibson Mwaita, Head of Programs, Transparency International. Come to the front as well. So once again, clarity on what is happening. Panel 2's discussion on our program will be in the breakaway room. Exit on your left and take the immediate left down the hall. So Dr. Grace Gedaiga will be in that particular room. Mr. James Wamathai, Mr. Francis Mureithi, Ms. Rosemary Mwangi, Ms. Jacinta Kiragori, and Mr. Abraham Marita will be heading to the breakaway room for that particular discussion. And in here, Mr. Stephen Karoga, please come to the front. Ms. Jadida Warohio, come to the front as well. Mr. Julius Otieno, Ms. Patricia Joseph, and Mr. Gibson Moita, all to the front. This particular discussion will be moderated by Ms. Christine Ngoko. That's in Christine at the back, making her way to the front. So we'll give you 5 minutes for those who want to move to the breakaway room and for those who are coming onto stage. For those in this particular room, there will be a keynote paper by Dr. Kawive Wambua of Inuka, Kenya. Is Dr. Wambua here? Thank you so much. We'll settle in 5 minutes and proceed with the program.
Can we move, please, towards the front so it's easier for us to follow the deliberations and the discussions? Thank you. I hope my microphone is on. Oh, that's great. Okay, so welcome to this panel discussion that we are having this afternoon. And I'd like to start by welcoming our panel paper presenter. His name is Kawive Wambua. This is the theater artist. And so you want to ask yourself, so how come he is in this space? He's in this space because he's also an educationist. And he's a literary scholar, he's a researcher. And so he fits well in this space because the media now is not just what we thought about it as radio, television, digital, print. Right now, the media has gone wider. When you think about the coming of the internet, and now with the advent of artificial intelligence, I think the media is growing by leaps and bounds. And the boundaries as we knew them are getting broken down. He's a practitioner and a researcher in community mobilization, human rights, and participatory educational methodologies and culture as tools of social transformation. So Kawive is going to bring us some discussion, and he's looking at the digital age which has transformed the media, governance, and civic education, engagement, especially worldwide. And if you think about it, it has ushered in unprecedented access to information while simultaneously introducing challenges such as misinformation, media concentration, digital censorship, disinformation, and all those are really new experiences. Previously, the media was known as the truth tellers. But today, the media is being used perhaps for the opposite. And so, he's going to come and discuss some of that with us. In Africa, he puts that media landscapes vary significantly, with some nations embracing press freedom, while others impose strict regulations. Countries like Ghana and South Africa have very robust legal protections for journalists, whereas Eritrea and Rwanda maintain very tight control over media operations. The rise of digital platforms has further complicated media governance, as social media enables both grassroots activism and state-sponsored propaganda. Kenya has historically played a critical role in exposing corruption, shaping political discourse, and mobilizing civic engagement. Investigative journalism has uncovered scandals such as Golden Bag Affair, some will be familiar with that, and the Anglo-leasing, demonstrating the power of a free press in holding leaders accountable. However, there are some serious threats to journalists. Corporate media consolidation. Remember when they started saying, go digital first? So all those little segmentations of the media as we knew it are collapsing. There's also the question of media houses expanding their digital presence. Kenya's media ecosystem has also changed. Social media has become a double-edged sword. While it enables real-time reporting, it also facilitates fake news proliferation, as seen during the 2017 and 2022 elections in this country. This paper examines the evolving role of the media in safeguarding public interest, the ethical dilemmas in leadership, and the tension between media freedom and regulation. By analyzing Kenya's constitutional provisions, media laws, and real-life cases, this study highlights the impact of media on democracy and institutional integrity, offering some recommendations for strengthening press freedom in the digital age. Please put your hands together as we welcome Kawive Wambua.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Like you've been told, my name is Kawive Wambua, and I want to make this short and I hope sweet. We've learned from the social media, the preference of most media consumers to social media is pegged on attention span. 2 to 5 minutes clips, communicative, and enough, because people cannot concentrate for more than that. But this is a very complex topic that I was given. If you are talking about safeguarding public interest and looking at leadership, integrity, and media freedom, and the digital age, that's putting too many things in one basket. Each of these topics is sufficient to occupy our interest for a whole afternoon. So I've focused majorly on the interface of these particular aspects and tried to see public interest, digital age, and the media, those three, and what is their convergence. Specifically media freedom. I will give you a quote from Albert Camus, who said, "A free press can be good or bad, but most certainly, without freedom, the press will never be anything but bad." And then the other person that I want to talk about is Joel Simon. Joel Simon asked a fundamental question which we deal with even now. So when we fight for press freedom, what are we fighting for? It is not a tautological question. It is not that Joel has not said we are fighting for press freedom, but actually, what is it? And I want to take you to Article 34 and 35. Most of you know this article by heart, and which talks about freedoms of the media. And the reason why these freedoms are granted and guaranteed in the Constitution is so as to ensure that because governments push to restrict the civic space, the media can be able to help in expanding and ensuring that the civic space does not get restricted. Of course, there have been many troubling cases of journalists working on what we may call public interest stories, who are targeted by what is called SLAPs. SLAPs are strategic lawsuits against public participation. And if you read Mzalendo's report, and also reports by Article 19, you'll find that SLAPs have been used against media. And then there is the escalation of what is clearly state-sponsored violence against journalists, and we have examples from the case of Catherine in Nakuru and others, which have gone against conventions, the Constitution, the Protocol 1 of the Geneva Conventions, and in effect, what these acts of restricting the civic space do is to ensure that journalists, or is to force journalists to step back a bit, not to expose government, not to say things that the government or certain people in government, I don't know whether we equate government with power, but certain people who have got power are not, do not want to be said. So, when we fight for media freedom, we are fighting to preserve the foundational principles of leadership, accountability, institutional integrity, and civic voice in an age which is marked by digital disruption, algorithmic manipulation, and information warfare. But back to our original question. When we say public interest, who is the public? And what is interest? Because sometimes when we put public interest together, it looks like a very good, a very interesting statement. And you almost think you know what it means until you stop and start saying, right now when we are sitting here, who is the public? Are you the public? You are not. You are professionals. Do you have an interest? Yes. Is that interest public? I don't know. So when we are talking about media freedom and safeguarding public interest, we are talking more than just protecting journalists and media institutions. We are talking about securing the collective right of society to be informed, to question authority, and to shape democratic life through access to diverse, verified, and independent information. So the public is the connection between individuals, institutions, and people, and their interests are not necessarily unipolar. Their interests are diverse. So from a civic dimension, safeguarding public interest means that enabling citizens to participate meaningfully in public discourses. Now, so when citizens are not able to participate meaningfully in public life and in public discourses, then their interests have not been protected. Remember, interests are not necessarily defined. They could be assumed, they could be felt, they could be imagined, but they are still interests. From an ethical standpoint, the public interest demands that journalists and media houses uphold truth, integrity, and independence, especially under conditions of political pressure, censorship, and surveillance. We were given an example in the last panel where we were told journalists in, I will not repeat that word, because every time it's said, it gives me, it gives me a bad feeling, mashinani. Because mashinani is where grassroots, as opposed to grass stems or grass leaves or what. Anyway, journalists have been pressed upon to not exercise that freedom. And therefore, people are not able to do that. So civic engagement relies on the media ecosystem, where information is not only accessible, but also trustworthy and representative of plurality. If media does not have inching on the question of plurality, then it stops serving the public interest. And plurality here means and I will borrow the phrase that was used here, the KBC of before, of those years. It started very clearly. Rais, Mtukufu, Daniel, Arap, Moi. Leo amekuwa. Invariably for 5-10 minutes. But when we talk about plurality, we are talking about multiplicity of voices. So that it is not the MP who becomes breaking news every time, or the president. But it is the human interest story. Let me digress a bit. That media, the beginning of media, was in the communication of human interest stories. The first media defined as such was about writing stories of people in society. What are they going through? What are they doing? What is the interest for us? The first media houses were actually printing presses for stories written by people about their society. In the press was discovered, invented in 50 something. And that is when people started printing books, novels, stories. And it has evolved until now, and what we have now are media houses protecting public or human interest. Now, that change is very significant. And therefore, when you talk about journalism in protecting public interest, we are also talking about ethics. We are saying that ethical journalism is necessarily not neutral. It is actively aligned to the principles of justice, equity, and human dignity. So, when a police officer shoots a young man who is walking away from parliament, to use the example that was given here, and when that particular scene is captured and played by the media, that is not neutrality, but it is the protection of public interest. Then, therefore, from that ethical standpoint, the public interest demands that journalists and media houses uphold truth, integrity, and independence, as I said before. To safeguard public interest today, we must resist digital authoritarianism, demand transparency in algorithmic content governance, and fight back both the state and the corporate censorship. This is not only defense of journalism, it is also a defense of the fabric of democracy in society itself. So if we look at the African example, you'll find that when we are protecting, or when we talk about protection of press freedom, there are some countries that, up to now are jailing journalists. And I got something from the VOA which talks about Egypt is currently jailing 17 journalists, Eritrea 16, Ethiopia 6, Cameroon 5, Rwanda 5, Nigeria 4, Burundi 1, Senegal 1. And these are basically being held for ostensibly spreading false news or undermining state authority. In Kenya, we have given examples of slaps where they have existed. We know there is a media company which has been slapped with a $535,000 fine for publishing an investigative journalist piece, and that when courts rule in favor of complainants, and we have a history of this, most can't touch me kind of people get favor sometimes from the courts. So the coming of the digital age, or the coming up of the digital age recently, and you should know that when media started from stories in the village said by word of mouth, then there was the print press, then there was the emergence of the UHF, and then the emergence of the VHF, one for the radio, the other one for TV, and now the digital age. All those have had significant impact on media. But I'll concentrate on the last one, which is the digital age. Kenya has historically enjoyed a relatively vibrant press. There have been many things that have been done by the media to expose what would not have been known otherwise. But the landscape is shifting. There is a lot of corporate media consolidation. Now, the media conglomerates. There was a gentleman in the morning here who was introduced as is the leader of the citizen radios, and they were counted up to, was it 17? Now, that is one media that got that. Secondly, there is a lot of pressure for co-option. And I don't know whether we have somebody from the Communication Authority here, and the Kenya Film Classification Board. There is a lot of pressure to co-opt and muzzle media. There is also the question of digital misinformation and surveillance. No? So, social media have reported, but they have also rapidly spread fake news. Okay? And then another aspect of the media landscape is the psychological impact of traumatic events, where journalists often experience trauma, but there is no mechanism, or at least not known to me now, of ensuring this trauma is addressed. For example, the covering of Shakahola, the media houses that covered Shakahola. Is it possible to demonstrate that these media houses actually developed and implemented programs of taking their staff who were on the ground through debriefing, psychological assistance? Because you cannot sit somewhere exhuming bodies for months and you think that does not get to you. You're a human being, it will get to you. But is there a mechanism for doing this? Maybe we need to be taught. I want now to talk about the question of integrity, leadership, and the struggle with the truth. And here, I want to say that media is invested in curating narratives that sell, either as established facts or informed interpretations of situations. So it is the piecing together of this information that informs media work. But I have a question here, which question is as old as the arguments of the Grecian state of truth. And you mentioned truth. So what is the truth? What is the truth? Because truth in its philosophical and practical sense is an accurate representation of fact or of reality. But you realize immediately that truth is a contested area. Because when you interpret a situation, a fact, when I am standing here and I fall, and then you say I fell because the carpet was pulled from under my feet. The truth is that I fell. But the interpretation is that maybe I got a swoon, or I fell for whatever reason. If you embellish it, if you interpret it, if you analyze it, Because you cannot have truth without commentary. The moment there's a commentary, what is that? Is that truthfulness? Can you be able to account for this? Then the second question is, what truth should be communicated? If you are charged with communicating factual and biased and relevant information, how do you distinguish between objective truth and subjective interpretation? Okay? So does analysis, embellishment distort the truth? And if you do not analyze the truth, a friend of mine, a long-time friend of mine used to say that the media is about sex and scandal. So if there is no scandal, there is no news. If there is no tragedy, there is no news. Okay? So how do you fail to sensationalize it and then attract leadership or listenership? And then to the question of public interest and leadership. Does leadership become better if it is visionary or if it is truthful? I'm not getting into the Wamonyoro or Ruto argument about what is truth and what is non-truth. Okay? But if public interest is about getting good leaders, when is leadership best? And I want to... This gentleman who has come here is coming to threaten the moderator with time. So I want to spend the next 3 minutes just talking about digital age of the media, the challenges and transformation for Kenya. And I'll outline four of them. The digital age has revolutionized media, consumption, production, and dissemination. There is a democratization of information access, but there are even stronger challenges of integrity, credibility, and sustainability, especially of transitional media. So the first issue that we're going to deal with is the rise of citizen journalism and unregulated news sources. If you are on Twitter, you'll find people, or in Facebook, you'll find people who are saying, watch this space. They give you a tidbit of a story and then they say, watch this space. You are waiting for something else to unravel. They have moved from breaking news to, initially, 5 years ago, it was actually citizens becoming news breakers, breaking of news. Now it is the owners of news. But this ownership is faced with the challenge of ascertaining. How do you know the credibility of the source? And media people don't disclose their sources. But how do you ascertain the credibility of the source? The second one is the proliferation of misinformation and ethical dilemmas. Apart from spreading misinformation, how do you regulate content from external sources? In Kenya, we don't have what we may call very well delineated and stringent ethical guidelines for digital platforms. Okay? So this undermines public trust and poses a risk to governance. The third is the shift in media consumption patterns. And I talked about this earlier. The rise of TikTok and other digital innovative tools, people now, many people who are consumers of media prefer quick, engaging, and visually appealing content over traditional journalistic pieces. How does the media integrate multimedia storytelling, interactive content, and algorithm-driven news feeds into the mainstay of their work? And the fourth one is the question of political disillusionment and the rise of satirical media. most of the people who are citizen journalists have turned to what is called the carnivalesque method, or the creation of satire and spectacle. You find somebody posting on TikTok, but they are laughing from before the video starts playing to when it ends. So you're wondering whether you're listening to the video or to the laughter. Okay? That is taking it to the next level. That is the question of the carnival. You are creating a carnival. You know, a carnival where people go out in the streets dancing and singing. You're creating a carnival in a post of 30 seconds. That is where this shift is going. And the way forward, for me, in terms of protecting the public interest, is one, legal and policy reforms. We must face this one. I know MCK has been doing a review of so many of the policies and the laws. I don't know where that has gotten to. And the question of transparency in media ownership, and thirdly, the question of digital rights and literacy. Most of the people who are applying digital tools to create media content do not necessarily have an ethical reference to accountability. So as long as you get into a motorbike, you have your phone, you create content, and you post it. That's it. That's your news breaking. So something has to be done about that. And then the question of strengthening civic mobilization to defend press freedom. And lastly, mental well-being for journalists. This is critical because apart from sifting through a lot of content to get what is credible, you also work in perilous environment. And as I finish, the media must embrace and apply digital tools in research, formulation of media articles, and in distribution of the same. This was the media, just like it adapted to the printing press, the UHF, the VHF, must embrace and provide leadership in curation of narratives with integrity in order to safeguard the public interest. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kawive. You've actually triggered a lot of thoughts in our minds with your paper, and I want to go straight to the panelists, and I'll start from the way they are listed on the program. I'll start from the bottom. I'll start with Gibson Whiter, Head of Programs at Transparency International. I think you can use the microphone where you are. And what I am going to suggest is you concretize your thoughts, concretize your ideas, so that we see how we can improve on this paper. There are a few things that I have in my mind. Because I'm not a panelist, I'm not going to give the thoughts publicly here, but I will share them with the presenter. However, Mr. Mwita, please go ahead. Give us some thoughts from the paper that has been presented. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Daktari, and thank you so much, moderator, for this very good presentation right there. Speaks so much to some of the things that we are facing now, which are basically a reality, and also ties so much to even what we do at Transparency International. I think basically the recommendations are very clear in terms of really how we should, especially on the way forward, just reiterating, the bit of public interest protection, ensuring that, there is a robust legal and policy reforms, which we so much also align to the same. And especially based on this, what I would say is that even as we are talking about the legal and policy reforms, then let this actually be anchored on evidence, which should be informed by, for instance, some of the assessments that we do with the current laws. Because truth be told is that we have laws, we have institutions that, for instance, are supposed to ensure that there is adequate implementation of, different laws that we have, including even those, like, for instance, to do with leadership and integrity and the rest. But where is the problem? So part of what really I would say is that even as we are talking about, the reforms, let it be anchored on an assessment of really what is working now and what is not working now. And for instance, speaking on that, we recently launched the Rubber Meets the Road, an assessment of the laws on corruption laws and institutions, and to be able to understand what are some of the gaps that we are facing as the institution and actually are impeding the fight, for instance, on corruption. And so there are several things that, of course, are evident. We'll be speaking to them maybe in the subsequent questions, but basically it's just saying that what we are recommending and even the reforms really should be anchored on an assessment of what is working now, and then now we can be able to again see how to go about it. And of course, again, strengthening on civil mobilization to be able to defend freedom, because yes, indeed, in so doing, then we'll be able to ensure that even media and press is effectively involved in, for instance, ensuring leadership and integrity, and also safeguarding public interest. For now, that's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oops.
Sorry.
Okay, our speaker is safe. Thank you very much, Mr. Mwaita. And it is true, we must look at what kind of regulation is in existence and what it is that we need to review if we are to review it. And looking also at our context, where are we and what are the kinds of regulations that we require. Ms. Patricia Joseph, Programs Manager, Katiba Institute, your turn. You could also concretize them so that we are actually move the program and move the discussion in the forward direction. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for, I think, Dr. Kawive, for your thoughts. Also, it's actually a very relevant issue, and you also raised very interesting, thought-provoking ideas. And I do agree with you that this topic is actually a mouthful of very different ideas that could even be a book in itself. Those would be different book chapters. But just to say that I do echo the concerns you've raised. And I think even for me, I would like to add maybe 2 points and say, one, when you're talking about public interest in this context, I think we can also contextualize it deeper in terms of our constitutional underpinning, which somehow we know that public interest as a concept is definitely a contested idea and what amounts to it. But then also when we contextualize it in our context of our constitutional underpinning and even some of the laws that define that, there's the idea of the centrality of the people. And maybe even when you look at what we mean when we say someone is acting in the public interest in the context of the journalists, there's those protected ideas that for me is just the idea of now the constitutional underpinning. And I think the other thing, and you brought it out for me, is also when we have now the interface of the digital age, I would want to see a further discussion on the idea of the corporate responsibility, because now with our constitution we have both the horizontal and vertical application of human rights, but we know now the angle of digital age tilts that even further because of the responsibility of the digital platforms, and not only the media platforms, but also the interface between the media and these other digital platforms that citizens are relying on. I'm talking about the Metas, the WhatsApp, the X's, and all these platforms that we rely on in terms of consuming the media. I think this is not our core expertise, but also the idea of the data. When you talk about the changes, and for me it's an interest to see what does it look like in terms of the figures, in terms of patterns of consumption, accessibility, and I think you talked about the consumption, production, and accessibility. I think I'm very keen on the actual data for our own learning, because we lean on the law, but the evidence is also critical for us to interface between data and the law. And I don't want to repeat what my friend has said about the legal reforms. I think there's a whole conversation about the many laws and policies that we have, but how do they look like when we do the analysis informed by the new patterns, the constitutional underpinnings, and is it sufficient, or what do we look at when we talk about the legal protections vis-a-vis the obligations that emerge from the new patterns of consuming information? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Julius Otieno, Secretary General, Kenya Parliamentary Journalists Association. These are the media now. The media are now talking. Kawive, please pay attention before they make a story of you because of the paper that you just presented, because you talked about truth which is contested. The truth is truth, come on. But anyway, the journalists will tell us. So, Julius.
Thank you so much. I believe I'm clear. Thank you so much, Daktari, for the presentation. I think it captured the key issues, the key concerns that really have been affecting us as the media or the people who are actually out there in the field and are actually practicing. And I know my colleagues have talked about the legal space and what needs to be done, especially in this era of the digital media. And I want to talk about that legal space as well as the whole issue of the content in this, how the content is created, how the content is disseminated, how it can be verified. Allow me to start with the first one, really fast, on the legal space. It is a fact that we have some kind of comprehensive laws or kind of progressive laws when it comes to freedom of the media, starting with the Constitution. You clearly stated Articles 30, 34, 35, but I think we normally started from 33 onwards, which really give us the freedom. But again, we have other parliamentary legislations. You know, we have the Cybercrime Act, we have all these other laws that deal with mostly the online content or the digital content. And even with that kind of legislation, there's still call for a legislation to kind of see how the digital content is created, is disseminated, and all that. I don't know from your research or from your point of view, we need to really point or pick up the key gaps that needs to be addressed that has not been identified in this key legislation that are already existing, so that even as we come up with a stronger legislation on the digital media, then we do something that is informed, something that really comes up as a result of a gap that has been identified, not just for the sake of doing it. When it comes to the content, you talked about the citizen journalism that has emerged, that someone can easily create a content, post it online, but then you cannot verify that information, you cannot know the source. This is actually affecting us in the daily operation, and actually is also begs the question, why is the media consumption really moved to that kind of journalism at the expense of the real journalism that we do? You know, we can verify what we do, you can quote our sources there, but you know, the public just moves towards that kind of citizen journalism that cannot be verified, and that is where we have the things to do with the fake news, misinformation, disinformation, and so on. So really there's a need to establish really why this pattern changing this fast, despite these glaring issues like misinformation, like disinformation, and so on. I think the other thing that we need to debunk is really what constitutes misinformation, what constitutes disinformation, and these many things that often some governments have used actually just to pin down or to bring down journalists who are trying to express or to air out what is happening or what is affecting the general public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really like the issues that he's raising, that we really need to pinpoint on what the gap is without us just taking that blanket approach to review of the laws. I want to move to Jedida Waroyo, Director or the CEO of Witness Protection Agency. Just have a look at this paper and think to ourselves, how does it really apply to us when even we think about the media where they sit? I'll want to even just tweak it a little bit and say, what about the witnesses? Sometimes the sources that the media use are actually witnesses to crimes, witnesses to misappropriation of sometimes even just abuse of public office. So how does the media now begin to operate? Because there's a newcomer who is the members of the public as a news collector. So how do we deal with all of this as you also respond to his paper?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think this is the first time in this annual media summit that we are looking at the public interest. The public interest from a protected person's perspective, that is the witness. Malcolm X said that the media is the most powerful entity on earth because they control the minds of the masses. It means that they socialize the minds of the masses. And as Dr. was speaking, he spoke, as he was ending, he spoke about the struggle for the truth. And he asked two very pertinent questions. What is the truth? And what truth should be communicated? And for me, as we speak, it is not about the contested spaces. It is not about the ethical dilemma. I look at the subject because the subject is important when we look at the subject. And in my case, when we look at the witness, and as we know, there is no trial without a witness. And the media are, some of them may be witnesses, some of them may refer witnesses, and we've had those situations. And we need to look at it not as contested spaces, but as the protected spaces, the protected information, the protected people, or the protected person. And for me, when you're asking what is the truth, I think we can push this dialogue beyond at the practical sense. He talked about the philosophical sense, at the practical sense. I sit at the practical sense. We have to be able to protect the witnesses at all times because that is the public interest. And when we ask what is the truth, then it means that we must limit access to certain audience. We must limit access to certain information so that we are able to promote the bigger truth with a capital T. Because I look at the bigger truth when it comes to the issue of justice that he has spoken about. So if we want justice, not only to be seen, but also to be done in the corridors of justice, that is in the courts, that's during inquiries, in the commissions, or even tribunals, including the Media Council Complaints Commission, then we must protect the bigger truth with a T by protecting the holder of the information, the person who has the critical information. And because the media has the power to protect the truth carrier, from where I sit, who would be then the protected witness, then they must have that ethical responsibility to be able to protect that person. Secondly, what truth should be communicated? And this is where then the journalist comes in to determine, in any case, where you know there's a protected witness, there must be many more witnesses. So you will still scoop your story, but don't scoop it with a protected witness, because it's a question of the public interest of the witness in terms of their life. It is either their life, that means death, or you're protecting them from further harm, so that you're operating on a do no harm principle, so you don't expose the identity, you don't expose any identifying information, and you allow the protector, who is the witness protection agency, to be able to protect the witness and to also to protect, and for you as the media to protect the protector. Also, when you're asking what truth should be communicated, at times some of this truth does not and will not be communicated now. And because it is safer that way for the protected person, it is safer that way for the public good. And we may never hear that truth out there, but we will hear the truth through justice, through a positive pronouncement, because we have to allow the investigator
We have to allow the prosecutor, we have to allow the adjudicator, who is the judge, to give us that truth through a positive conviction. And the people who are witnesses feel safer, stay safe, plus the family of those who are under the protection, so that we minimize the fear, the intimidation, and the risk. So if we never hear that story in terms of the protected story, it is okay. We are still doing public good and public interest in ensuring that justice is done. So for me, protecting the subject is very, very crucial to the public interest that promotes integrity and promotes the leadership of all of us.
Thank you so much. Wow. Now there is truth with capital T. Okay. I saw Julius sit forward to have a look at your face when you were making some of your remarks. And I told myself, she's in trouble with the journalists. I want to go to Stephen Karuga, Corporate Affairs and Communication at the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC. And I want you to just react to his paper. I don't want to even just start prompting you to some of the things I wish you would talk about. Hopefully you will talk about them. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, firstly for the opportunity and for the invitation to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. That was a very excellent paper. It is very broad, but he has done justice to it. To EACC, we look at public interest as the well-being of our society as a whole. So the same is embedded in the Constitution in different articles, the Article 10, the Chapter 6 of the Constitution, and the Article 232. So public interest is the moral compass that guides leadership, integrity, and accountability. The primary question being whether the decisions, the actions, and the policies being implemented, they promote the collective well-being of our society. Whether they secure the people, and whether those decisions also enhance our information. So, as a way forward on that paper, there are various mechanisms in which we'll be able to safeguard public interest. For us as EACC, I think the primary issue is how to strengthen the institutions which are mandated to safeguard public interest, which include the EACC, which is supposed to safeguard public interest by ensuring that the people who hold public offices do so and they serve the people rather than their personal interest. Secondly, we safeguard misuse of public resources. And thirdly, we educate and inform the people on their rights. So there is a need to safeguard and to strengthen this institution in two ways: in resource allocation, and secondly, in giving them the requisite independence to exercise their mandate more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe now that's perhaps that could be a chapter in this book that we're going to write, because I'm seeing your paper growing and growing. And I want to just appreciate the comments that have been made. I want to go back to Mr. Moita at Transparency International. You mentioned that you have a few more points that you would like to bring out. But as you do that, I want to just ask, are we in that space where, when it is a matter of public interest, even the public know that it is a matter of interest to them? Or is the media now setting the agenda to determine what is public interest and what is not public interest? Remember, we as journalists, because I am one, we as journalists look at the world from a perspective of what is new. Hence the reason why we write news. And what is new may not necessarily be what is new or of public interest to the audiences that we write for, to the audiences that we broadcast to. It is our perspective of what is public interest. But then when I look on the other side and I say, does the public really think this is of public interest to them? So maybe you can give me some few thoughts and maybe two more of the points that you had, and then we try and see if we can wrap up this in the next few.
All right. Thank you so much. Yes, good question you're asking there, and I think that has been part of what has been coming up, I think, even from the morning, and making reference to some of the sentiments that previous speakers have talked about. Are we now talking about what is of public interest or what interests the public? I think that's really a big question in terms of how to look at it. And also, what does media now focus on as far as the two are concerned? However, just going back to what I had indicated before, at Transparency International, when you talk about public interest, that is really big to us. Because part of what we focus on and our citizen demand oversight is, for instance, ensuring that to be able to ensure that we are, safeguarding public interest, there are quite a number of things involved. Access to justice, for instance, it's one of them. Access to, public resources and legal aid, that would be one of them. Ensuring that, for instance, aspects to do with citizen and leadership integrity, for instance, are part of what we do. Now, for us, to also ensure that we are sharing what is of public interest, we have ways that also we are in the digital space, because we, through, for instance, one of our digital tools, that is Action for Transparency, we share information that we actually facilitate public access to, really getting to know, for instance, issues to do with tracking public expenditure, for instance, and getting to have an opportunity to be able to detect any misappropriation, for instance. We also have a platform we call Uwajibikaji platform, which basically is a referral system, where, for instance, the public can actually be able to report any cases of different nature, especially to do with, for instance, corruption or ethical issues. And then now from there, then we're able to pick and share with the relevant authorities. So as also to the other aspects that you're asking is, we are looking at also how the media is being facilitated to be able to effectively deliver on, or to be able to effectively, for instance, share on public interest. And really, even when they do, what does that, for instance, happen? And now also referring, for instance, to, or also making reference to what my brother from ESCC has shared, we also look at, even when the media has shared and has disseminated information which is of public interest, for instance, issues to do with corruption and what has been reported, what do the line agencies and institutions do to be able to even, for instance, encourage the media and the press to keep on sharing that? Because, for instance, where we have issues to do with corruption or issues that, for instance, call for prosecution, through, for instance, investigative journalism have actually been uncovered and brought forward. Of course, ESCC picks it up because that is their role, to be able to investigate, and then passes that to ODPP for prosecution. Well, they are working in an ideal situation, that will be taken up, and for instance, maybe we might see even leaders facing consequences depending on really what the aspect is in question. But where, for instance, the different agencies are not doing the right work, we end up now, for instance, having cases drop. For instance, we all know about the Mara Haste and what is happening around that. And also there's so many other issues that have been picked up. So when that happens, of course, that is also, we see that really discouraging the media. And so, of course, when that happens, then it really discourages them. And maybe for that case, they possibly focus on other things that interest the public instead of really what is of public interest.
Thank you. I'll come to you, Patricia Joseph, and just ask what would be your key thing that Kawive now needs to go and add on his paper. We have had the question of the journalists and when they do those investigative stories, and the story is aired, and then so what? The other part is not done. But maybe you have some few thoughts on what Kawive can add.
Thank you. I think I'll go back to my earlier statement about anchoring the conversation in the constitutional understanding on what do we see as emerging as a public interest issue. And when I say the centrality of the people, you see everything from Article 1. If it's not in the interest of the people, and Kawive has already given us some demarcations, if a public officer is not, even a president is guided on how to act in the service of the people, and we're able to see that conduct against the constitutional lens, then something else emerges. If you look again further, maybe interplay with other laws, for instance, the idea of maybe under the Access to Information Act, for instance, promoting the access to information, and not just information, but credible information. And then there's also the other idea of protection of disclosure. For instance, now that we know that states do not necessarily give us information, but then the state says the law protects people who disclose information in the public interest, and that is information that talks about illegalities of the law, human rights violations, corruption, mismanagement of public resources, or generally a matter of public concern, like health, like when someone broke the news about the COVID situation, that the borders are not yet closed, and there was concern about. That was a witness who did not speak, but the media broke the story. Sure. So what does this lead me to? And I think now to your question is, when we talk about now the idea of the public interest as being in convergence with what the law says and the constitutional standards, the Article 10 values that are actually binding on us as private citizens, as well as the state obligations, then it brings me to the question of accountability. Accountability, one, for the disregard of that public interest. What happens then with that? Because it's a normative value that guides us, but what happens when it is disregarded? And this is where now we see violations coming in terms of violations in the context of today against press freedom, for instance. And then further again to the idea of accountability. Sometimes you will see now the media, because of the pushback for telling the truth, and what was said in the previous panel about the cost of telling the truth. Yes. Then there's a convergence here that I'd want us even to include it as part of the civic mobilization of what civil society are doing and media are doing, and the convergence of the public good. So that now we see that as coming in as a buffer for the media when they can't speak the truth without consequences, but also challenging when media and the rest of us do something in the public interest, and then then there are consequences, individual or both or corporate, for that. So for me, it's the idea of now taking it further to the accountability. Then we can live the spirit of the Constitution, where we say the public interests of the people are supreme in practice.
Thank you. Mr. Karuga, EACC. I won't even ask you a question, just speak.
Allow me to comment on two issues that may inform or add value to the paper. And one of, it's based on our experience at the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. As I said earlier, one of our roles is to promote ethical behavior within our society. But there is during this digital era, there is a very negative, trend of glorification of unethical conduct within our society, where negative information or negative conduct, when you see MPs fighting outside Parliament, it seems to gain more traction than when we are trying to push a positive behavioral change within the society. And I think this is one of the downside of the digital era where we are living in, where bad news tends to sell much faster than good news. A second element is where private interests are clothed as public interest. You see someone, a probably very senior official, who understands the entire architecture of the criminal justice, but opts not to use that architecture to report corruption, but uses the media for what is closed at public interest, but probably it's geared towards a private interest or political or mileage. So those are the two key issues. I don't know how we can balance between private interest clothed as public interest, and how to deal with the issue of glorification of unethical conduct and corruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Julius.
Thank you again. I think there's been kind of a debate on what really this thing called public interest is, and I think the ESCC has actually brought out. I think the Commission has brought it out well in terms of how he has expressed it or tried to explain it, meaning that a public interest basically refers to something that the media, because now I'm here on behalf of the media, something that the media can design or basically manage in a way that protects, the public interest. I mean, it protects the rights, it promotes the equality, it answers democracy of the general good rather than just an individual. And I think that is a role that media really plays really well, and that is why I think we are in the market. We are there to expose what is ailing the public in terms of governance, corruption, and many of those things. You asked about how do we determine or actually isolate an issue and classify it as a public interest issue. And I think the previous panel had there were some very interesting submissions in terms of the challenges that they were giving to journalists that you really need to read. You really need to understand a document. For example, I deal firmly or mostly with parliamentary issues. If a new bill is brought, for example, the previous or the current finance bill, what is different? What is new in that particular bill compared to the previous one? What is likely or what is going to affect the common man the most? For example, if you bring the issue of, for example, enhancing for example, VAT on bread, for example, definitely, you know, a large number of people really consume bread. So even if a coin, 1 shilling or even 50 cents is introduced or is added as a tax, then definitely, in your own judgment, of course, you know this is a public interest matter because it touches the masses, it touches so many people in the society. So there are so many ways that we judge a public interest matter, and that is why we've seen so many stories, especially coming from Parliament. You hear stories about the fake academic papers of the parliamentary staff. You hear stories about the finance bill that is containing so many taxes that are being increased. So we really have that judgment on really what constitutes a public interest matter. Having said that, I think media being the conveyor, I believe all the institutions here, including the ESCC and these others, you really rely on the media to really bring out the issues that you are working on or you are fighting on behalf of the public. And that really brings to attention or really calls for even the protection of the media itself. And I think as much as we are talking about this digital age, there's need to protect the media as a whole. Whether there's this digital age or not, the need to protect the media, I think, should be something that should be at the core of the debate, because we are the conveyor of this information. We have the digital media has come with the challenges. Sorry?
You can try and wind
up. Okay. There have been challenges with the media, with the independent of journalism, especially in terms of censorship. You know, we've seen outright intimidation. We've had some economic downtimes that have really seen media houses collapse. We've seen so many things. Even the digital journalism that we are now trying to regulate has exposed so many things that the government is doing or that is happening in the public that constitute a public interest matter. And I think all this needs to be guarded, especially when we are coming up with a regulation or a law that can regulate the digital journalism space the way it has been discussed here.
Thank you very much. Madam Warohio.
No question.
No question. Just make remarks, and because we are heading to a close.
Thank you very much. I want to say that our constitution, first of all, media freedom is very important, and with the digitalization and the digital space, that freedom will continue being tested and challenged. When you look at the constitution, in our preamble, we have committed to the well-being of everyone, as individuals, as family, and I think that is very important to always remember. We've also given ourselves the obligation and the responsibility to respect, to uphold and defend the Constitution, the national values, the public interest. From where I sit, I think that public interest can best be safeguarded if we also address media freedom and identify those limitations that the media can socialize us to have and to know. And for me, because I am at the Witness Protection Agency, we are usually not at the public front because of the nature of business. So these are the exceptions. So even for the media needs to protect those individuals, the source of information, which is one of the issues that the media is always at the forefront of saying, I'm protecting my source. In the same breath, then also protect the witness, because most of the protected persons are at risk, they're intimidated, or they are threatened. And no prosecution will be successful where a protected person is exposed in the name of public information or whatever word we use. I think it's important, and we owe it to ourselves to ensure that an institution like the Witness Protection Agency is able to undertake its work and comes within the realm of that protection because of its covert work. The witnesses who are bold enough, and we don't even give them any trophy to speak the truth before a court of law, we give them that public interest and ensure that their life and those of their loved ones and their associates are protected. So we ensure their information, any identifying information, is protected. We may not appreciate it now, but when you have a good judgment where there's a conviction in anti-corruption, in a corruption case, or in a terror case, or in a murder case, or in an SGBV case, then we'll see the full value of the public interest. So that it's not just about the news, it is also about the change and the reforms that we need. As I close, I want to say that we've just launched the Code of Conduct for media practitioners. I think we'll need to look at that from where I sit. Mm-hmm. Does it adequately cover, yes, the sources, but does it have a space where we can go further and say, like the court reporters, the digital reporters, I think that's what they're called now. I don't know what they're called. How are you ensuring that practically you provide leadership and have the utmost integrity to protect those who deserve to be protected? Lastly, I think it's important that we have very systematic training, and thanks to digital technology, we don't need to meet here physically. There are ways we can undertake that training so that we are beginning to socialize ourselves using the media, that information or those subjects that need to be protected and preserved. Because when you protect the protector, when the time for the media comes, as we had earlier under CIEGE, then the protector will be able to rise to protect the media as the media protector.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. I'm so glad that you have mentioned that the media are part of the people who can fall into the witness protection program, because I know with the kind of work that journalists do and in pursuit of that public interest, they get into some very bad and risky and dangerous spaces. I want you to give a round of applause to our panel and our presenter. Okay, I know, wait. I know you're hungry, but hey, surely. A round of applause for our panelists and our speaker. That's much better. I want to thank our team of panelists for interrogating Kawive's paper. I'm sure, Kawive, you have a few thoughts that you're going to put in. I want to promise that his paper is going to get published by the Media Council of Kenya because it has a lot of input and it's actually talking to us about the place where we are going in terms of information that comes from the media and how we manage it and the consumption of that information by members of the public and our citizens. Thank you very much. I want to wish you a good afternoon. Jeff, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our moderator as well for very ably steering that conversation. Asante sana. Ladies, gentlemen, you may have your seats as I answer the question that Christine had posed. Najua mko na njaa to solve. Oh, there's a photo. Sorry, gentlemen. 1, 2. There's a group photo right there in front. That we shall break for a late lunch. That shall be served on the 3rd floor. So we'll exit on your left, go to the elevators up to the 3rd floor for lunch, and then we shall reconvene at 4:45 for the last panel discussion and the closing ceremony. So once again, once this is done, we shall exit, go up to 3rd floor, have our lunch, and reconvene here at 4:45 for the final discussion and the closing of the summit. For our panelists, I always feel like I need to urge them, please smile. We don't need to seem like it was done under duress. Yes, much better, much better. Are we good? Fantastic. Thank you so much. Asante sana. So at this point, let's break for lunch. Lunch is served at the 3rd floor, and we reconvene here at 4:45. Asante.
so much, baby.
Tulianza safari ya Alhamdulillah, tukaomba tufike inshallah. Binadamu anapanga, shetani anapangua. Alhamdulillah tumefika mashallah. Mashallah. Binadamu anapanga na Mungu anaamua. Alhamdulillah tumefika mashallah.
Ay, 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 ay.
Part of our program. For those of us at the back, could you be so kind to just move a couple of rows closer to the front? Imagine there's no one else coming here. It's your seat. It's reserved for you. So let's please move on to the front. Yes, asante sana. As we get into the final part of our discussion this evening. This part is about press freedom in Kenya, a case of superficial changes. We shall start with a keynote. And this keynote paper will be presented by Mr. Victor Bwire, Director Media Training and Development at the Media Council of Kenya. Bwana Victor, the stage is yours. As we wait for you to come to the front. Okay, so as Victor comes to the front, we're getting a bit of additional housekeeping on this particular session. So let's pay close attention to the moderator of that particular session, Mr. Leo Mutisia.
Thank you. Good evening. Or is it good afternoon? Sorry, I know we are few. It is that time of the day when people want to get into the rush hour and get back home. I know others are also just stretching outside for sitting down for too long, but please bear with us. In the next 40 minutes, you are going to be done. So this is the final session and also is the closing remarks session. And therefore, we are going to have two guys online who are journalists, one from Kitui, another one from Turkana, who are going to be part of the respondents of this session. So we'll also give them 2 minutes to speak to us. Turkana talk about the experience of remoteness and being left out in conversations in Nairobi and journalism and so on. And then the guy from Kitui will also talk to us about safety and protection of journalists because of the experience he has gone through. And then after that, we'll have a conversation with some of our panelists here. So Victor, kindly, it's your session now, Karibu, it's your paper. Victor is not just a director at the Media Council of Kenya, he's a renowned journalist, prolific writer, he's a safety trainer, is a mental health expert, or social, he called it social wellness in another event. And he's also a fundraiser, so he's a jack of many specializations. So karibu sana Victor, please give us the brief.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Walikuwa wameomba msonge karibu room ikuwe na moto kidogo, lakini mbona hamtaki kutoka? Wale ambao ni bado wachanga msonge, najua kuna wazee hawezi amka kishaka. Now, quickly, once more, Leo, thanks. Leo is a friend and a colleague at the council, and obviously, one of the key things that has happened is that the report Without Borders, the global institution that does ranking of media and press freedom indexes across the world, they are based in Paris, has ranked Kenya either well or not, but very poorly. We are number 116. 116. Even Ethiopia, Djibouti are doing better than Kenya in terms of media issues. And so obviously that is worrying, because 3 years ago we were number 67. So we have gone down more than half in 3 years. So obviously that's one starting point, that we have been ranked so low. Now, for those like senior here, Bosire, Opondo, Ellen, and Zhao, you obviously see that while we might dismiss it and say it doesn't appear, but it has gone on record. That is how press freedom in the country is. So that obviously becomes an issue. 2 years ago, with Leo, we did a study on what Kenyans feel about press freedom in Kenya. That was an internal research. We did our own tool, and we commissioned a study in the country. And at that level, about 73% of Kenyans who we talked to said they are satisfied with the press freedom in Kenya. They're happy. They think there's press freedom in Kenya. Now, NEPAD, under the African Barometer, also rated Kenya not very well. They are talking about the shrinking space of freedom of expression and assembly in the country generally. There's a shrinking space. And when that happens, obviously it must concern the people in that sector. While there are those who will dismiss it, but for some of us, before I joined the Media Council of Kenya, I used to work for Article 19. Eastern Africa was in charge of 10 countries in this region on press freedom, that those things matter. And when we are getting some of these loans from China, from World Bank, some of these statistics data that is recorded makes it into consideration. Like if you are applying for a World Bank loan, obviously they always come with the access to information aspect, that how is the environment in that country, because their projects must be subjected to a lot of those public accountability issues. Now, if we look at the bigger picture in the East African region, we would, given our laws, say we are the most free, or they say we have the best Bill of Rights. We have the Article 34, 33, 34, and 35 of the Constitution, very progressive. Remember a few years ago in the old Constitution, freedom of media was never even mentioned in the Constitution. Now, at least we have 3 major articles that speak to mambo ya press freedom. And even Kenya moved further to actualize Article 34.5, the formation of the Media Council of Kenya in that sense. The actualization of Article 34.5 of the Constitution, Article 35 on access to information was followed by the enactment of the Access to Information Act of 2016. So to that effect, then we think we're moving. Obviously, I mentioned in the morning that at our country we have about 300 radio stations, 135 TV stations, 100 publications, over 3,000 blogs. To that effect, we have 48 colleges that teach journalism in Kenya. We have almost every county, save for Nandi County and I think Wajir, Mandera, which do not have a resident radio station or TV station. So to that effect, we have 85 community radio stations in this country. So in terms of numbers, with over 15,000 people practicing journalism, that's a huge number in terms of numbers. But this then lend itself to, for example, creation of jobs in the sector, media sustainability issues are there. So we have mentioned that while we have 3 articles, 33, 34, and 35, that seem to have institutionalized press freedom, access to information, but we have other 21 laws in this country that would infringe on press freedom. 21. So, Marita, and you commissioned the study that did that. And quite a number of them, if you go under for example, the security, the security sector, read the KDF Act of 2012, read the National Police Act of 2012, and I don't know what was happening in 2012. Most of these laws are 2012 laws. So you read the KDF Act, National Police Act, the National State Intelligence Act of 2012, the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2012, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2012, they have very weird provision on freedom of expression and media freedom. So that even as you mentioned, Article 33, 34, and 35, very progressive, but if you looked at, like the POTA, Prevention of Terrorism Act, in one of the articles, it says if you write something about what somebody will determine to be terrorism, you are liable for a jail of 30 years. So some of these provisions were brought, they touch on media freedom, but they are not brought through the media-related acts. They are brought through other acts where you least expect. Look at some of you, including Kevin Mabonga, you get your matatu at archives. Pale archives unakojanga gari pale Kencom. Look at that act that forms that thing, the Archives and Documentation Act of Kenya. What does it say? For a person who has served in a public office in Kenya, if you leave office, you must stay with that information for 30 years before you can talk to anybody. Now, obviously, that was a colonial law. People used to retire at 55, plus 30, 85. Our life expectancy was 60, so you have died. You wouldn't have said anything. So the Archives and Documentation Act makes sure that you can't talk about. And you look at stories like the Uko killings, you find that the journalists use the UK Act, Access to Information Act, to write a story about Kenya. Yet Uko died in Kenya because you couldn't write anything because of the Archive and Documentation Act. Read, those of you who read the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics Act. What does it say? The only official institution in Kenya to release any data on anything is supposed to be the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics by law. But every day, media council even today release some statistics. Everybody releases statistics. Hata chief anasema amekufa 10 hapa leo, watu wamekufa. Kila mtu ana release statistics in this country. But yet the Kenya Bureau of Statistics Act says the only official document. So when you talk about access to information, but in the same country we have an act that says that the only body to release government information is the same, then you see the contradictions. Look at for example, we have a law called the Books and Newspaper Act of 1975. What does it say? For you to publish a newspaper in this country, you are supposed to register by the Register of Newspapers at the AG chambers. You must deposit a bond of 5 million. And all newspapers are supposed to go to the Register of Newspapers by 3 every day. He marks with a red pen before he releases you to go for mass publication. Now, which newspaper in this country does that? So if anybody wanted to enforce that law, there's no newspaper that will come out because there's no newspaper that follows those things. Am I wrong? Yet we are talking of a country that is saying we have Article 34, 35, we have the freest media, yet we have an act, a statute that says for you to publish a newspaper, you must register and pay a bond. So the Books and Newspaper Act of 1975 is a very obsolete and useless act that's supposed not to be anywhere near a country like Kenya. But it's still there. So when the RSF, the Reporters Without Borders, because when they are ranking, they normally look at the legal system in a country. So when a country has 21 laws that seem to be negative, then it will go to number 116 where we are. And you can count more law. Defamation, it was declared unconstitutional, but we still have criminal defamation in our acts. People are still being... Computer and Cybercrime Act, 21 sections were declared unconstitutional, but it's still there. The government went for appeal, so it's still back. Look at our penal code, section 62, 64, 63, and others. They're still talking about publication of false news. It's still a crime in this country to publish what somebody thinks. When the minister thinks you have published what they say is under our penal code. They still even have a section about if you write a bad story about a foreign dignitary. That if you write a bad story on Museveni's son and call him a brat, that's a crime in our country, you can imagine. We even protect foreign dignitaries by our own law. Those are still in our statutes. So there are 21, and you can count the other laws. Obviously, no KBC is supposed to be a state broadcaster under Article 33. Is KBC a public broadcaster? We still a state broadcaster. So sometimes when you hear people talk about reforming KBC and doing what, sometimes you listen and write a speech and go home. So because if you have not done the fundamental things, then also some of those challenges are there. And we can count those laws, there are 21 of them, and count. But then you obviously go to things like GA, the government advertising agency. One, formed by an executive order, is not in law. Two, it has missed what it was meant to do. And you obviously saw when some implementation of the law started where somebody saying adverts must not be given to such and such and such and such. That obviously is a negation of what we are talking about. So if you go to the legal system, too many things. Even the Media Council Act itself has a problem, you are aware. That Media Council as an institution is both a media development institution and a media protector. How do you do the two jobs at the same time? And under KICA, Kenya Information Amendment Act, there's another tribunal that is supposed to do what the Complaints Commission of the Media Council is supposed to do. Double jeopardy, those of you who know. So somebody can come with a case at the Media Council Complaints Commission. When they lose or they feel they have not, they go again to the Multimedia Tribunal. The same thing. So those are some of the challenges. Kenya Film and Classification Board still also have some regulatory functions over content. Then there's a Kenya Film Commission. They still also have, under the stages play, it is called the Plays and Stage Act, Act 222. You know what it says. that for you to make hii vitu walikuwa wanasema hii watoto wa Butere. You remember? Under the Stages Act 222, unasema hiyo mchezo hii kuwa imekuwa approved by who? So those are some of the issues that we are talking about. So away from that, obviously the issues of economic, when journalists are not being paid for 7-10 months, what media viability are you talking about? I have a big investigative story about accountability, but at the same time I have not paid rent for 6 months. And the source is telling me, kitu kanyagia iko milioni moja hapa. What do? You write a story, I get a byline, or you kanyagia and get $1 million. Sure. Those are professional issues that people must ask themselves. That sometimes when parliamentarians are saying journalists follow them up to the toilet, toa kitu, sure. I mean, sometimes it's genuine. But it's not justifiable, obviously. So those are some of the issues that safety of journalists. We are talking about safety. How many of our media houses secure their journalists when they are going to work? Big challenge. A few of them have these, like Nation and Royal Media, have these, they're called what, helmets, bulletproof when we are going. But what does the defense law, the KDF Act say? When you have used those things, you cannot keep them. Hata kama ndizako ulinunua, you deposit them in Kenya Defense Forces for safekeeping. Na ndizako ulinunua. So when you want, like when Westgate happened on a Saturday, when mule mtu wako in charge ya store amefunga ameenda nyumbani. So when media houses wanted those protective gear to go to Westgate, waliwaambiwa mtu alifunga store yako nyumbani alienda. So journalists went to the scene of crime without protection. And others. So again, those are, if KRA is still arresting journalists at the airport with the cameras, the people are still being asked cameras to pay when you come to the country as a journalist. So again, those are the kind of issues we are talking about. So the salary, the safety, mental wellness, people have said. People are walking zombies. Stress. You covered Baragoi, you covered Wajir attack, you covered road accident, Salga, you are the same journalist. What is your mental state? Those are challenges we deal with. Digital safety issues. A number of us are now using digital. We write blogs, we write articles, but how safe? Some of you hata kutengeneza password is a problem. Illiteracy, the digital illiteracy among journalists is so alarming that even sometimes, hata vile mmeenda lunch, mmeacha hapa laptops. Nasema hiyo room itafungwa. Itafungwa. Nani atafunga? Umejiuliza? Unaenda unakula unatrust. Kumbe nyuma huyo mtu unafikiria ni mfanyakazi wa hoteli amevaa nguo ya white, kumbe ni National State Intelligence Operative ako na funguo. Ukishatoka ameshaangalia ni Owino ako pale, anachukua laptop, anajifuadia documents ile uko nayo anarudi. Wewe unasema uko safe au? So you must understand some of those. Kila mahali ukifika unauza wifi. Wifi iko password. What are the risks that come with open source internet? Uko na type C charger, mwenye unaomba hata type C hujui ni nani. Kumbe ni State Intelligence, ana download vitu kutoka kwa simu yako kwa laptop hujui. So those are the small things we are talking about that we must deal. The mass sackings, World Bank has done studies. So in any company, not just media, in any company, when you go for these things of early retirement, you always lose the best staff. The best young educated staff are the people who are risk takers. They will want to get their small money and go and start their own business. Lakini ule alichoka, amefanya hapo miaka 40 hana mahali anaenda. So when media houses are doing downsizing and sacking young journalists who are living the best productive, they remain with the routine workers, sio? Wenye productivity is zero. Na unataka kusema content is a king. You want to compete with Guardian, New York Times. Na wewe umebaki na pensioners kwa newsroom. So those are issues that are obviously issues in. So as we talk about that, but we want to the pronouncement, and somebody has documented that for a long time the government thought the media is against them, and those statements has been repeated 100 times. If you look at what the former DP was saying about media in this country, mulikuwa na opposition, mtaona tunataka kuonyesha tulipita hata bila support yenu, you know. That message when it goes out. Then obviously the issue of who owns media in this country. And so long as you have money, You go to CA or whoever, you pay for a license, unaenda unatafuta watu kwa kijiji, unaenda unaandika. So ma-PAs waheshimiwa ndio wana run radio stations zenye mnasikia hazilipi mishahara, sio? What is the professionalism of those things? Ndio unaona content yetu mingi ni gambling na waganga kutoka Tanga, sio? Wanatibu magonjwa sijui magonjwa gani. Is full of our content on radio is gambling and nothing, because who heads those stations? Are there regulations that if for you to run a station or TV, you must have some qualification or anybody with money? Sure. So those are some of the key issues that I think. Then obviously the technology has brought its good side. Obviously AI is helping us do work, production, movement, but also the issue of misinformation, disinformation is a big problem. Sure. Fake news, the issue of copyright, defamation, people are being taken to court. Judiciary is being used. There's a media house that has been fined 20 million for a story in Migori. Sasa media house yenye jalipa mshahara miezi 6, ukipiga fine 20 million, si umefunga? There's a media house that being auctioned, cameras zinaenda na magari juzi. Auctioned. So those are some of the issues are pieced together, Leo. Thank you.
Another clap, please. Thank you, Director, for that. I think we have summarized that into 3 key areas, and we are going to delve deep into that once we call the panelists here. But I want to hear from the guys online. Particularly, I want to start with NCIC in Turkana County. We're inviting them so that they can feel represented. There is the feeling that when you are in places like Lodwar, Mandera, Turkana, you are discriminated based on your remoteness. So it's something that we are deliberately attempting to ameliorate. So NCIC, please speak to us. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Please talk to us about... Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So please talk to us about issues afflicting media or journalists in Turkana County. I know we were together a few weeks ago, and there are a number of conversations that we had about the issue of press freedom in Turkana County. Yes. Could you speak to the sitting here today on some of those issues? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you said, my name is Lucas NCIC. I'm very glad today was part of the panelists, because we see journalists from this Asa region like Turkana have been marginalized for many years, and now this kind of being remembered as part of this panel is a great achievement for us, so that we are able to address our issues that are affecting us, especially in Turkana region and even in other, because the problem that's affecting journalists are almost similar in this Asal region. So to start with, we journalists in Turkana actually we are the most abandoned journalists, especially in terms of region representation. And we cover the international borders like Ethiopia, South Sudan, and Uganda. And these are the areas that most of the journalists in Turkana cover, and they go a lot of, they face a lot of challenges in terms of coming up with stories in this region, because even their own media houses actually don't facilitate them in terms of bring out these stories in the borders. So, as you can just for a small presentation here, before maybe I can give a little bit of my small brief on Turkana journalists, I can give an opening remark by saying Kenya 2020 Constitution enshrined in the press freedom is making a significant milestone. And however, the practical realization of this freedom surely has remained still elusive. As one of the players, as my boss, Victor just mentioned a few of these things when he was just speaking to us shortly. So, despite the constitutional guarantee, Kenya press freedom is undermined by some political interference restrictive laws, and economic pressure, and safety concern, rendering reforms largely elusive. These are the things that are actually affecting them, and this is truly to a fact that these are the things that we need to be addressed by journalists and all the stakeholders in the media globally. So going back to our issue, in Turkana, journalists actually face a lot of challenges in terms of press, especially when they are executing their work. As we talk about the press freedom in Kenya, journalists can actually, they are really facing a lot of pressure because of challenges faced by intimidation from the politicians. Some of them are even been lured to work for the politicians, they are in the payroll of the politicians. And some cases have also been reported to the NCIC, especially there was a case in Turkana where a journalist was used by county officials to spy on other journalists. I think these are challenges that are facing, and we cannot blame these journalists because of the poverty level and the issues of influence of the politicians and the media implement to the journalist operation in Turkana. So these are challenges that are facing us here in Turkana, and the only thing we need to do is we need our regulatory body, because that's where we report actually, and our media and our respective media to look at the ways how they can be able to address these issues that are affecting journalists in this marginalized region. So far, as we speak right now, the impact of this kind of frustration has led to journalists being, in terms of the operation, they are now divided because of the survival, to devise some survival tactics for them to actually survive because they don't have any other way. Some of them are not even retained and just correspond with them. And the harsh reality, Turkana is one of the areas where you even get food. So it becomes a challenge. So you have to devise ways how you can survive for you actually to even do it more. So these are the issues that are.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I think that's those are very critical issues of facilitation, threats, safety generally, and the issue of division among journalists in Turkana. And I hope the welfare institutions that are here, like KUJ and KC and others, are listening. Because when you have an association of journalists in a very remote county being divided in 2 or 3 interest groups, then it's problematic, particularly for their safety and operations as professionals. But let's move to Maleve in Kitui County. Maleve, can you hear us? Is Maleve with us? Maleve? Yes. Yes, please. You are a victim of abduction just a week or a few weeks ago. Please talk to us about that, because it's a very serious issue that we need to understand. I know we've not interacted since that happened. We did our part. But what was your experience? Please talk to us about that. What happened? Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear you? Can you hear you? Just get close to your mic or just remove the... Yeah. You can just put yourself on loudspeaker. I don't think you're in a public place. Yes. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Proceed, please.
Okay. So I have been doing stories in stories what is happening matters corruption. I think I've been doing for so long, not generally for anyone, like for certain MP, but I've been doing it for generally for the whole kampani. So kuna hii constituency system following what is happening na nitakuwa nafanya story. So on first on Lebanon, hao officers wetu wa Kiambu hawakuja kunishika na nilipofuatilia wakasema ni set of na cyberbullying na cyber misuse. Yes, something. So it was a bad experience to me because I've never been arrested. Na nilishikwa kwa sababu commission like just doing a record, a story, telling people what they should know, because mostly I use documents which are in public. So kuandika hivyo, to me nikaona press freedom imekuwa undermined sana na hii Cyber Crime Act. I don't know if tunaweza fanya the whole council and other stakeholders this Cyber Crime Act. I think to me it should be scrapped because imagine being arrested by DCI officers from Nairobi, whereby we have a full police station in between, where one can find the issue and do the investigation, and if there is a case, they prosecute him. But I think I want to thank the Media Council of Kenya with the leadership of the CEO, who did a very good job. You were standing with my arrest and for them to the ladder. Because I think journalists should not be arrested in such a matter. Because we have our body, Media Council of Kenya. Any politician or anyone thinks that you are infringed their rights, I think they should consider reaching to the Media Council, and the Media Council invites you to the DCI for making interrogation or to write a statement from that side. To me, I think accountability as those who fear scrutiny, and because the way I was arrested and paraded in the criminal, for just writing a story, I have not done any insight violence or any other criminal offense, because it was only for taking the truth. I think as media.
Maleve, thank you. Thank you. Do you feel safe? Unajisikia uko sawa sasa ama bado uko na wasiwasi?
Kwa sasa na iko sawa. Of course, the ya kufunga pale police station, something which has not occurred to me. I think that I have a mental torture because every time I entered this office where I was arrested, I just remember how I was arrested and think that they can come for me again.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you've heard him. Maleve was abducted just on first, actually, when we were commemorating the World Press Freedom Day, and he was arrested by the DCI from Kiambu County. So arrested in Kitui, taken all the way to Kiambu. I mean, that amounts to intimidation and a deliberate effort, an affront on press freedom. But again, we have discussants here. I'm going to call them to come to the front so that we can pick this up from there. I'm going to call Zhao Musau to come to the front. He's a senior project manager at Friedrich Neumann Stiftung. Kevin as well, kindly. Ellen. Kevin is communications and public liaison officer at Katiba Institute. We have Ellen Wanjiru, head of TV news content, MediaMax Network. I think from KTN some months ago or years ago. You don't associate. She will not be associated with KTN.
Now knows why.
Thank you for that clarification. Then we have Mercy Njoroge, journalist for human rights. Mercy. I keep looking at you like I don't know you. Yes. And Victor. Victor is representing his boss, Matthias Kamp, the country director at the Konrad Adenauer. I'm going to allow them to say the full names as they respond to some of my queries, so there will be no time to really market yourself here. And I will go direct to Ellen on the question of that some of the issues that have been raised by the gentleman from Turkana County, Asike, and lack of facilitation, for example, by the editor. By the newsroom to go, and Turkana is a vast county. Sometimes you are there and you have to leave Lodwar and travel 300 kilometers to cover an event. Why are media houses unable to facilitate journalists in these remote counties? Why do you make those crazy demands without the support that they ask for? Or do they never ask? That's a question. Thank you. Please. You can say your name and then you please respond. No, you are. Give us a mic, please. Oh, sorry. It's on now. You can speak. It's okay. You don't need to switch on anyway.
My name is... I think I can be heard now.
Right.
My name is Ellen Wanjiru, and I have worked in various other places, as Leo says, including KTN News. I now work for MediaMax. I am an editor for K24 TV. So Leo, the issue of facilitation is not confined to Turkana, for instance, or the ASL areas, as he called them. Facilitation is all round, and it's not that we have refused to facilitate our journalists. The issue of financing in the newsroom cuts across board. We are aware that there are people who haven't been paid for months, even years. There are people whose salaries have been cut. Resources have diminished because media houses are struggling to meet their needs. And that is because advertising, traditional advertising as we have known it, has changed. Avenues to raise revenue have reduced, and media houses are struggling to make their ends meet. Which then means that they have to find ways to survive one way or another. Content generation has also changed. Whereas previously, facilitation would be available to seek and chase stories wherever, today editors must make decisions based on what they can do, what they can afford to do, and unfortunately, that means that some people have to lose their jobs because we cannot afford to pay everyone. And that includes the editors, by the way. We are not, excluded. So media, in general, is seeking ways to survive. And there are times that you give up a story because of you're unable to meet the financing to chase that story. Sometimes, and the editors in the room would agree, sometimes we share content. One media house is able to go to a place to get content. If it is not exclusive, then if I ask for the content, they can share with me. We are seeking ways to survive.
Thank you. It all goes back to media ownership and the bigger picture of media viability. But I want to go to Mercy, looking at these issues that are being highlighted here. you know, including issues to do with mental health that Maleve has spoken about, because he says now he's getting to that point where if he goes to a police station, he's going to suffer from panic attacks. Are these some of the reasons why journalists for human rights exist?
So thank you so much, Leo. I'd like to start by mentioning that it's good that actually Maleve has spoken before we started this panel discussion, because I think he's put into context this whole idea behind the experiences that journalists usually go through wherever they're abducted. And I'd like to start by saying, by nature, abductions are very unsettling, because you can imagine you're in your place of work and people have just come from nowhere, they are not identifying themselves, and you're being bundled into this car, taken to, you know, a faraway place, and you really don't know why you're in that situation. But of course, you know, your guess is as good as mine. It's because of your job. So what this essentially does to a journalist is that it puts them in a situation whereby they are living in fear of the unknown. They do not know that what will happen to them tomorrow if they are to pursue a certain story. So we see journalists living in fear. We see journalists constantly anxious, unsure and uncertain of what will happen to them if they continue doing what they're supposed to do in terms of putting the duty bearers to account and asking the right questions wherever they are faced with situations around the kind of work that they are doing. So just like Emmanuel has told us, you'll find journalists who are constantly in panic attacks. Wherever there's a call coming through, they don't know who is probably calling them, or wherever there's a message that has popped up, you don't know exactly what the message is going to say. I've sat in forums where you've had journalists telling you that I have been pursuing a certain story, and my phone rings, because essentially journalists do not switch off their phones even at night, because a story can break at whatever time of the night. So someone just calls you and says, I know where your children go to school. So what does that tell you? Essentially, they are sending a message to you that that story that you've been pursuing, you better drop it, otherwise we'll come for your children tomorrow. So what this has done, and what we have done as an organization, is that we understand the thin line that journalism and human rights share. So we constantly work with journalists to build their capacity to tell stories around human rights, to tell stories around accountability, and at the same time create awareness that they always need to look for allies wherever they are doing these kinds of stories, because we cannot say that as an industry we have the full capacity to protect our journalists, but who are the allies that we can work with to ensure that journalists are able to deliver, to do their job, and at the same time be safe, but still deliver on their mandate of informing, educating, and at the same time entertaining, but in a very safe environment.
Do you think JHR has the capacity to mobilize funds for this kind of support? And Victor, I'll be coming to you on the same question, whether Conrad Adenauer Stiftung can also be able to get into this space and do something.
Absolutely, because like I already indicated, it is not a one-man show. This is something that needs to be done collaboratively, because we can come in with the capacity, we can come in with the resources that we are able to mobilize within our circles, and also invite other organizations that are also interested in this. Because I think when you're talking about the mental health of journalists, it's a very, very timely conversation to have, because it's something that's been brewing. It's very unfortunate when you see or you hear of stories of journalists leaving suicide notes by their desks and going home and, dying by suicide. It's very, very unfortunate. You don't know what that does to even their colleagues, So I think it's something that can be done, and we have the capacity to do it if only we are able to come together as organizations, like-minded organizations that are working towards a certain and a common goal.
Thank you. Victor, your response. I know you're new in this area, but it's on. You don't need to switch it on. I think it's just plug and play. It's on. Just try.
Okay, I think it's green. I'm also green. My name is Victor Uteku. I'm representing Matthias Kamp, who is our director at the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Kenyan office. When I say Kenyan office, it means that we are several programs. In Kenya alone, we are like 3 programs. There is an economic program, there is a rule of law program, and we at the Kenyan office, we deal with political issues, we deal with foreign policy issues, and economic issues. That said, there is a program in South Africa called the CAS Media Africa Program, which has a partner and partners with MLDI, WITS University to do certain research around the issues that are raised that are affecting journalists in Africa. And they have had sessions in Kenya and Ghana and Senegal around similar issues that we are dealing with during this summit. As our office, I mean, we believe that media freedom is essential for democracy. It is the oxygen of democracy. You cannot you can see and look around all over the world where there is problems with democracy, there's also problems with the media. Ethiopia now at Tigray, Uganda, Tanzania is becoming also a difficult case. Now, what we can say is that, yes, like-minded institutions need to come together to protect the larger goal, which is democracy. And we at the Conrad office can convene meetings and dialogue forum where we talk about mental health issues, we talk about harassment, and we talk about, all the laws that threaten journalists. Yeah, I don't know if I've answered the question.
Right, you're getting there. You're talking about creating an opportunity for that conversation.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think I'll come back to you later, but I want to go to Kevin on the issue of access to information that was highlighted properly by our paper presenter, Victor Bwire. And it's a big challenge that even with the Access to Information Act and the Office of the Ombudsman, which is working very hard to establish a culture of information access, particularly for media workers and journalists particularly, is still being denied. We are still being denied that access to information. What's not happening? And then now we are talking about the cases of the slap suits becoming a normalcy. Just like now abductions is just the first one, or there will be others and more to come. What should we do about this? Why do we create laws that we do not uphold in the first place? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leo and Media Council for giving us this chance. So you, beginning by us having laws which we can't implement, of course looking at the Constitution in general, that's one of the areas we are struggling with. And we are trying to emphasize that we are supposed to prioritize implementing the Constitution rather than changing. Of course, that comes to the current discussion about CDF, but I'll not go there. So about access to information, we've had quite a number of discussions, quite a number of trainings jointly with the council and other organizations. And the feedback we get, especially from journalists, is that they are denied information. And as you rightly put it, the Constitution, of course, the title of the discussion is that it's on paper, it's theoretical that we have freedom of expression, freedom of media, but practically, that is the same with access to information. So journalists say that they can't be given information. That's one challenge. Or the people who are supposed to release information, especially at county level, they
they go through circles. They say you call so and so, call so and so. Yet the law is very clear on who, for example, at county level, is supposed to give information. That's the county secretary. But having said that, the law is very clear on how, and even encourages public entities on proactive disclosure. That's the Access to Information Act. And so there are a number of things that can be done to ensure that information is given. I'll just go through the direct one, that there is a procedure of writing a request, and it's supposed to be responded to within 21 days, after which the Commission on Administrative Justice will intervene and maybe compel that organization or entity to give information. But I'll just give a practical example of so that I don't take a lot of time to answer another problem that is cropping up. So we have the problem of journalists not getting information or delayed information because someone knows that if they get the data, it will expose them maybe because of corruption or malpractice in public office. But now there is a new trend where corporations, especially big tech companies, they don't want to be held accountable. And what they do is that when you ask for information, then they take you to court and they slap you with, that's why it's called slap, they slap you with a cost. And it's a common growing type of threat against media freedom, where they intimidate journalists, because when they slap you with, for example, 10 million, you will be scared with the story and you will not go ahead and publish it. So I'll just give an example of a case which is in public domain, where a Kenyan journalist by the name Robert Kitui sought information from Safaricom. And of course, when you read the regulations on access to information, we have both public and private bodies are supposed to proactively give information. Safaricom, we know that it performs both private and public functions, despite it being a private entity. So Safaricom did not respond to his request. Then he followed up with Commission on Administrative Justice, the Ombudsman. Having looked at the information that Robert sought, the Ombudsman indicated that information was correctly sought, and therefore Safaricom was to provide information. So instead of following what the Ombudsman had ruled, Safaricom went to court and slapped Robert with a suit with costs. And you see now, if that continues like that, then it threatens a journalist. That's now where Katiba Institute was contacted by Robert, and now we are taking up that case. So that's just an example, but it's a new threat to press freedom, where if you want accountability against these big corporations, they will threaten you and therefore silence you.
Thank you. What do you think would have happened to Robert if Katiba did not come in to rescue him in this case? What do you imagine would have happened to Robert and other journalists?
Probably he would have dropped that case, or now most likely drop the case, or be fined with a hefty fine because of maybe the capacity of representation.
Yes. So intimidation outright.
Yeah, outright.
To make sure that you never request for that kind of information again. Zhao, press freedom indexing, and I think it's an area that we have never really had a conversation on, as what the global north calls the global south, or in this regard, the local context Kenya, because you have an indexing that is performed at the macro level, international level, and has indicators that there's an attempt to localize, of course, those indicators so that data is collected. and then there's a ranking that takes place in that regard. Should we take this report seriously as a country? One question on one side and the other side. Do you think it would be better if we were to localize this mechanism and test that ourselves and see where we stand with our own tools? Is it possible?
Thank you. First of all, I'm proud to be associated with Robert. Robert is my colleague. Robert Kitui, who has taken that case, and I'm glad they are assisting him. With regard to the question that you've just posed, I would start the other way. I'll start with the last question, the last part of the question. Of course, it would make more sense to localize, to localize the parameters that they use, or not really to localize, but to look at the press freedom ranking from within. First of all, from yourself, from your. It would be better if you do a peer review, neighboring countries. But as a country ourselves, we are placed well to understand what exactly is happening in this country. I think Victor gave a very clear picture that some of the considerations which are made by the time that index is developed. You ask an ordinary Kenyan out here, they cannot relate to what they see. I mean, the media largely, you could say there's media freedom in the country, but we have problems, and those problems can best be appreciated by Kenyans themselves. We have like you've said, I think it was Victor who characterized very well, very broad provisions on media freedom in our constitution. But at the same time, and this affects all of us, it's not just media, we have a problem in the country. I think someone once called it a constitution without constitutionalism. The spirit of the constitution is missing from the Kenyans in general, not just on media. That you have a very progressive laws, many laws all over the place. We are amending them every other year through statute amendment bills and so on, miscellaneous bills. But Kenyans themselves do not live the values of the constitution. As someone said, I think sometimes in 2010 when we passed this constitution, we needed a period of rededicating ourselves as a country so that we appreciate, for example, just the place of media in a democracy is so critical that sometimes we wonder whether even the players in the industry themselves, in the media industry, appreciate that a free media is a critical pillar of a democratic society. So what I'm saying is that we have a problem as a country in terms of appreciating our responsibilities as citizens in terms of breathing value or how do I put this? Breathing the laws that we have or making them be alive. They are there, in abstract, but we have to live them. We have to. An ordinary Kenyan out there should be able to facilitate the work of a journalist, but we don't see that. They see us as that's your responsibility. Even when you want to access, like you are rushing to a scene, and your driver wants to be able to access the place, they don't see it as it's your problem. Yeah. So we have that problem, and I'm saying those. We can localize the outlook so that we know what is happening. We know the laws which are here. We know that they are affecting the ability of journalists, but also some of them are not actually being implemented. They are not deployed, but they are available. So out there is a very scary picture for the Kenyan journalists when they see all these laws that Victor was talking about. But here we know that some of the sections of penal code, they have no really place. I mean, they are there, they are scary, but they have nobody would implement them. It would be absurd. At the same time, and that's another consideration that also people miss out there, the country has fairly robust and free judiciary. People say all manner of things about judiciary, but many times, and I've worked in judiciary, in a judicial attachment, and I was really shocked to see it is actually Kenyans who delay cases and not really judiciary. They have their own issues, but people also play a lot of games. So we have an institution where we can always run to when there are these offensive, these laws are put in place, Sometimes we knock them out, like some of them the Victor mentioned. Some, there are appeals ongoing, but in the long run, we keep our eyes on the ball, and eventually we get justice, and we get to level the field and make our industry freer. I forget what was your first part of the question, and sorry for the lengthy.
Why are you chasing me away? It was basically the issue of press freedom indexing and the macro approach to that research that tends to classify governments or states into different clusters and so on and so forth. Because when you listen to Kenyans, they say one of the progressives that we have as a country is freedom of the press, that they are able to say what they want whenever or wherever. Maybe we should call it freedom of expression. And that was, if you look at the comprehensive survey that was released today by the CEO, one of the questions was, what do you feel enjoy the most about the media? And they say freedom of media.
There is obviously a very serious disconnect between what they do. Yes. I mean, the outlook they have. And that's why I was saying we need to take it up and put it, I mean, ourselves, we can review. Within the region or even in the country ourselves, we have that capacity. We have so many scholars and people who can be able to craft index. They are called index or indices. Index.
Okay. Or indices for research reasons.
Yeah. There are many people who are capable of doing that, and we should be able to do that.
Yeah. Great. Victor mentioned one of our reports we attempted, but I think we need to go full throttle in that area as well. And of course, we are looking for partners. But the final one on the laws, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, particularly when we are talking about 2027. Remember when this government came into power, it was about media has been biased. Media has not been covering us well. Then they get into they take the power and they're like, still media is not with us. Media is, not public oriented, not, And now we are seeing the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act being used to bring back what is called criminal defamation. And that's what Maleve, was arraigned in. We have seen bloggers being arraigned in court based on those defamation issues. And how should we prepare? How should we prepare for this? This question is going to go to everybody. And then you take a half a minute to respond to that, and then we'll take any burning comment or question. And then we'll wrap it up so that people can have tea, and then we can be able to close this. So Victor, prepare yourself also for closing remarks. Thank you. So kindly.
I think when people say when media is friendly with government, then there's a big problem. But I think this has been the harshest government against media that we've seen so far. And if you follow what our neighbors across the region, maybe even in Africa, what they say about Kenyan media, they look up to us, they admire us, they think we are brave. But I think we are getting to the point where media in Kenya is becoming afraid, generally. That people sit back and double guess themselves. People sit back and choose safety over responsibility. Because as Mercy says, we have a responsibility to our audience to inform, to educate, maybe to entertain. But when it gets to a point where you're afraid first, then it means there's a big problem. Even those of us who've been in the industry for a while, we get to the point where you talk to the Kenyans, and Kenyans are bold. They speak their minds. They say, this is what we want, this is what is being done, and we don't like it. But as media, we have a responsibility because we provide them with a platform to express themselves. These things used to happen a while ago, but people keep saying we have gone back to that era where you are afraid. If your phone rings, you want to check who it is. If you leave your office, you want to look around and see if there's a lurking, unidentified vehicle or person. That there are times you wonder whether people really know who you are because you're in some public spaces and you're not sure whether you're safe. So it's sad, but that's where we have come to.
Aptly put. Kevin.
So, Leo, about the ranking, you asked some about it. I think when you look at the decline in the last 2 years, I agree with as much as we can have our personal ranking, but I agree with the ranking because it goes with some of the indicators that in his presentation, Victor highlighted, and of course we have added a few. So that just shows exactly some of those trends. And you talk about the Computer Misuse and Crimes, Cyber Crimes Act. So the people who went to court had reservations about the implementation, the enforcement of the act, that they foresaw that it could easily be misused, and probably that could be what is happening, among other laws, and of course Musa will comment on that. So my take is that our decline is largely because of those challenges that have been highlighted, and government and political players play a bigger role they contribute a bigger percentage of those challenges.
Zhao.
I think by and large, our constitution is I don't want to say like someone said the law is very clear. The spirit of our constitution has no place for criminal libel. And I think that was underscored in the Mativo decision way back, I think in 2017. But coming to the issue that you raise, what do we need to do going forward? I think number one, people like myself and CASIA and many other institutions and even the Media Council itself, we need to set aside budgets for litigation, and to protect the space for journalists to be able to do their work. I foresee a lot of these things. They are going to come. Now we are heading close to an election, a very competitive election, where everybody will be fighting their space. So we need to set aside to look for budgets for litigation, because these battles, like I said, can best be fought where they belong, the courts. And we invalidate some of these laws, we put them in their place. That is a dustbin. So we need to do that. Besides that, we also need to do a lot of lobbying. I think we have slackened a bit in terms of the initiatives to bring all these media institutions together, to put, to have very strong voices on some of these things, on the laws which are passed, the small laws which are like the archives, all those scattered things, to lobby the relevant committees of the National Assembly and the Senate to give them consideration so that we abolish them, or we basically amend them and put them in the framing of the Constitution, which is, like I said, affords a lot of space for us to operate as media generally. So lobbying, budget, and vigilance for me. I think that we can never. Sometimes we tend to forget just making noise alone. Like you had that former president who was saying, "Make noise, make noise." It's good enough. We just need to make a lot of noise. When there are small, transgressions against journalists, against media, people need to speak, and speak in one voice, because it affects everybody. Lastly, for me, and also again for the space that I am in, is civic education. I think I insist, and I'm just repeating what I said earlier. I feel that many people do not appreciate the role of an independent media in a democratic society. Once that appreciation is available, once everybody knows and appreciates that media is not just a business. It's a business, of course. It has to run, it has to make money, but it's a public enterprise. That appreciation is very critical, because it also unlocks doors for the things we are, Elena talked about a bit earlier on sustainability and so on. But the public will own the media. I mean, and will be able to understand that media is so critical, and they fight for their space. So that is so critical for all of us, whether we are in media, whether we are in government, wherever we are. I think we need to just watch out and keep educating ourselves more on the place for media in a democracy.
Thank you. Macias, you respond to that. In the quarter of January to March, end of March, we recorded 24 cases of press freedom violation. And of course, we are seeing an increasing trend this quarter. And that's why I feel like 2020, by the time we get to 2027, next year is a campaign year. It's going to get worse. And most of the perpetrators, of course, are security institutions and the politicians, and of course, the goons that are hired by the second category. How prepared do you think we are, and what should we do to be more prepared?
So I think I just want to start by saying that I think moving forward, if we haven't started doing it, it's important that as organizations that are working around media and with media, we should start working together as opposed to working in silos, because you realize that this space is quite populated and everyone is trying to do something different, but we are all working towards a common goal. So perhaps it's about time, even as we talk about preparedness, it's about time we started working together so that we support each other and we strengthen each other, because we all bring different strengths to the table. So that is where I would want us to start really focusing on. But just to answer your question more categorically, is to first take us back. I know we are heading towards the elections. Actually the elections, like the election, I mean the campaigns have already started. But I just want to take us back briefly on a statement that to date, for me, it's very unsettling. When the sitting president was declared by the Supreme Court that he's been, elected, there's a statement that he made, and I know we all remember it. He asked, "Marafiki zangu, my friends of Citizen, where are you?" For me, that I think was a declaration of war towards the media. And I guess it also explains, in a way, the outcome of the index that you're talking about. As much as I like what Nzao has said, that we should contextualize these kinds of indexes, because we all, as much as we're in the media, we are all working in very different environments, very different settings, very different economies. So using a blanket parameters to rate the media can be sort of, unfair, depending on the environment. So what I'm simply saying is that moving forward and going towards an electioneering period, it's critical that we all work together towards a certain and a common goal. I hope I've answered your question.
That's perfect, perfectly done. Victor, as you do that, also, I know you've been partnering with the Transparency International on some capacity building issues for investigative journalism. Why are you involved in this as the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung?
Mm-hmm. So in our office, we have a small project called Tunu, which is Tupigane na Ufisadi, generally supporting 220 CSOs in the country to do social accountabilities together with TISA and TI. So what we do with journalists is also to train them, what our panelist was talking about, the processes of seeking and accessing information, and also just to train them on how to deal with the situations that our two friends talked about. Yes. So generally, we want to involve journalists in our project. Sometimes it comes at a hindsight, but this is something that going forward we really need to work with journalists and the media for social accountability at the local level, because there is where we have problems, especially with access to information, and of course challenges to journalists at the local arena in the counties. Aside from that, I was born in the 80s, and I experienced myself how the media has grown. From those era where we were talking about Mtukufu Daniel Arap Moi in the news, I remember one time I had asked my grandma, who was my caregiver, why is it always that this on Sundays we hear about Mtukufu Daniel Arap Moi ameenda AIC church, sijui akafanya nini na nini, and she shushed me and told me, my grandson, do not speak. Yeah, and I was like, why shouldn't I speak? It's just a box. Yeah, we have come out of that era, and we have come out of that era sometimes with blood. Yeah, and we have grown to an era where we have so many media stations, so many avenues to speak out, and we should not lose it. Yeah, we are at the danger of repeating history, but it took us a fight, and we should not lose it. And so I agree, as a person, we should fight, of course not with violence, with intelligence, with strategy, advocacy, lobbying, and coming together and partnering together as we've had. Of course, there are other ideas, but I will let it go for now.
Thank you. Thank you. Any burning comment or contribution? Any burning comment or contribution? Just one? Yes, that one there, and then we close it. Please give the guy a mic in the middle.
If we could see that hand again, please.
The hand is, yeah, there you go.
Oh, there are two burning comments.
I only saw one. I never saw the second. You're late. Let's
Hii imepoa. Tupose hiyo. Okay, fine.
It's 6:30.
Let's keep this fire burning right here.
Thank you so much, Jeff. My question is regarding political elites and their oppression on journalism, which is chipping away at journalistic ethos. How can journalists aspire to keep building their confidence and keep telling their stories, regardless of the elite always oppressing their president? Thank you.
Thank you. You got the question, everybody. So basically that's what is going to be your cue for closing remarks. As you respond to that, you take a minute each. Basically the topic of this discussion was press freedom in Kenya, a case of superficial changes, and I think we still to be agreeing that it's really this, there are changes, there are laws, but there are so many challenges that overwhelm every positive step that we take. So kindly your closing remarks, and then we call it a day. And as you do that, I'm asking Victor to come so that you can take a photo, and he does his closing remarks for the entire summit conference. Thank you.
I'm not sure I understood the question. Is it that the political class influences young journalists?
The political intimidations.
Political intimidations.
Issues of safety and all that.
All right. So in Kenya, media ownership is a critical factor in media freedom. And politicians, the ones you speak of, many of them own media houses. So they influence how these media houses are run, what kind of stories we can do. Political intimidation may not necessarily come from anywhere else. It can come from within. But as a journalist, you are trained to serve your audience, to speak for the people. That's why we talk about public interest. So even with intimidation, you do not forget your core business, which is to inform your audience. We have spoken about the challenges here. And even with the Access to Information Act, it gives you 21 days to get a story. We don't have 21 days. And when you talk about intimidation, I spoke earlier and said sometimes you're forced to drop a story based on the resources. But there are other factors which would include that intimidation. We have seen bold journalists who do not allow themselves to be intimidated. Someone mentioned Jonah Lanamu a little earlier. there are journalists who are able to go beyond that intimidation to tell the story. But as we say, and if you have been to any media school, they will tell you there is no story that is worth your life. Thank you.
All right, Kevin.
So I will just emphasize by concluding that we must collectively collectively and purposefully defend the freedom of the media that we have. And just repeating what my colleagues have said, we must continue reviewing. I know there are a number of things that have been done in terms of reviewing the current media laws and identifying those that are inconsistent with the Constitution, lobbying, doing collaborations, just to ensure that we maintain the freedom as envisioned in the 2010 Constitution. Thanks.
All right, Zhao, please.
Yeah, I think for me, journalism is you could say it's a calling. Many people who are journalists or who became journalists felt something inside them that called them into practice or into the industry. So because of that, many journalists tend to have a very thick skin. The intimidation is talking about, we experience it almost every day, but you cannot give up. I mean, because you are fired up from within. But beyond that, beyond yourself, of course, you need the industry support to be able to be strong. That's why we have all these organizations that we work with, the Kenya Union of Journalists and many others. Many other voices which can amplify or can give you the confidence that you need to face politicians. Ultimately, is our own appreciation of our role as journalists that will make us be strong against the intimidation that he's speaking about. It's experienced every day. I mean, everybody has experienced it. But also, generations upon generations of journalists should be able to uphold, that spirit of fighting against intimidation. It has happened before I became a journalist myself. I found my seniors, some of them who are here, others who are not, and they stood very strong against some of the excesses and told off presidents, told off governments, senior government officials, and so on. Not really telling off. You have to be tactical also, but to be able to continue doing your work, being bold, but not being bought off or being intimidated. And finally, what Elena said, I think that's very critical. There is no story. You have to be alive first. There is no story worth, your life. So you have to be smart, and then, so that you can live and fight another day.
Thank you. On that being alive, Helen was also more worried that you fear before you attempt. But it's Mercy, please.
Yeah, so I think I'd like to just pick up from what Nzao has said, that you need to be tactical. In journalism and in media, really, there is no glam. It's a calling. It's a noble profession. So you are always on the firing line. And now the firing line is not offline, it's not physical, it's also gone online. Like, if you go on social media, you're roasted there for a story that you've done or a story that you're pursuing by those politicians. So this intimidation, how you deal with it is that before it comes, just keep pushing, the bar as far as you can go. But when you feel like you're getting to the end, like your life is at risk, there's always no harm in retreating, because you will not be the first person to drop a hot story. Others have done it, life has gone on. So the most important thing, like what has already been said on this panel, is that there's really no story worth dying for. So keep the fire burning, but tread carefully, because intimidation is just not political. It can be social, it can be economical, because the intimidators know that they have different tactics. If they ground you economically or financially, they know they have won over you. If they do it politically, they know they still have power over you. If it's socially, they still know that they have achieved their objective. So the thing is, always remember that we need you alive. Don't die for any story, because then we don't want to, all cry and say we are mourning one of our own because they were pursuing that story. Because you die, the story also dies. So you're more useful to us when you're alive, because there's always another opportunity to pursue an even bigger story.
Thank you. Finally, Victor.
Yeah, thank you. Is it yesterday or the day before where a magistrate warned Boniface Mwangi?
Yesterday.
And it's sort of is the same being reflected here. I don't agree with the comments, but it is what it is. Yeah? It is that you should keep yourself alive for the next day. They are being tactical, use technology, learn about technology, digital literacy, and above all is around the ecosystem that we work with. The law might be restrictive, but when we pull together our resources, then we can deal with some of these major issues. Being innovative, maybe joining SACCOs, maybe doing social enterprise, maybe advocating or lobbying or fundraising for scholarships like John Allan Namu is now receiving over millions. Mental health issues, of course, we can partner with health institutions, insurance. We can partner with MLDI in South Africa, for example. Natural justice here in Kenya, which I believe Katiba Institute is working closely with to protect the rights of environmental journalists, and so on and so forth. And we are ready as Konrad Adenauer to support or work together to achieve that goal.
Thank you. I thought you guys were going to encourage journalists and tell them martyrs have become saints by dying for change and for revolutions. But it's all right. Thank you so much for this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a group photo. Victor, please come on board. Thank you.
So colleagues, once more clap for ourselves. It has been a long day, but very informative for those who choose to. Now, having listened discussions, the same issues we raise, sometimes it's not as easy as we find it. Many times, money sometimes is not a problem. I sit on the African Distress Network for journalists, and I know what journalists go. I evacuate journalists from DRC, from Rwanda to third countries, to fourth countries, from West Africa, and it's not easy, some of those things. Some of you know where Nani is the lady who did the story on the guns. I don't know, Purity Mwambia, So some of these things are easier said than done. It's a tough life, but like we said, there are no red carpets in journalism. It's a tough life. But those who want to do journalism, they obviously, the space, even as we talk about laws, but even the space, do we get courageous journalists who will work for those deep investigative stories and are not paid a salary? So how do you take your kids to school? Amen. So those are issues that we must deal. And countries like South Africa, like Canada, Australia, have started what is called Public Interest Media Fund. Something that we have been discussing in this country, that that journalists do work of public nature and they must be supported, whether they go to the fund as a loan or whatever it is, but we need to find a way. If countries like Canada, countries like for public interest journalism to nourish, we need support. Obviously, the models that we are using are not working in the sense of raising revenues that you can pay your journalists to do serious work. So these are some of the things that people, the digital, the tech firms, how do we engage? In South Africa, they have just done a study, and through their competition authority, they have engaged, the Editors Guild in South Africa has engaged the digital platform through the competition authority of South Africa, and they are now being demanded, the big techs must leave a certain percentage of money of content to the journalists in Kenya. You saw what happened in Australia, Canada, that these big techs are doing content theft. You go to the field, you spend 5 days, whether with a grant or you own your money, you come, by the time you run a promo, that which TV will have this story, the following day, the digital platforms and other people have the whole story before you even run it. How will you make money from it? The issue of monetization of content. I hear Victor, I mean, when we talk, I remember I was in one of the discussions with the CPJ, the Committee to Protect Journalists, and the manual they use to teach journalist safety, for example, for the European environments and use, is so different. They tell you that if you are going to do an assignment in a remote area, you look for a hotel, always sleep from 3rd floor to 6th floor. Now in Kenya, we sleep in lodgings. Where is the 5th floor and 3rd floor? You sleep in a lodging. They will tell you for motor vehicle safety, use 4x4 vehicles. Here we use boda. So the environments are so different. Because even training, some of you have trained, and we know you can confirm, you have trained in the village. We go to train digital safety. Even the journalists do not own a laptop. So how will you teach even digital safety to somebody who has no laptop? Phone in mulika mwizi. Again, some of these things are real. So some of these things, you teach journalists about encrypted content that you write using encryption so that national state intelligence does not. But the editor has not been taught about encryption. So how will he decrypt that message? So some of those things are really a big, even a laptop, people work in shifts. So some of these things are real, I mean, in the sense of that the environment sometimes, we take people here, quite a number, you know what it takes. So we need a joint approach to look at those who can support with technology, those who can support with equipment, those who can support, because it's just not one thing. You can give somebody these skills, but if he has nowhere to apply them. So train and look at the exodus, the sacking from newsroom, that journalism is now becoming, I see a lot of institutions from outside Africa coming with mobile journalists. Mobile journalists. How will you do mobile journalism with the mulika mwizi? Look at the cost of charging a phone. If in our area, people still go to charge phones where they pay, mwenye kioski ndiye anacharge simu 50 in a village. Sasa mtu akitoka na betri yake anataka akae na simu imalize 1 week, ajui stima itarudi tena lini. So some of these things are that's quite, they appear distant, but they are real to some of our guys. Stima, like I mean, and Kevin, you can confirm the community radio stations that yes, you want to be on, you have content, but stima imepotea badalani for 2 months. So how does Balala work? Hakuna. So how, you know, so some of those things are very real. But we want to thank you, colleagues. The better thing is that those of you who work in the development sector and other places, we need to have these discussions. That a lot of discussions are not even happening, leave alone even the practical solutions, the discussions. Because it's through this discussion that you can harness some of the proposals we are talking about. That we need to have these discussions, town halls, evening calls, fire chats about what is happening. Because some of the things are global. But as here, you see in one of the panels where we wanted to discuss those headlines, and all the editors-in-chiefs who are invited never turned up. Even people don't want to talk about it. So if you don't want to talk about it, how do you solve the problem? So some of those issues are coming up. There are some that need law. So we need to start thinking the other forums. But I believe through and we have talked with Marita already, about how do we pick some of the conversations here to the next meetings. And in terms of practical, it took us 2 or 3 months to do this code of ethics, simply because people were thinking together, there was joint effort, we have other 3 books, which one, Kennedy Bosire here, Ken, chaired. We have AI guidelines for journalists, that was there. There's a data protection guideline for journalists, then there's a social media guideline that were done through this team. We'll be launching them in 2 weeks' time. I think by 18th June, we need to be launching some of those documents. And we need, from here, how do we then harness these energies to start this code? We have launched it. If we don't do sensitization, who will know about it? It will remain a Nairobi Age Convention document, and then that's it. So again, how do we engage academia? Because if we are saying none of our schools is teaching the code of ethics in their curriculum, then these are the people we expect to respect the curriculum. The Complaint Commission deals with journalists against the code of ethics, yet they have not been taught in school. So there are a lot of joint thinking that needs to be done, training schools, development partners, media support groups, media councils, editors guild, KCA, AMWIK. We need to have a very joint thinking. We rather do 1 or 2, 3 things that have done all over. Everybody's running. The journalists are even tired for going for training. Sure. We have trained and overtrained and retrained and overtrained journalists. Kuna waandishi in some counties, they attend training from Monday to Monday. Different institutions. Are they helping? What is the impact? So, I mean, we also joint thinking. Some donors like Conrad, I mean, you receive sometimes 1,000 proposals from everybody. Why do people come and start thinking jointly and say, this is the bigger thing in the sector we need to deal with? And we go as a consortium, for example, so that we see what we can do as a team. Instead of having 100, everybody, 100. KCA gets money to train AMWIK members. AMWIK gets money to train editors. Editors get money to train. So everybody's... So we need just also the little resources we have to rethink and use them strategically so that we see how they... And the issue of public interest litigation about media-related issues, there are only 4 cases in Kenya that have been litigated to full in media-related issues. Vincent Makori, you remember, and it took even years for government to compensate him. Sam Gasere, the guy who was beaten by state intelligence, was broken his legs. He has never been compensated. Impunity. The only 2 cases, I think, those 2 plus John Mondo Franklin Bwire versus the state in Busia, and another case of KNS staff in Siaya, Bondo, who have 4 cases in the history of the country, cases that relate to media that have been prosecuted to the end. Yet we have how many cases every day? So the issue of public interest, the issue of how does somebody go to court to get these laws that have been declared unconstitutional wiped out of our statutes? It needs such approach. Our media houses, whenever there are things that we have mentioned, maybe violation of our journalists, the story will never even see light. That journalists can never even write about their own being beaten. So some are external, some are internal. On behalf of the Media Council of Kenya, where I work, our CEO, Bwana David Omoyo, MBS, Kenya Kwanza, Leo Mutisia, the manager for press, who was the convener of this, obviously assisted by Alima, who is our safety officer. There's a big team, Christine Nguku, assistant director for the curriculum. I've seen Vincent, I see Karanja, original coordinators, Karanja, Teddy, Maureen Moody, Mecha. I see our communication team, Lorraine, Augustine, the others, Njai, Mwabiti, wametoroka. Some of them are looking for nguo za kesho za kuvaa siku ya ajea. So all the team that is involved, our partners who have made this day a success, I mean obviously TI, Katiba Institute, Journalists for Human Rights, Conrad, KCB, Bandari, the whole team, we appreciate, we don't take it for granted. You participants, our seniors, Ken, Andy, Wino, who have sat through the whole day just listening and seeing their, Joyce, all of you, we thank you sincerely for the support and the participation. Our other participants, some of you are college students who are coming to journalism, obviously sitting and listening, shapes even your master's thesis you are doing, that some of the things you hear on the streets, on WhatsApp is not what's happening in journalism. You get a true picture of what is happening in the sector. It shapes your thinking also and your decisions about whether you want to continue this thankless job, but which is very powerful. A pen is mightier than the gun. And some of us have never regretted joining journalism, even as people think we are poor. We are poor physically, but very rich in our spirit. So team, we appreciate. Thank you so much. I know a number of you have been invited tomorrow for the media, called the gala night. Tomorrow, I'm not sure if it's still a gala night because it starts at 2. But we will be honoring the best, most performing journalists in the country tomorrow here. And so again, I know a number of you have been invited because of your various capacities and roles. If you have not been invited, talk to here is Lauren. There will be a card. Usikuje kienyeji. Hatukufungii lakini make sure unapata card. Ndio itakuonyesha nguo ya kuvaa kesho. Pia usikuje tu kienyeji hiyo. Na baada ya awards nimeambiwa been informed by Lauren again there will be a disco. Not live band. We have refused live band. Inaimbanga muziki moja hata mchenji. Disco ndio mzuri, DJ anabadilisha vitu. So kesho tutakuwa na DJ hapa jioni. Kwa hivyo pia ukuje ukijua unaweza kuwa na nguo nyingine, viatu vingine ya chini kwa gari, ukishamaliza hii yenyu ya high heel, unavaa raba batangoma ukule muziki, sio? Upigie mwili asante, sio? It's very very important. Una release pia stress na hii mental health tunasema. Wengine hamna time ya kurelease, so you dance and sweat. So I want to wish you a very nice, blessed evening. Take care as you travel home. I know some of you have bags. Mjunge mtu asifikirie umebeba nini M-Pesa agent hapo. Seme bag iko tuna kitabu ya media council ya notebook. So take care as you go home so that again we continuously engage. I know there will be a report that will come out of this with very clear recommendations per panel on what were the main issues discussed and what do we think, and we pick the quick wins and interventions that we can do so that this is not just another workshopping event, but it must give us some practical requests. I know I have my friend Ken there, Andika, who is writing the report, a very jovial young man. Andika kabisa, weka vitu. Lakini usitumie ChatGPT kuandika report, andika original report. Hatutaki the content safety. Then tuko na rafiki yangu pale from Safaricom. Pleasure for having you here. Safaricom. Lakini hawakuleta bundles, so lakini next time najua wanaweza kudunga bundles. So hiyo yote tunashukuru, sio? Na hoteli pia imetulinda mzuri, sio? Ingawa tumechoka wenyewe, lakini hoteli pia wamekuwa wakarimu, wametulinda sawa. Na naambiwa kuna chai ya saa 10 ingawa ni saa 1. Sasa unaweza tumia hiyo kama unakaa peke yako, ukule kama sapa na uende nyumbani, sio? Maandazi maamuri iko hapo, tumeshalipiwa, beba pack uende nyumbani. Lakini ukienda nyumbani usichelewe kula, inaweza haribikia njiani kakuharibia tumbo. So hiyo pia mjaribu. Mbarikiwe sana na Mungu awalinde. Asanteni sana.